Last time, we opened with Laz and Oz on the ship having a discussion about Oz's interesting older brother Steve. They had a good time laughing, but after that, we got to see Colt finally show Sol, the dolphin he'd been saving so long for her. And that dolphin was given the name Charles. They swam with him and had a good time together before we flashed back to the headhunters. There, Carter was undergoing a very interesting illness. He was incredibly sick, and any time he heard Memory Ann's name, he'd vomit. This continued while Ricky was training with an angry Okier who told him he was falling behind and his mind was distracted and to get it straight or he'd likely be dropped. Memory Ann would arrive back and her and Carter would embrace, and even though she looked just as bad as he did, their symptoms vanished almost immediately as they went into the kitchen and passed out on the table. At Rainfall Lane, everyone was preparing for Elizabeth to bring Benny home, as well as Carter and Memory Ann to return. They were getting the ODM Academy all set up and preparing their battle plans for what would happen when the kids returned. The kids all had a nice time in the base before Uncle Banksy arrived to meet or reunite with them and make steaks for everyone. They had great discussions and everyone had a grand time. But after that, Julius and Pequod have a nice conversation with Ozzy and Laz up in Woodbury where they approved of Oz. They even gave them use of the Nova for their extracurricular activities they had planned for the night. Tommy, Ricky, and Yuri were spying, only for Ricky to hear them reference something about a creepy Ash sneaking. After that, at Tommy's warehouse, Ricky asked for answers and was given the answers of what his father had done to the Rainfalls in the past, as well as the full extent of what his father had done to Contri. Ricky was understandably upset, but said he'd still take his shot with Delilah. After that, they got into their plans for the night. They were to drop Sol and Colt off at a ball before heading out to borrow a specific jet. After that, Tommy called Ash to inform him of how things had just gone with Ricky. Back in the triple office, Benny was introduced to the family and very rapidly won over Sasha, while Memory Ann began her reconciliation with them. Back at the base, Tommy got Ricky ready for their heist, then they got Colt and Sol prepared to leave. Everyone arrived at the academy to meet the Rainfall family. Things went pretty well, although Pequod had a verbal and physical scolding ready for Carter, and then Scar appeared. He effortlessly dealt with Memory Ann's ice wall and drug Carter through multiple walls before just handing him a beer and talking it out. They reconciled and everyone had a great time. While this was going on, Laz and Ozzy were in England stalking Steve's house. He exited his house with his bike and they gunned the car at him, causing him to panic and yell about harassment and leap into the house, dropping his bike on the way. When he went out to get it, they gunned the car again, terrifying him even more, and made off with the bike. At the ball, Sol and Colt were dropped off and began to dance while Ricky saw Delilah with her mother and went and asked her out. Her mother seemed happy with it until he gave her his name. After a moment, she told him to stay away from her daughter or else, and walked away with Delilah looking at him in disgust. He walked away depressed, while Sol teleported her and Colt onto the stage right in front of Sasha, and ended up having a very good back and forth with her that soothed the fears Colt was having, and they danced the night away. Tommy's plan to steal the jet was going well until the engines were started and Yuri was sent through a wall, setting off the alarm and causing the police to come. Tommy chose to stay with Ricky this time, due to how bad he felt for him, and was arrested alongside him. At Rainfall Lane, the group was introduced to the Frost Tyrant pups along with the other animals there, and had a great time at the lake, whilst Tommy, Ricky, and Yuri sat in a jail cell. We ended off with the Rainfalls having a fantastic time in Icy's game room. Carter and Memory Ann continued to grow their relationship, while we saw the beginnings of Benny and Elizabeth becoming very close as well, and I believe that is everything.
Yep, so we pick up here next Friday. Friday to Friday. Benny Laz are playing the Rainfall trading card game. Laz easily defeating Benny. She's played it a lot growing up. Oz, with the help of Zanzibar, is hanging up Laz's prize, her bike. Elizabeth watching Benny get throttled out here. As Julius does paperwork because he's busy today. These three boys are watching Sol and Membrianne, who are waiting with bated breath to see what Icy's come to teach them. As Icy stands there just looking at her wrist computer, clearly trying to keep them in suspense. Go!
Sol tilts her head. Auntie?
She looks at her wrist computer.
You said you wanted to talk to us about something?
I'm gonna teach you something. I just have to find the picture. She's going through her wrist computer.
Ricky's gonna lean over to Colt. I wonder what she's gonna teach him, man. I mean, with how strong of a caster she is.
Buffing Membrianne's ice wall. He shrugs, looks over at Carter, then back at Ricky.
Auntie Icy is sort of a toolbox wizard, so there's pretty much she could pretty much teach the two of them anything that she wanted to. There's no really pinpointing it down.
Membrianne tapping her foot, waiting, not saying anything.
Sol just starts to whistle, looking around, looks at her wrist computer to check the time, and then nervously looks back at Icy.
Is there anything I can get you that could help you out, ma'am?
No, I have the picture on here somewhere. It's an old guy.
An old guy?
Membrianne, eyes go wide, she gasps.
Sol looks over at Memorian. What? What is it?
Going to teach us cornstalk or, that other, like, really ugly person she used to parade around it. Icy, yep, cornstalk. Ah!
Oh my god, yes! As she fist bumps with both of her hands, closes her eyes really tightly.
Membrianne comes over and gives her a hug. I've been waiting years to learn this.
Oh my god, so have I. The first time I ever saw him, I was like, I want to be like that. And now I'm gonna learn how to.
We're gonna be able to do the hand of God thing. I see reassuring hand, and yes. Membrianne squeezes Sol tighter. Colt, just watching. So are these two, just completely confused.
Sol hugs Memorian as tight as she can as Carter looks at Sol. Oh god, she's gonna... Just get ready. One day you're gonna wake up with an old guy in your bed, and he's gonna put a reassuring hand on your shoulder. Colt, just watch.
The old guy in my bed, what the fuck, dude?
Who's Cornstalk?
You will see in a second. I don't know much about Cornstalk, but it's a polymorph that Aunt Icy, she would always use to joke with my dad and my mom, pretty much all the rainfalls.
She's flicking through the wrist computer. Chief Cornstalk was a phase Malcolm went through. That's the same Malcolm she points at Ricky, your dad was on the ship with. He killed some type of, like, blessed thunderbird creature, and then the soul of a Native American chieftain, possessed him?
Yeah, Dad didn't like to talk about that ship too much, so... But that sounds like that Malcolm dude.
She hands Sol and Memorianne a scroll apiece and shows them a high-definition photo of Malcolm from the documentary, focused on the overall picture, not the fine details. Over time, you can focus on the fine details, like the wrinkles on his face, getting his voice down exactly. Focus on the overall picture, and she'll adjust the picture so everybody can see. And this was Cornstalk. Colt just starts laughing.
That guy was captain of an Arcane Council strike squad.
Something like that. She's just looking at the picture.
Sol starts to study it as they can see arcane energy start to build up around her. And she closes her eyes, claps her hands together, and she transforms into Cornstalk.
I see looking at her, Okay, pretty good. Try the battle cry. It's on the scroll.
Oh, of course, yeah. She opens up the scroll.
Marianne doing the same.
All right, we did it. Yes!
I see. No, that's I think you're bleeding too much of the Malcolm portion of the scroll into. She just points at Soul Cornstalk and starts laughing. Emrianne will clear her throat. That's more like Cornstalk, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, that was another Malcolm noise that I did. Oh, sorry.
Cold. Oh my god, what the hell? Emrianne starts hopping around like Malcolm from the documentary. She's seen the documentary. Okay, oh my god. Bash is just laughing.
Soul walks up to Icy and puts a reassuring hand onto her shoulder.
Icy will wrap herself up in her arms, and I feel very, as the beam of heavenly light comes down with sparkles, reassured.
Carter gestures out to himself, and that's the reassuring hand.
How? Marianne placing a reassuring hand on Carter's shoulder.
How, Chief Cornstalk?
Marianne will place take the hand off, put it on Carter's chest, but the light doesn't come down. She, huh? Breaks her Cornstalk voice.
Carter looks up at the light. Do you have to turn it off or something?
Oh, it's only the shoulder that it works on. It's gotta be somebody's shoulder. That's why it's called reassuring hand on shoulder. It's because he put it on Ricky's father when... Well, let's just say Malcolm never wanted to really reassure Ricky's father. More or less kill him all the time. She's fighting back laughter.
Soul walks up to Colt. How, Colt?
How, honey? This is a new look for you. I'm not very, God, you smell like a dead animal.
This smell like Chief Cornstalk.
You're not gonna be in this all the time, are you?
She just shrugs.
I see she'll be in it for a while, then the novelty wears off as Cornstalk gropes Carter's groin area.
Carter jumps a bit, puts both of his hands on Cornstalk's shoulders. You know what? Usually I would enjoy this, but, not from Cornstalk.
Bet you never thought you'd be getting groped by an old man, Carter.
No, I did not, sir.
Chief Cornstalk was the best iteration. She's coming over here inspecting both of them since they're lined up of this Malcolm guy, and here, there's a documentary. It's on the Rainfall streaming service. She'll pull it up on her wrist computer. Colt, I'd like to give that a watch sometime, just so I know what I'm up against here.
Yes, Brother Colt. We shall watch it, and we shall enjoy it.
Yeah, I got nothing else to do. If you guys don't mind, I might join you when you watch it.
Memory and Cornstalk nodding her head. Good documentary.
Carter starts to laugh as they hear Julius's door open. He walks out holding an empty coffee mug, looks at the two Cornstalks, jumps and drops the cup, and it shatters onto the ground.
And as you can see, he was present for Chief Cornstalk as well. She comes over here as Memory Ann lets off another. Groping Carter harder.
This is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me.
Icy just turns and shrugs at Julius with a smile.
Julius walks up next to her. Well, they certainly seem to be enjoying the new form that you've taught them. She can see, like, bags under his eyes.
You look like poop.
You know, I've had a lot of work to do for the past week or so, so I haven't got a lot of sleep.
Bash. Yeah, he's been hanging around here a lot.
Yeah, yeah. I've been hanging around here. He looks up for the past few days, maybe. I haven't gone home a whole lot, only to sleep. I should probably go home soon.
Yeah, that's probably not making Pequod happy.
No, no, it isn't. As he just looks down at the ground and rubs his face.
I see. Well, okay, put Cornstalk away for now. Don't terrorize Julius too much. The Colonel, too much with it.
Still nods and pops out of the form.
Memorian will do the same. Use Cornstalk wisely, and if you do well for the Colonel, I will teach you the other one. She clears her throat.
Oh god. The other one, really?
They deserve it. They've been good.
Alright. Just don't come crying to me when they scare Scar and he accidentally hits one of them.
Memorian, you said Arnaki, right? I see, yeah. It probably will get a rise out of some people back home. Memorian holding her hand on Carter's chest.
Carter starts rubbing her arms. This is a lot better than Cornstalk.
Colt, hands down Soul's back pockets. Yeah, I agree.
Soul chuckles. But Cornstalk is a lot funnier.
Well, you can employ Cornstalk against our enemies. Maybe Cornstalk, Ricky, and Carter charging into battle.
Might shock him into not fighting back.
You can ask your father. Cornstalk did reassure your father.
Yeah, I believe you, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. She's inspecting the bags under Julius's eyes.
He just seems like he hasn't been getting enough sleep for the past couple days. Maybe he rubs one of his eyes and nods. Yeah, they were off scouting something, this town we were at on another colony. And Ash looked worried about something, and Malcolm decided to put a reassuring hand on his shoulder.
What Ash was really worried about is the colony they were attacking was an independent colony, and they were EarthGov forces, so they basically committed a war crime. You'll see in the documentary.
Huh. So my dad committed a war crime.
Under orders of the Indian war chief, yes.
Good to know. I'll write that down.
He was involved too. She points at Julia.
I was. Correction. Shaman Tristan was involved, thank you.
Tristan? Remember, yet I never did understand. In the documentary, they referred to you as Shaman Tristan, sir, uncle.
It's just the name that Malcolm gave me. He always said other than a weasel, I looked like a Tristan.
Malcolm had problems remembering people's names. Except Ash. He always remembered Ash's name. I see nod.
And Mom's.
Oh, yeah, and of course. Yeah.
Yeah. The guy you're named after. A great man, he points to Carter. He would always just call him Cancer, or Checkers, or anything that started with a C and ended with an R, pretty much.
What would he call me? Colt looks over at Julius.
He would probably call you something like Stallion or Mustang or something like that.
Horseface? I see puts her finger up. Horseface?
Hey, yeah. Probably Horseface, that would be a good choice.
What would he call Ricardo? Rand rubbing Carter's chest.
Julius looks at Ricky. Zachary.
I see laughs. Zachary.
I don't know what I was expecting, sir, but I don't think that was amongst it.
Julius just shrugs. He would call everyone really weird names, and I don't know, kid, you just look like a Zach.
Thank you, sir.
He'd probably say things to you like icy shrugs. Focus fire targets down, Ricky. Getting pieces off the board, Zachary.
Julius just groans and rolls his eyes. Please, please, you're giving me flashbacks.
Wait,
The Majestic is where Julius and your dad cut their teeth.
huh? Based off the way that Mom and Dad vaguely talked about it, you'd think it was where they, well, died and came back to life.
Kind of. And didn't Malcolm do something? She's got her arms crossed looking up. Do something like say Ash was cheating on Saris or something and almost ruined their relationship.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. Him and Globnock.
Globnock?
Oh, the big stupid orc guy. Davine mom killed him. It's fine.
It was awesome. Icy shrugged.
She put her sword in his teeth and then twisted it. It was pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, my dad talked about that. Yeah, Colt nodding, rubbing Soul's back for her, lower back.
Soul starts to laugh. He told you about that?
Yeah. He called it Davining somebody. You stick a sharp object in their mouth and twist it. I see. He did that to some guy at a comic book convention.
Wait, what? What was he assaulting someone or something?
I see. It was during a time where Ricky's mom was a threat of being assassinated, and she wanted to go out, and we went to a comic book convention or something like that, video game convention. Stole things. I see. He's getting off track. Julius can tell.
Back to the Davining, I see.
Oh yeah. Anyway, and then this guy, vampires were coming to kill Ricky's dad, and so a guy in a vampire cosplay showed up. Towns tackled him and threw him into a vending machine or something that exploded. It was funny.
You guys, really did help take care of my mom, huh?
Icy nods. We're friends, yeah.
That's cool. Thank you for doing that for her. I wouldn't be here if you didn't.
No problem. We went to a beach house. Uncle Scar fell through the roof. Good time.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that one, but I definitely heard about it.
Nice. Memory and Uncle Scar fell through a roof? I don't remember this really. She's scratching her head. It's laying on Carter's chest.
Carter shakes his head. Must be from when they were in the apartment, because I don't remember it at all.
What the hell could have put that man through a roof? I see, jumping out of an airplane to do aerial reconnaissance. And forgetting to pull the ripcord on his parachute.
Soul just squints at Icy. We're talking about Uncle Scar, right? I don't think he would do something like that.
We're talking about Uncle Scar going out of his way to, with the help of Grandpa, to, she points, make sure Saris was safe at this beach house.
Yeah, that's why they were doing it.
Well, all of us really, but mostly Saris. They thought this guy named Vamp was in the area, and then the situation escalated, and they crashed a plane into a lighthouse. She starts uncontrollably laughing.
So, you're... that hunk, that guy, he's your dad. He's the guy I'm named after, right?
I see, Dog.
You got
Memory and Grandpa.
must have really cared about, Mom. I'll need to thank him for that if I ever meet him in person.
I see it. We all cared about each other. That's what being on a squad's all about. And smiles, rubbing Julius's shoulder.
He rubs the top of her head. Yeah, being on a squad, you need to care about each other. You need to be connected to each other to some extent. Be worried about each other. That's what being a good squad is.
Making sure you look appetizing for General Lorelei.
That is something none of you need to worry about. That's still my job, apparently.
Memory playing with Carter's shit.
Carter just leans down and whispers, yeah, right. He even got Auntie into it.
Colt stays silent. Memory excuse me, sir, but General Lorelei was married at the time. I believe you, Uncle, I suppose. She kind of rolls her eyes, but meh. Turns her nose to Julius. Icy, you'll see.
Pretty sure my dad said the same thing about talking about their squad.
Icy puts her arms out to her side and bobs her head, looking at the 4 kids.
Critter looks down at Marianne. I still don't believe it.
I don't. Colt whispers into Soul's ear, I do.
Soul turns around, looks up at him. Well, if you believe it, I believe it.
I've seen some things. Maybe. But Mom and Dad always used to kind of like speak about it in a joking manner, sir. He looks over at Julia. I see. That's because it was very funny.
Yeah, it was. It's how we used to get time off to go on to rainfall weekends. How I would convince her to do a lot of things that we needed done. It was a pretty fun time.
Chuck tomahawks as cornstalk at her window. Memory on. Ha! Yeah, right.
Yeah, the only reason we didn't get in trouble is because a note that was basically covered in my sweat was on the tomahawk.
From his abs, she puts her finger up. Memory on. Sure.
Yeah. Right. Makes sense that the Ranger General would be so easily convinced.
Very easily manipulated, actually. Thinking back. We used to call her General Hots for Julius. Marianne,
Hey, you guys will see eventually. If you ever meet her, you can ask her yourself.
And you will meet her, Icy nods, someday.
Yeah. Has she been up to the triple office anytime soon for lunch?
Icy thinking, no, she's been busy with the orphanage and probably lusting over you.
Fair enough. She does do both of those a lot.
Icy nods. Marianne, tall tales of the Colonel.
Hey, believe me or don't believe me, I know the truth. He puts both of his hands up. I'm gonna clean up that glass and then get back to paperwork.
I got it. He comes over, starts cleaning it. Just get the fuck out of here for the weekend. I'm sick of looking at you.
Thank you, Kier.
Can't do anything fun with you around, like sit in your office and watch movies. Come in, 7 a.m. I'm gonna watch some movies, eat some ice cream. This jackass is here. I see.
Julius laughs. I'm planning on going home this weekend. Just
Good, get out of here.
Oh, Jesus, so Kier. I'm sorry. I will.
We kinda use your office on the weekends, sir. So, best sound system, biggest screens, and, Ricky can attest to this. On weekends, he's not arrested. We watch movies in there together, and, yeah. So, yeah, get the hell out of here for the weekend. You got a hot wife.
Julius starts to laugh. All right, I will. I got some more paperwork, dotting I's, crossing T's that I have to do.
Always thinking about that Integra lady. Throws his hands up and walks this way with the trash, throwing it away in this room. I see. Oh.
What did he say?
Ash will sense the awkwardness, and I'm gonna go make sure Colt and, Oz and the Drake don't need any help hanging up the bike. Because...
Did he say Integra?
Yes. The creator of the Headhunters. I think about her a lot in trying to be good enough that it would make her proud, Ricky.
Okay, Integra was my grandma, so I just was curious. I'm happy that other people care about her as much as I do.
She was awesome. Oh, she smoked the best cigarettes. Biting her lip, thinking back.
Julius chuckles. They were very expensive cigarettes, so they had to be pretty high class.
Maverick 100s. The reason I actually started smoking is because I stole a couple from her the first time we met. She starts chuckling. Remember, Ann? Ha ha ha.
She never smoked around me. I never knew.
She
What?
loved her cigarettes.
Yeah, she did, but she loved the kids more, and she wouldn't smoke around the kids, which I'm very thankful for. She was very good to us all. As he just looks down, rubs the back of his neck. Well, carry on. Have fun. I'm gonna go into my office now. And he just walks off into his office.
Icy watches him leave. So who's coming back this weekend to Rainfall Lane? She says loud enough for Laz to hear.
Laz peeks past Benny, raises her hand as Carter and Soul do the same. And
Memory Ann
Elizabeth.
raises hers. Elizabeth raising hers. Oz is hanging the bike, so he can't raise his. And Colt, yeah, if she's coming, I'm coming. Icy, good. I will come back later and pick you guys up.
All right, sounds good. Do you know around what time so we could have our bags ready and everything?
Let's call it like it's 11 now. Well, actually, it's 10:30 a.m. now. Let's call it like 2, 3 in the afternoon ish.
Soul nods and smiles. Sounds good.
Sometime around there. Let's push it more till 4, okay? Because I have things I have to pretend to be doing around Sasha. She grins.
Okay, we'll see you around 4, Auntie.
Okay. She'll go into the office with Julius, waving goodbye to everybody. Memory Ann, Cornstalk is mine.
And I cannot wait until I wake up with a reassuring hand on my shoulder suddenly.
Colt, if you're gonna do that to me, honey, just, please make sure you know how to heal cardiac arrest, a heart attack, before doing it. Unless you want me to die, which, okay.
Oh, well, I don't want that to happen. I'll just have to learn how to heal from Aunt Icy.
Please and thank you, because I think waking up to that face, whether I've seen the documentary or not, may give me a heart attack.
I'll have to wait until I really use it on you. Or at least until you wake up seeing that face.
Now, you know who we can get with it? Mom. He pulls her around the corner and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
She kisses him back on the cheek. Oh, yeah, of course. I'm sure she'll love it. Me just appearing as Cornstalk, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. And if she does try to shoot me, I can just change back into this pretty quickly.
That's a great way to guilt trip her. Go Cornstalk mode, she freaks out, goes for her sidearm, go back to her future daughter-in-law. He'll kiss her on the cheek again, and yeah, she's easier to guilt trip than you think. As Memory Ann, come join us in the card game room, Ricardo. Unbuttoning Carter's shirt.
Yeah, I'm coming. He's gonna come and sit down over here.
You are really good at this game. Benny, who's lost every game easily to Laz. Laz has definitely given Benny the better cards.
Laz looks up and smiles. Thank you, Benny. There are just some cards that sort of work well together. Like, she goes through her hand, places down a Julius card and a Sasha card. So I can spend key points to deal damage to you, and then, use Sasha to shoot you, right? But if you get cards that say, like, and she places down a card that says, steal the kill. This card says that if Julius deals damage to any target, and Sasha then shoots that target, the damage is doubled for Sasha's shot. So you just have to find cards that work really well together.
I was the best player back home. Your mom, he looks at Colt, gave me a first printed starter deck of hers, but it's way too expensive. And it's way too important to me to want to open up and play with it, but I might have to beat you. He looks at Laz and then Elizabeth.
Elizabeth chuckles. Well, yeah, she is really good. She also grew up with all the cards as they were being made. And Laz chuckles. That is also true. My mom really likes this game too.
We could get shirts made. You should go to a tournament and we can be like your team. Only just you play. Colt, yeah, that sounds fun, I guess.
Laz chuckles. I have actually gone to a couple tournaments for this game, and I won one or two, placed top 16 in like only 4 though.
Colt, I prefer the miniature game myself. Me and Carter used to play a lot when we were kids. And now that I actually have some money, I can buy some.
Soul hugs onto Colt's arm, and we can paint them together.
Marianne, you won't have to buy any, just ask for some. Sit, Carter!
Carter sits.
Good. Putting her arms around Carter. Colt, sure, I'll ask Pequot, your mother, for some for free. That seems really freeloadery.
Soul shakes her head. No, it won't be freeloadery. You'll just want something, and since my mother loves you a lot, and I love you a lot, she'll give you whatever you want.
Benny, you should have seen. Well, you can go see all the stuff they gave me in the game room and under my bed in our barracks. They gave me lots of stuff when I went last week.
Carter chuckles and nods. Yeah, they really seem to like you. As a big smile pops onto Elizabeth's mask.
Benny, well, I liked everybody I met, and look at this awesome. He pulls up his Instagram page equivalent selfie of him and Sasha. I've got 2 million likes. Marianne, rubbing Carter's stomach.
I mean, can't imagine many people can get to take selfies with the Ranger General.
Marianne, she actually took that with you willingly. She's smiling. That's impressive. Yeah, it's yeah, I still can't believe it, but Colt, yeah, Mom's nice sometimes.
Soul nods. Especially when you have a very nice personality like you do, Benny.
Benny nods. It's my favorite picture. It's my profile picture and everything. Marianne, it was very strange. At first, I think she was kind of disgruntled towards him, but then he won her over very, very quickly, whispering, so only Carter and Ricky can hear.
Yeah, and, looks like he had an easier job of winning her over than Tommy did.
Oh, Mr. Wiseau, speaking of your father, where has he been? Haven't seen him in some time.
Haven't talked to him since last Friday.
How was it getting arrested again? Colt, oh god, he's grown.
Believe it or not, the high point of the night.
Carter looks back at Ricky. You're kidding, right?
Oz, he's not fucking kidding. Me and this twat, as he's done hanging up the bike, gesturing towards Ricky, we went to get some coffee this morning since we were the first ones up. We walked by the medical facility, and this Delilah countrywoman comes out, points at us both, and screams at the top of her lungs. Something happened last Friday beyond getting another fucking arrest. La 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 la. Yeah, I wish I could understand you.
Yeah, something happened.
Marianne playing with Carter's hair. Colt will sit down here and pat his lap for some.
She hops onto his lap and hugs around his neck as she breathes in through her teeth. Well, it doesn't sound like anything good happened, so,
Might as well talk about it, right, darling? He looks over at Soul. That's what you were going to say.
that is, yeah.
Her and her mom were at the ball when we dropped off Colt and the Soul. I decided to, ask her out. Her mom seemed like she liked me, and then I told her my name. And it turns out my dad had really creeped her out in the past, so she basically told me to stay the fuck away from her daughter, and, then Delilah looked at me like I was, I don't know, that cornstalk dude with disgust as they walked away.
Marianne twists Carter's hair very quickly and painfully, pulls his head in, kisses him on the cheek hard and fast. That is weird.
Yeah, very weird. I'm sorry about that, man.
That's fine. I should have expected it. It is what it is.
What did your dad do to creep somebody out that much? That X amount of whatever years, because I don't know how old Delilah Country is later. The name stuck with her. Benny must have been bad. Or she's just a stuck-up white lady.
Well, according to Tommy and what little my dad actually told me, he flirted with her a lot when he was first in the Headhunters, to the point that she made complaints about him to to my grandmother at the time, and I guess grandma protected him where dad probably would have gotten thrown out of the military with how uncomfortable he made her.
Bash opening a beer at 10:30 in the morning. Huh. By the time I kind of got to know most people, the Rainfalls, and your father, from what the few interactions I had with him, Country was like the head doctor for the Rangers, which she's not anymore, but she was stationed on Gateway. He's rubbing his beard.
Yeah, dad said it had been 30 years, so they'd worked cordially in the past, so why would she still hold it against him? And I totally should ask Delilah out.
Colt, well, taking it from an expert, you miss every shot you don't take, and it's better to take it than wonder what could have been. Oz, I agree. Sits down next to Laz, puts his arm around her.
Laz lays her head on Oz's chest. Yeah, I mean, you did it, and that's the hardest step. Even if it didn't work out too well, there's always fish in the sea, Ricky.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, you guys just, I guess, got really lucky and hit the bullseye when you took your shots.
Colt, yeah. Well, I don't know if I got lucky or just I'm good. Squints at Soul.
Soul looks at Ricky. As spellcasters, we sort of cheat when it comes to relationships. We sort of know who we are going to be with, who's our soulmate for the rest of our lives, pretty early on when we meet them. So, at least in me and Carter's case, we sort of cheated.
Man, that's why we get physically ill, Ricardo, when we're apart. At least so our aunt surmises.
Huh. I mean, when you can do all the cool shit you guys can, I guess some bad has to come with it, right?
Yes, apparently spellcasters tend not to get together often. She squints, twisting Carter's hair slowly, turning his head to her. Kiss me.
He kisses her very quickly and leans back. But thank God they do.
Benny, yeah? Weird. Somebody hold a grudge that long. He's just shuffling a deck of cards. Oh well. Did she really scream? Oh my god, we're walking by the building. We've got the coffee. She comes out screaming, pointing at us. I thought she was pointing at me, and then I, put my hands up with my coffee in my hand, stepped aside, and she was just pointing right at Ricky, screaming.
I've had to change my morning route for my warm-up jog, because every day I've run by the clinic she's come out screaming.
That's where the screaming comes from? I thought I had too much to drink the other morning. Colt. Sorry.
Nah, it's fine. Who knows? Maybe the next time I go to ask a girl out, my dad'll have flirted with her mom too.
Every time she sees you, she's looking right at you. She comes out, points, and screams. That's a bit harsh, don't you think?
I mean, I'd say so. I prefer she just avoided me.
Well, just don't go near, change her out and, oh boy. She did see you in the prison jumpsuit.
Yeah, that too. Really wish that hadn't happened.
Well, could you please, rubbing Carter's head, scratching it with her nails, his scalp, not get arrested this weekend?
No promises. If Tommy comes to ask me for help, but I'll do my damnedest, ma'am.
Yes, I would appreciate it very much.
As would I. Lazuli raises her hand. It doesn't put the best name on the headhunters, let's just say that.
Assuming they see you in the gear, yeah, which... So, just tell me something. You got arrested, and this is where you're going to say you don't have an arrest record, which is good. But what were you doing last weekend to get arrested?
Tommy wanted my help stealing some jet.
Oh. Rubbing Lass's shoulder.
He'd swiped the card for the museum it was in, so we got in without the alarm. He wanted me to fly it home, and I can't. I managed to get the engine started, and Yuri was standing behind him and got launched through the door.
You see, we missed the broadcast, and then you have friends in high places, apparently, Ricky, because it got scrubbed off the EarthGov news. Memory and I have a copy of it. So does Elizabeth. We were in Aunt Icy's game room when it went live on television. Benny about to get in the Jurassic Park machine.
Yeah.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, I could show it to you anytime you want to see it.
Oz, just send me a copy. We'll watch it in private sometime. Collect it for old time's sake. Years from now, we can look back and... Do you remember back in the glory days, love, when Ricky got arrested every other weekend? He starts chuckling.
Hey, put some respect on it. At this point, it's every weekend.
Well, let's try to not make it every weekend, no matter how much money Mr. Wiseau gives you. How much did he pay you for your endeavor?
A lot. I don't remember the exact number. What I do remember is, points at Colt, your dad is the one who, scrubbed me off of everything.
Yeah, Dad's good at that, and known for that. He's the head of SIS, yeah.
He also got ahead of your mom and, got us out of there before she got there, so I'll need to thank him again next I see him.
Ring 8, Gateway. He's the only non-ranger there. He's pretty easy to find.
Will do. Yeah, he said your mom was probably gonna kill Tommy and Yuri if she got there first.
Man, could you imagine the Ranger General herself coming down here? Battle armor and everything. Like that card. Benjamin, hold it up. He holds it up. It's the newest Sasha card. She just shows up here with a machine gun and a battalion of Rangers chasing down Mr. Weiser. Marianne starts really laughing.
Carter starts to laugh. She's just throwing grenades and trying to shoot him, and he's just serpentining, just barely managing to miss him.
Called a cataclysmic battle in the small town of Woodbury.
Based off what Tommy said, she'd probably take a damn rifle and sit up where you guys like to sunbathe and just snipe him the moment he exits the warehouse.
Maybe he's rubbing Soul's sides up and down like Memory Ann taught him. Maybe that's why Tom hasn't been around kissing the back of Soul's ear.
She smiles. Yeah, maybe he's just lying low for a bit. Can't risk another dangerous operation with his good friend Ricky. Well, the trail might be hot.
Don't get your hopes up. Bash sits down, pulls up a chair. Don't get your hopes up too much. She's a busy woman. There's no way. She ain't got time to show up down here and go hunting for Mr. Wiseau.
Yeah, as funny as it might be, I don't think Sasha would do something like that. The General, sorry.
I call her Sasha. That's what she is to you, honey. You can call her. Look, you don't have to be all militaristic around here. Just, he puts his finger up, if somebody shows up that isn't in your rainfall circle per se, you just put on the shine job of the yes sir, no sir, Colonel Rainfall. I think that's how the Colonel likes it, and has encouraged it, so, with other squads. Try to relax and be yourselves here.
Oh, okay, well, That certainly makes things a lot more easier. She looks around. But yeah, I don't think Social would do something like that. She is very nice. She was always pretty nice to me.
Marianne, she did willingly take that picture with Benjamin. I don't believe it, but I saw it happen right in front of me. And She's just mumbling to herself.
She even smiled for it. When's the last time you saw a picture of her where she was smiling in a group of other people?
Cool. There's one at home of the old squad standing in front of those black dudes, the armored black dudes that we had miniatures of, whatever they were called, and they call it like the big game hunter picture. She's smiling in that one, and her wedding photo, and when she's holding me as a kid, when I was born. So there exist 4 photos where that woman is smiling, and Benny created one of them. Benny smiles and gives Elizabeth a thumbs up.
She offers him a high five.
He high fives her.
Say, Benny, you are pretty cool then.
I try to be. Arrgh. It is cool to have him around. He points at Zanzibar. You should see all the animals at Rainfall Lane. Frost pups. We got to see a lot of. He starts pointing around. Memory Ann's mom animals. It's your mom, right, Memory Ann? Yes.
Carter nods. Yeah, Auntie Suletta, she always loved animals as far as I know. And she loved raising them, especially ones that are more endangered or something like that. So, yeah, she always loved animals, and my family gave her a sanctuary.
Am I going back this weekend, love, or should I wait a few weeks?
Laz hugs around his waist. You are coming with me.
Okay. I look forward to it. What are you going to do this weekend, Rick? Since when you leave the bunker, there's a screaming woman waiting for you.
I'll, unless Tommy needs me, I'll probably just tend to the garden and, have Okir kick the hell out of me, try and get better.
It's not so bad. Bash drinking his beer. He's sort of getting back on track with his training, and we watch movies and have a good time of it here.
No, that's fun. It's a nice way to unwind after, you two try to rip my shoulder out of socket to watch a good movie.
Just no training up in the city, or we're gonna get screamed at, apparently. Oh, she points and just opens her mouth and screams. And she will continue to scream until Ricky goes out of line of sight. It is very disturbing. This is, Laz is trying to make her blush the Rainfall style, palm of her hand.
She does. She immediately blushes, and then she thinks about Delilah screaming at Ricky, and she starts to chuckle, but she covers it up like it was a cough.
God, maybe we'll see it.
Chances are you will. I can't hide down here forever.
Carter nods. Yeah, you have to go up there eventually. I mean, there is stuff you need at the store and stuff.
Yeah, and I kinda have to walk within line of sight of her to get to the shop.
Soul chuckles. Well, I mean, you could always, like, army crawl or put on a ghillie suit or something like that. Maybe that'll help.
God, she'll think I'm stalking her.
That's what it reminds me of. Oz snapping his finger. The movie we watched the other day. When the girls were still asleep, we got up early. What was it called? Called Invasion of the Body Snatchers. We watched like the mega old school Donald Sutherland one, not the Rainfall remake one. And at the end of the movie, he points at the girl and just screams. Oz, that is what she has the same facial expression and everything. Points and that same face. He's not trying to make Laz laugh, but just him reliving it this morning is. He's trying to find the best way to describe it.
Laz covers her mouth with both of her hands, and she starts silently laughing as she sits on his lap.
Colt, yeah, I hope to not be around her when she screams.
You don't want to. It's loud. Imagine how loud you think it is and double it. That's about how loud it is.
Memory Ann shrugging, rubbing Carter's thighs up and down with her hand. I have a decent relationship with Delilah, not her mother, but she's relatively speaking normal. She shrugs it. Carter saw me talking to her, even said hello to her, right? The mall, weeks ago.
Yeah, she seemed very nice, very normal, not pointing at you and screaming like a body snatcher type of person.
Benny, maybe ask again. Colt, Benny, no. Ugh.
No, I don't think I'm doing that.
We'll ask for you. He gives Ricky a thumbs up. Colt, stop him, honey.
Sol goes to say something, and then Elizabeth puts a hand onto Benny's shoulder. I don't think it's our place to say anything like that, buddy.
Alright. He'll lower his hand. But maybe if we go as a team. Colt, I don't think so. Elizabeth's right.
I appreciate you looking out for me, man, but please don't. I don't think it'll go any better. I think she'll just scream when she sees any of us.
Marianne, well, something will have to be done because if you get hurt and Benjamin cannot heal you and you need medical attention, that's where you have to go. So, she's just staring at Carter.
Carter looks at her. Either the relationship is eased to comfortable enough that you can work together, or she needs to transfer away.
Bash, I'll mention something to the the colonel.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I don't know what to do. I'm not gonna go talk to her about it. I don't think it'll do anything.
Okir coming in, sitting down. Who are we talking about?
Delilah Country, sir. She screams really loud whenever she sees me.
I told you to punch her in the face. I ran.
Honestly, might have had a better outcome than me actually asking her out.
Colt groans. We could sit down here all day and worry about that bitch, or we could go get burgers. You want a burger, honey?
Ooh, I would love a burger.
Alright, how about we, let's go get burgers. We've got Misty Step on our side. We'll go get burgers and then we can have lunch. And hopefully Delilah's not up there.
Sol nods. In any case, I could probably just invisibility us two, if Misty Step doesn't work out.
Yeah. We can all eat up there. We'll get enough burgers for everybody. 10 for me. Colt, it's a good thing I actually have money now.
Yeah, it is. Although, I might help you out a bit on this one.
No, I've got this one.
She smiles at him, gives him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, dear.
Marianne, you could just take my car. She'll pitch the keys to Colt. Really? Yes, go.
Sol looks at him. Nice! That is a really nice car. I've always wanted to just ride in it while you drove it.
Just don't go into hover car mode. Try not to wreck it again, like this brat. She's biting Carter's chin very hard to the point where people can see blood starting to come out.
Carter puts his arms around her and pulls himself close into her. Yeah, just if you don't know how to do it, don't do it, and learn on something less expensive.
Here, my God, he's bleeding again.
Yeah, that's a normal occurrence, sir.
Bleeds more with her than he does in training.
Sol nods, looking at him. Yeah, I think he actually likes to bleed when they're together, though.
Benny, maybe they'll make playing cards out of it someday.
Lass chuckles. I don't know about that one, Benny. I think that would raise the age rating of the game a couple levels.
Oh, Bash chuckles, and Oz holding Laz. Still, Colt will pick Sol up, and they will go off to Mimrian's vehicle to return with burgers as flashing up to the office. Hunk and Davine are here with Suletta, Pequod, having tea. Banksy's here, and he is going over well done paperwork by Carter. Banksy's going through it. Yeah, well, Carter. Sasha's holding Hale. Yeah, well, Carter. Carter's got a future in the military. Not that I think he should. He looks over at Pequod, and Pequod just shakes her head.
Well, I don't think he should either, but if he is as good as at paperwork as you're saying he is, maybe he has a very good place in the ODM Academy. She looks at Punk.
Hunk, yeah. I mean, whatever he wants to do with his life, Banksy. These papers are. I can sense a severe lack of Maurice. Sasha just sighs just like that. Is that a Maurice?
Davine looks around.
Oh, Maurice! She puts up her finger. It was Benjamin's spelling of my daughter's name. Pequod. What a doofus.
Oh, yes. He is a very nice boy. Just make sure the kids keep him away from paperwork.
Sasha, I'm the last person that knows how to run a school or an academy. And technically speaking, Benny can't go to the ODM Academy because the military would have to approve it. But what if he applied as a civilian transfer student? That's happened before, right? Suletta, rarely, yes. Sasha nods. What if he applied as a civilian transfer student and somebody opened the black budget and we enroll him in some gen ed courses? He's just rubbing Hale's head.
I think that is a wonderful idea and can be done very easily.
Hunk, that is much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah. Davine's sitting on Hunk's lap drinking the tea, Hunk rubbing her thigh. Sasha, and that way I think everybody wins because technically speaking their squad's dismissal time is 4 p.m. on every day but Friday because Julius lets them go early, so maybe that means Elizabeth, given the time difference between Rainfall Lane and Woodbury, Elizabeth and Benny are home more, is what I'm getting at. Hunk, I like the way you think, Ranger General.
As do I. She smiles at Sasha and pats her on the shoulder.
But I will teach you.
And I shall assist. I'm not nearly as smart as Letty is, but I can still teach him in things that Letty might not want to.
General education is my specialty. I'll teach him, and I think we should make sure Elizabeth is there, though, at all times. Her being around seems to keep him focused.
Davine just smiles right at Hunk and does a little chuckle.
Yeah, well, I think she's found her man, so to speak.
I think so too. Did you see the way she was staring at him as he was holding Hale and Integra?
Oh, that was great. I even taught him how to straddle him off the hip, and she followed him like a lost puppy. Fighting back, chuckling.
Yes, she did. I know that kind of look. It looked like she was ready to jump him at any second.
Oh, he's a sweetheart. Banksy nodding his head.
Yes, he's very nice, very respectful, and I have to actually say, Lorelei taught him very good manners.
Downs clears his throat. It looks like one of the Frontier news stations picked up the Ricky broadcast. Don't talk about that here. Downs. Alright, fine. Well, on the planet D7, at the edge of the Aridna system, they're gonna know about you-know-who's arrest, and I won't do anything about it. Just closes his wrist computer.
Davine chuckles. Well, just make sure the kids never go to that planet and problem solved.
He begs he's setting down the paperwork. Yeah, no comment, I guess. Don't want to start an argument. Sasha, just why? She shrugs, holding Hale. Why? What purpose was there to steal that jet? I don't understand. Hunk, Laz's favorite jet, darling. Sasha, oh.
Yes, so it is me, Hunks, and Suletta's theory that he was stealing it so he could give it to Oz so Oz can impress Lazuli by having the YF-12 jet.
And he thought Ash's dim-witted son could fly it? I guess, yeah.
I suppose so. I don't know why he would think someone with, to my knowledge, no piloting experience would be able to fly it, but he did think so.
Pequod, good intentions.
Well, yes, as with it is with Tommy, his intentions are always good, just the execution is somewhat lacking at times.
Somewhat. His brother was blown through 5 plate glass windows.
Davian starts to laugh into Hunk's shoulder. Yes, the execution in that certain case was, let's just say, very lacking.
Hale levitating a teacup to herself, taking a sip, Sasha just watching with eyes wide. Hale broke her concentration. Why didn't he just have a jet built? He's a trillionaire. I mean, he could just have an exact replica built. Banksy, the world may never know.
We've all come to realize that if you question some of Tommy's more questionable decisions, you'll end up just probably going insane.
Hunk will clear his throat lightly into Davine's ear, kiss her ear, trying to make her blush the rainfall way, and whisper, "Back me up on this, honey."
She blushes slightly, looks at him and nods.
So, we have a nice collection of books at the academy on the second floor. Sasha just watching Hale sip tea in amazement. And we're starting to get a little worried, even though Rainfall Lane is so protected. But, I mean, God, this library thief thing's got to get wrapped up, don't you think, here, Ranger General? Sasha groans. Nicole's trying. I don't know.
I mean, do you have any leads? It is getting pretty worrying. Any general education class, or hell, some of the ODM classes that we provide, it just won't work out without those textbooks.
Think of all the schools and libraries and institutions that aren't located in Rainfall Lane that are susceptible to whoever this... I don't even know what to call him, honey. What do you think this scoundrel can do?
Oh, this scoundrel, the scum of the earth, I would call him, perhaps.
Suletta can tell what's happening here, sipping her tea with a smirk as Pequod. Yeah, it doesn't look good on our watch, Sasha. I mean, you're in charge of the military in its entirety, and I'm in charge of, the civilians and the military, but I mean, really it's on us, don't you think? Sasha, I have the most powerful wizard ever. She blinks, working on this, and she can't figure it out. Just wait, think about it. Just, I'm not trying to name names or anything, but I do find it strange that my beautiful granddaughter, who loves to read, and clearly your favorite, Sasha, out of the Rainfall kids, shows up on the continent and all the books go missing. Call it a coincidence. Sasha.
Davine also puts her finger up. And think about it. If Nicole, who can read anyone's mind in the universe except for a small few, is unable to find this person, that must narrow it down a lot, shouldn't it?
Pequod, well said, Mom. Holding Integra, well said. It's, I mean, what? There was, she could read Lorelai's mind, huh? Pequod said. Suletta, only Mr. Wiseau I've ever heard her claim, correct? Looking at TV.
That is correct. She always used to say it was the monkey with the symbols clashing together in his head.
Towns Tommy was my first guess, honestly. Banksy, why would he steal books, though? Wouldn't he steal them to give to Laz, don't you think? He hasn't given her a lot of books, if he's the thief. Hunk, yeah, I don't know. Sasha, it doesn't seem like a Tommy move to me. Stealing. Tommy likes to help people, whether it's whether his methods are good or bad. She's saying through grit teeth. He wouldn't steal all the books to deprive Laz.
Davine raises one of her eyebrows. Wouldn't he?
Why would he? That's not helping her. I don't see how that helps her. He's always been, as much as I don't like to admit it, even stopping the roller coaster was trying to help. I don't see how this helps Laz at all.
Well, in my experience, Leslie has always had an issue of, to put it bluntly, having her nose in a book. So perhaps he was trying to prevent that.
Pequot, Carter told me that at Rainfall Lane last weekend that Tommy had to take a book out of Laz's hands, throw it to Yuri, and then they flushed it down the toilet. It was an expensive one, too. I think one you might have given her. Sasha. Haha. Just looking around the room.
Davine takes a long sip of her tea, staring straight into Sasha's eyes.
Hank, think about it, darling. Again, I'm not trying to start any wildfires here, but my beautiful granddaughter shows up on the continent. And coincidentally, every book starts to go missing. Sasha, yeah. And Mr. Wiseau's been running amok on the continent. For how long? Before that? In that warehouse down there that Julius gave? Sasha. Yeah, we are missing. Julius requisitioned, like, I don't know how many pounds of napalm it was. Pequod, did Julius do it? Or did Tommy forge his signature? I wonder, Ranger General. Sasha just, why don't you take Hale, Davine? Answer.
Davine takes Hale, kisses her on the top of the head. I don't know. Maybe this is a job for the Ranger General, don't you think?
Hunk, I think so. If anybody can get it done, it's the Ranger General. Maybe, I don't think we need to be mean to Tommy. I don't think we need to gun him down or something, but maybe the Ranger General ought to go have a look in that warehouse, because even my own son told me he can't get into the warehouse. But if anybody can get in, I'd say it's Sasha. Wouldn't you, dear?
I believe so. Sasha, with possibly some explosives that she would need to have to get into that warehouse.
40 pounds of plastic explosive should do it. No matter how many locks he's got on the fucking door. He says under her breath. Hunk into Davine's ear. Nice job, baby.
She smiles, gives him a kiss on the head. That was all you, honey, and you know it.
He's fighting back, laughing. This is Pequod. Yeah, well, if you're gonna do it, get into that warehouse today, Ranger General. That's an order. Sasha, done. Just thinking, looking out the window, down at the planet, speaking of down, at the planet, flashing here. Sol and Colt have come back with burgers. Everybody's got a burger for the most part. Benny's not eating his yet. I don't know if Sol's eating his. Colt's also got sunflowers. Boom. Here, Ricky. They got one for Ricky, and Colt picked up a funnel cake for Sol. As Marianne and Carter are coming to join them, but they are down here. But we pick up here first, as Delilah Country comes out. Oh, and of course, Laz and Oz. Oz is working on the ship, just checking everything. Maintenance checks as Laz sits there reading her book. Delilah Country coming out of the office. Pointing at Ricky, screaming as Oz, Jesus Christ, did you hear that? He jumps and hits the back of his head on the open canopy of the nose of the ship, and God grabs the back of his head.
Laz jumps up, sets her book down, grabs the top of his head, and kisses it. Oh God, what was that? Was that Delilah?
Oh my fucking God! He turns, looks in the direction the scream came from. There it is again! Can I shoot her? Can I just fucking shoot her, please? She is so annoying.
No, no, I don't think you should shoot her. Maybe someone needs to talk to her, though?
Yeah, maybe. He starts laughing. I shouldn't be laughing at Ricky's pain, but oh my god.
Laz starts to chuckle a bit. It's sort of funny, though. I mean, you gotta admit.
I noticed you were always hiding a snicker.
It just... Imagine someone came out of their room and just started screaming at you for seemingly no reason. It just seems pretty funny.
Let's, before she starts again, let's go get the burgers. I'm starving.
Yes, please. She holds his hand and lets him lead the way.
I don't want to hold your hand. He'll push her hand away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want to carry you. May I?
She smiles at him. You don't even have to ask.
Good. I mean, I like holding your hand. He'll pick her up. But I think this is kind of fun too. And look, you can read like this.
You are just the smartest man alive. As she kisses his cheek and starts to read her book.
I'll carry her over as down here, Memory Ann caught in a trance with Carter. She's squinting. Hear that?
The really loud screaming, yeah, I did.
Do you think that Delilah?
I think it was Delilah, yeah.
It's really funny. I'm sorry. Basically the same as Oz. I can't help myself but laugh a little bit.
I mean, I feel bad for Ricky. I really do, but come on, that is a little funny.
She's pressed up against Carter, who's leaning against the car. Not this weekend, but maybe next weekend. You? She pulls up her wrist computer, me, and this little cutie, she has a picture of Carter holding Hale from last weekend. We're going to spend the weekend alone at Aunt Icy's. So kind of them to let us have their house.
Carter smiles at the picture and then at her. I would love to play house with you, darling.
Are you going to get some flannel shirts to wear around?
I mean, obviously. I have to wear my flannel shirts so you can unbutton them and then just stick your face into my chest like you love so much.
She will put the picture away and do so. They have a nice swing on the front porch of that place. You know, Grandma and Grandpa bought them that, and then they fixed it up over the course of a few years.
Yeah, I remember them fixing it up on the tail end of it. I was only like 4 or 5. But yeah, I remember it.
We can go shopping, because we'll have to stock the place. We can go get ice cream. Take that little cutie to get some ice cream. We'll have to keep a good eye on her.
Yeah, the whole telekinesis thing, that one worries me. Like, as a parent, that would worry me quite a bit.
But it's good training for us, Carter.
Yes it is. Because when me and you have a child together, and we will, I need all the practice I can get.
She's pretty strong. She's tough and strong. Picks Carter up and sets him on the back of the car, the trunk area.
He just lets out a whistle, grabs her hands, pulls her in close, and wraps his legs around her waist.
What else can we do while we play house, Carter?
Well, I can always... You remember the flower beds they put in there? I can always put in new flowers, asters, perhaps.
Ooh, good choice.
I can, I don't know, fix up the house while you bring me some tea or lemonade with Hales straddled on your hip. That'd be pretty nice.
Maybe you. She'll pinch his chin that she made bleed earlier. Can, I don't know, rotate the tires on the car. Get all greased up and sweaty.
You know what? I think the car is in need of an oil change, don't you?
I think so. I see the way your sister looks at Oswald when he gets all greased up.
Yeah. I think she does like Grease Monkey Oswald. He leans in closer to her. Would you like me all greased up like that?
Greased up with the first couple buttons of your flannel undone, just like Uncle Scar.
Done and dusted, darling.
Maybe make sure a handkerchief is hanging out of one of your back pockets. I've
Yeah.
thought in great detail about this, actually.
I can definitely tell. I'll get the handkerchief, the unbuttoned flannel, maybe a white tank top underneath that so you can see all the sweat and everything.
Now, I am hungry, but I think I have all I wish to eat right here. As she's staring Carter right in the eyes, and then, as she's reaching for the passenger door... Oh god.
Carter jumps and he, goes into a defensive stance while sitting on the trunk of the car, and then he relaxes.
I'm not going to be able to enjoy it here. We'll have to wait till we get home.
Yeah, I guess. Just... God damn, she screams loud.
Let's go. She'll lift Carter off the back. Let's go, put her hand out, let's go have a hamburger and try and comfort Ricardo. Oh my god, that poor man.
He takes her hand. I honestly don't know how we comfort him through this, but I will try my best.
She'll lead Carter up to the burgers following the scent, as Bash and Okir have already made their way up. They sit down here. Bash is standing here. Okir, what in the fuck? As she's still just pointing, screaming at Ricky as Memrian and Carter walk up.
Can one of the magic users please just make me invisible? Maybe she'll leave me alone.
Memrian will wait for Delilah to go back in, because she needs a glass of water, because she's been screaming so much, and frost over the locks of the door. Seeing Delilah try to open the door, she's still pointing and screaming, but nobody can hear her because it's soundproof. Bash, nice work there, Lieutenant. Thank you, Captain. Sitting down. Carter, sit.
He sits on her lap. Very smart.
Fucking God. He's just staring at the door.
Ricky's gonna look down at the burger, look at Carter. You can have it, I'm not hungry anymore.
Oh, okay, thank you. He takes the burger, looks at Memrian, and hands it to her.
She opens her mouth.
He feeds her.
She takes a bite. She has a powerful food in her mouth, set of lungs on her.
Sol nods. I would say so. She screamed for like 10 minutes straight.
Luckily, the ringing in my ear kind of drowned it out after a while.
Colt, surprised you're not laughing at this, Benny. Benny's been staring at the card that's in a ultra protective case that Icy gave him last week. He doesn't even pay attention to what Colt said. Colt, I guess he's busy. That's strange. You want to do some paperwork, Benny? Piss my mom off? Huh? He looks up. Who's screaming?
Elizabeth looks at him and the card. Delilah was screaming at Ricky, Benny.
He looks over at the building and she's just pointing and screaming still through the door. Oh, wow. He starts laughing. He waves at Delilah. She doesn't stop.
Yeah. Not fun.
No, I don't think it is. She's just staring at Delilah screaming. Why doesn't she just look away from you?
I don't know. I think I'm just that scary now, I guess, because of her seeing me in a jumpsuit and what my dad did.
Oz cutting a burger in half, giving Laz the one half, eating the other. That is ridiculous, if you ask me. Maybe we have some of that funnel cake. Colt, yeah, take what you want.
Yeah, of course. She cuts off like half of it for the two of them.
Oz will, funnel cake, darling. Put the book away.
She closes the book, puts it onto her lap, and nods. I would love some funnel cake, and opens her mouth.
He feeds it to her. At least we can now eat in peace. I don't think I could have enjoyed my food or the view. Looking at Laz, with that horrendous screaming going on. He's laughing at her, just pointing through the window. What a dumbass.
Yeah, I don't think I could handle the. She leans forward so only Oz hears. The screams of the banshee. I don't think I could enjoy my food.
Oh my god, the screams of the banshee. The new trading card. You have to tell your mother.
Oh my god, that is such a wonderful idea.
I'll snap a picture of her. He gets a picture of her pointing and screaming.
Warning about the death of Ricky's love life.
Maybe. He clears his throat. Benny, what are you looking at over there? Benny, huh? Holding up the card. Nothing. He puts it away.
Elizabeth, staring at the card, puts a hand onto Benny's. I was doing a little bit of research, and there are some auctions that sell expensive cards like that. Maybe we can find one that was selling one of the Master Yens.
Benny, I'm sorry. Bash, another gift from Rainfall Lane, Benjamin? He'll pull it back out, hold the card up. Bash. Even he knows how expensive. Everybody here knows how expensive the card is. Everybody knows how expensive Black Lotus is for Magic, even those of us who don't play Magic. So.
Where'd you get? You got that from them. That thing is worth more than all the money Tommy's given me put together and multiplied by like 50.
Colt, if you were afraid they didn't approve of you, Benny, that should show you. That's pulling Soul closer to him. That's absurd!
Soul nods. Yeah. Not only that, but Aunt Icy really loves that card too, so the fact that she gave it to you is I'd say the biggest step of approval ever.
Benny, yeah, and that's the problem. Most of the time people give me things, I don't feel bad that I got this. I don't really know. He puts the card back. Guilty, maybe? But I don't know why.
Feel like you don't deserve it?
Yeah! Points at Ricky, maybe. It's not even the value of the card, it's... I guess the value to the person. She seemed sad when she looked at it.
Elizabeth nods. She didn't take his passing too well. That's the reason why there are so few of the cards she asked. They didn't print as many.
Bash, yeah, I was at her wedding with Uncle Banksy. He came to cook steaks. That guy. I was at the wedding. I was invited. This turtle guy, he stayed around, and I think he died a couple months after the wedding. So, yeah. Yeah.
That's sad. At least you got to be there for it.
Memory Ann, watching Carter eat the burger, give me a bite.
Yes, Mew Mew. He smiles and gives her a bite.
And then clean my face, Carter.
He uses his thumb to wipe some ketchup off her face and then licks his thumb.
Mom always said that Master Yen was sticking around to make sure Aunt Icy was fine, and then he passed, more or less.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, so after that, she got really sad for a while there, and this was like one of the few things she had that reminded her of him, I suppose.
Colt, well, if you want to go to auctions, I'll help you. I'll back you up, Benny. I got money now. Tommy saved all my money in a bank account, thank God. We can lend him some money, right, dear?
Yeah, of course. And Elizabeth turns around. I would sort of like it if it was just me and Benny who get the card for her. No offense, Colt.
Oh, I see. You want to do it on your own, huh? You want to be a big girl?
Yes, that, and I really want to give my sister something that she will love.
No, it makes sense to me. Colt shrugs and looks at Elizabeth. You gotta do it on your own. A significant gift from one to another.
Smile emoticon, and she nods at Colt. Exactly. Thank you for understanding.
Benny, well then we'll have to save money. No more spending stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to save up at least, I would say, oh, I don't know, 100,000 credits? Maybe that'll be enough?
Bash.
Add a few zeros onto the end of that.
Listen, no matter the cost, you have to try. It's the effort that counts. So save your money, and whatever you got come auction day, you go in there and give it your all.
I can put in a good word with Tommy to get you some side hustle work if that helps.
Yeah, why don't we just ask Mr. Wiseau to do it? He can give us money.
No, we have to do it ourselves, Benny. It wouldn't mean as much if Tommy Wiseau bought it so we can give it to someone else. If we buy it with our own money, then that means all the more to her.
Yeah, that's true. I was thinking about asking, can I call her Pequod? Or do I have to call her the Primarch? Benny looks around.
Sol chuckles. You can call her Pequod.
I was thinking about asking her to reprint it, but I guess that's kind of the same outcome, so... Fine! We'll pinky swear. He'll put his pinky up. That we'll get the card, and if Ricky can get us side work with Tommy, then we'll save more money.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as we work for the money. She interlocks her pinky with his. And we save up as much as we can, and we at least try to get the card. Then we can say we at least tried to get something for my sister.
We'll get it. And he nods his head.
Yeah, we will. As a bigger smile emoticon pops up on her mask.
Here, now eat some of this hamburger. Oh, that's right. You wear the mask here. So used to Rainfall Lane where they don't let you wear it. It's way better there.
She looks down at the burger. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry for wearing the mask all the time.
Bash, why don't you two go down to the barracks? Only Julius is down there. Ranger General said you can be in the same barracks. Take it off and eat.
Elizabeth looks at Benny. You wanna go on a little dinner date with me?
Benny, sure, let's go. He'll pick the hamburger up. Bash, giving Elizabeth a thumbs up as she walks by.
They're cute together, aren't they?
Sure are. He's just watching them go to the elevator.
Yeah. Carter chuckles, gives Marianne another bite of the burger. I do wish she would take off the mask more, though.
Bash, nodding his head. Yeah, I do too. But at least now they can go into the barracks, and she's comfortable enough there to whip it off, and hey, that's a win. Don't know how you guys got the Ranger General to agree to that. Marianne, it was us. Me and Carter can't be separated, so... And she said, what did she say? I can't remember. I was in shock that Benny was winning her over so easily, but it was something to the effect of if we let one couple share, they all have to, so... You're welcome. Oz, thank you for that, by the way. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem, Oz. All it took was me throwing up my guts for a day straight, as he chuckles and gives Marianne a kiss on the head.
Okay, and if it had worked out with Mrs. Screams her fucking brains out, she could have slept in the men's barracks, too.
Yeah, she could have. That would have been nice.
Should have punched her. Marianne, I think he's actually right, Ricardo.
I'm tempted to next time she comes out screaming like that.
Colt, don't. The last thing my mom needs to hear is Ricky punched Delilah Contry, the med student, whatever the hell that dumbass is, after Ricky's been arrested. Assault! Oh no!
Laz raises her hand. Has anyone asked her to stop, or at least tried to ask her?
Now, when we were down here with Oz and Marianne and Colt and Laz, Colt did try to ask multiple times. So Colt, yeah, I did, right there, holding Soul's hand, kissing it.
Yeah, the first 5 times he asked her to stop, she actually did, then she would just come back out and start screaming again, and he just didn't see the point after that.
You got powdered sugar all over your fingers. He's holding her hand. I'll just, he starts sucking it off her fingers.
She turns completely red as she bites her lip looking at him.
Like an apple? He's just watching. These rainfall women are amazing.
Laz looks at Sol and starts to chuckle to herself.
Marianne, that is a new one. Give me your finger, brat.
Yes, Mew Mew, as he offers her his hand.
She just starts sucking on his index finger.
He starts to glow very brightly.
Oz, when in Rome, give the hand here. You do have ketchup on your finger.
Oh, well then it has to be cleaned off. She eagerly hands him her hand.
He does the same. Oh, here. They're all red now, like that thing. What's it called? With the bulbs on it? A Christmas tree. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Almost a little jealous.
I'd be jealous too. I mean, think about it. They're all kind of got couples, they're happy. Meanwhile, you got Miss Screams her fucking face off. Don't know why. You haven't told me. He points. Ricky has not told Okir. Why is she acting like this towards you? I think you were afraid I'd beat you up more in training. What did you do to her? You asked her out. Okay, fine. But what exactly went down? I don't need the whole story.
I didn't do anything to her. The most I did was walk by in the damn jumpsuit. It's because of shit my dad did to her mom back in the day.
Why didn't Mr. Wiseau warn him about this?
He did.
Oh.
But it's like you said, if I didn't, then I'd have that in the back of my head and it'd mess with my training, so I just did it.
Well, you are making improvements. He nods. You're almost back on track, so I'll ease up on you.
No, keep going like you have been. It makes me better.
Okay, as all the finger sucking is going on, fortunately, Memorian's concentration broken with Carter's reaction to the finger sucking. Jesus Christ, he jumped! Bash, just give me my burger. And he walks away with his burger.
Ricky's just kind of slumped into his own shoulders, back to her, not looking at anyone.
Delilah, that's enough, please. Just go back inside. How about we go back downstairs? Oh, wait, we can't, Elizabeth. How about we go to the other side of town? Keep screaming.
Yeah, I'll go with you guys. Let's just hope she doesn't follow me.
Get back in the goddamn fucking... He goes up to her. Get back in the goddamn fucking... Loudest scream ever. Oh my god! As everybody will start picking up their significant others and moving to another portion of the town to get away from the screaming. As Julius and Icy, who are watching this all happen on the cameras laughing, are coming back into the office. I don't know how Julius is taking it, but Icy is cackling at that girl screaming at Ricky.
Julius is laughing to himself, and he just keeps on mumbling stuff like, and she just kept screaming.
And what's so damn funny over there? Took you how many hours to teach them some type of spell? What did you teach them? Did you buff up her ice wall? Icy, nah, I taught him cornstalk. Sasha, whatever. Just groans as Icy comes and sits down next to her dad.
Julius chuckles, walks over, sits next to Pequod. Yeah, and it seems like they're going to be making use of cornstalk in the future.
Pequod, Towns, would you please? Of course. Takes Integra. Sits right next to Julius closer. Punches Julius on the thigh as hard as she can, which really fucking hurts.
Julius covers his mouth.
Listen to me, weasel. All you have to do is get emotional and cry once, and I give up drinking for you. So you're either gonna come clean about what's bothering you right now, you fucking little twat, or I am going to beat the shit out of you. And we both know you won't fight back. Speak up, because I've had enough of this.
Julius stares at her, uncovers his mouth. Integra. Integra has been on my mind since things have started to go better. Integra is just face what she was saying on the camera when she got hit. The good memories, the bad memories, everything has just been flooding back, and I'm sorry, I should have told you everything, but I needed to get my mind off of it, and I just threw myself into work.
God forbid I drink myself to death. At least everybody knows what's going on with me. She makes Julius sit here and sits down on his lap. Hunk, yeah. That's no bueno. No bueno. Can't not come home till what? 11 p.m., son, when your wife's been waiting all day to see you. So maybe let's try to avoid that, right, Mom? Kisses Davine on the cheek.
Davy nods. Yes, please, son, please. Come home at a reasonable hour so you can spend as much time with your wife, who loves you very much.
I will be naked every night this week when you come home. Next week, I should say, Monday through Friday. I'll be naked, just waiting at the teleporter. Just there you go.
Julius blinks. Work isn't even that important.
Would it help if next week I'll come down to Woodbury more? About that.
He puts both of his hands on her hips and rubs them. I would like that. I always love seeing you, honey. Trust me, I do. And I should be at home more, and I will be. But hey, yes, please, come down to Woodbury. I love that too.
It'll ease your mind. I'll bring the bathing suit and the chair and raise morale. She'll kiss Julius on the lips. Better?
He smiles. I love you so much.
Don't blame you. I think about her a lot too, Julius. He's looking over at the picture.
He looks at the picture. Yeah, I should have told you.
I would have loved for that one, because Towns is holding her for her to get to meet that one. Hey, we named this one after you. She won't be a fuck up like Carter and Soul.
Julius laughs. Yeah, she won't be. Oh, God.
She probably would say something like, "Oh, Carter and Soul aren't fuck ups. Just need to grow up with somebody." Then Pequod, squints and grows. Because she's imitating Integra pretty perfectly.
That was a really good voice, honey.
I think about her a lot too. I do.
Yeah, just, Hey, Towns, I'm sorry to bother you with this, but, the video, have you gotten any headway on that?
Towns pulls out what looks like a super old beat up disc. I've been working at this for how long since the bus incident? I can't. There's no way. I can tell you with 90% certainty she says your name. That's the last thing she said. But whatever she said before, I can't. I can't tell you. There's maybe 40 years from now some technological advancement, but hell, I even had our best lip readers, SIS try, and no bueno, I'm afraid. He hands the disc to Pequod, who hands it to Julius.
Julius holds it, turns around, puts it into a little disc holder, and closes it up. Huh. And, with the look on his face, Pequod can tell that he's trying to hatch up some kind of plan.
What are you thinking?
I'm trying to think of a way to hear what she said. There's no way to do it with technology, obviously. Or else...
What if we found somebody who was there? Banksy speaks up. I see, he's already tried that. Nobody could hear what she was saying. They were too busy trying to stop her from standing in front of a bus, Banksy. Banksy, sit down next to her and rub her leg.
I've tried that. We've tried technology. He just bites the bottom of his lip and looks at Icy. And he gives her like a look and a nod.
Do you want a crystal made to go to the time tomb?
Yes, yes, I would.
Then I will make you one. She smiles. Pequod, I cannot go and see that again, Julius. I'm sorry.
Julius looks at her, rubs her hips some more. I understand. I need some closure on it.
I'm not strong like you and your mother, or mom, and if I go see that and relive it, then my next move is going to be to kick Ricky out of the military. Does he even take responsibility for what happened to his grandmother? Does anybody know? I mean, Saris basically said he neglected her too. I see. Ah!
Julius scoffs a bit. From what Bash and Akir tell me, they had a couple conversations with him. He doesn't. Or at least I don't think he does. That's what Bash and Akir tell me.
See, that's the thing. Ash at least took responsibility. That's why Ash is, whatever, right? 4th Ranger Regiment captain. And the best captain, yeah. Like, he took responsibility and paid his debts and dues. Whatever. If I think about it, I'll get angry and go down there and beat him up myself. Little twerp.
Julius scoffs. Yeah, I try not to think about it much either. Just yeah, I need some closure on it. I need to hear what she said, and I would like to see her alive one more time, I guess.
I'm going to the time tombs. You need somebody to come with you. And to be honest, I just want to go. Because other people got to go and we were left in the dark. I see. You can go, sweetheart. Rubbing Banksy's mask, kiss again.
Thank you, Banksy. I would appreciate that a lot.
Would be good. Memory Ann has a lot of Icy's arms are crossed, unanswered questions about that woman whose picture is hung in certain places and or on people's desks. So that she does inquire about who that woman is a lot. And I guess her relation to us, or she did. Siletta nodding her head. Maybe Soul and Memory Ann can carry the spell with the crystal, because I don't want to go, Julius. Icy shakes her head.
That's fair. Completely understandable, yeah. I can ask them. You might need to teach them the spell to carry it, though.
I will. It'll be a good test for them. Hank, isn't this gonna kind of like potentially open the floodgates of, the dam, so to speak? Pequod. Oh, it probably will, knowing our children.
Do you not? Whoever sees what happens will definitely want some answers. Most definitely. I mean, I would. I'm sorry to bring it up, but if I saw baby pictures of myself all throughout the years, flying as this woman got hit with the bus, I would want to inquire about it. And Julius puts his hand up. If they start asking questions about it, I'll take responsibility and be the one to answer them. Since I'm the one that would be showing them it.
Towns, I don't really see what the big deal is if they learn about Ash's somewhat colored, checkered history. They don't have anything to do with Ash. He shrugs, and if they work with Ash on a mission or something, I'm pretty sure Ash will look out for them, so what does it matter? Pequod, maybe we'll have the talk after the... Yeah. Biting her lip.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Just have a whole sit down rainfall talk about some of the things about the past that we've sort of kept from him up until now.
Honestly, at this point, I think Ash would look out for those kids more than his own son, given some of the things his son... the relationship I think they have that Ash has told me about. Sasha, yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. That's why I call him dim-witted.
Davine chuckles, takes a sip of her tea. Well, if they learn about Ash, perhaps nothing bad will happen. Perhaps something will, but I do think they are all old enough to learn about it, and they deserve to know at some point.
Pequod nods. I just didn't want to tell them when they were young because, in a way, we didn't know they'd be with Ash's son back then, but in a way, we'd be setting them up to, despise somebody they don't even know. Because, I mean, oh, hey, Carter, there's this guy that did this and said these things about your parents. I don't think our son would take it well. I don't think our daughters would take it well. Banksy, we were kind of like light on what we told Elizabeth, so yeah. Pequod, exactly. Gesturing over to Banksy. And then, there was no reason. Ash had been removed from the picture, of the rainfall picture, and he's working. So, everything was fine. And it's better to keep a cordial working relationship than instigate issues with our children who may come in contact with him later down the road. And then when I made the decision to let Ricky be in the Headhunters, Pequod nodding her head, rubbing Julius's cheek slowly. Absolutely not telling them. She nods her head.
Yeah, and I definitely respected that decision, and I could see why. Most definitely, I could see why. But maybe, who knows, this will help their working relationship. Like, maybe our kids will try to help Ricky with the problems with his father, who knows?
Hunk, well, my two thoughts on this Ricky are, seems like he's a good kid because he's getting arrested trying to help our children and or grandchildren's romantic endeavors. But two, somebody ought to beat his ass into shape and make him take responsibility for Integra. I am the opposite. I try not to think about her. I have not looked over there since her name was mentioned. Davine could see him getting a little choked up. So, yeah. And I'm not going to be the one to go down there and beat his ass, and it's not my place, but I think a certain colonel might be able to get away with that. Sasha, I second that, pointing at Hunt.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, it'll be a training exercise, we'll call it. Put him through some real training for key fighters. See how he likes it.
Sasha, I never thought I'd be so close to Integra. I wake up one night and her arm is across my chest, groping my left breast, but I was. Nodding her.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh. I'm sorry, Sasha, I don't mean to laugh about that.
I see, that's why I left. I woke up, I could smell smoke, or cigarettes. I was like, what the heck? And I turn around in the bed and she's sleeping with me, and it's like, oh, okay, this is cool. And then the next night I decided I'll just let her have my bed. She's an old lady. And she got in bed with you? Sasha, I guess she was lonely. I don't know. Shrug. I slept in the armory all those months for nothing. Sasha, I guess. Apparently she probably was lonely. Her and Scar were banging, right? I see, yeah, true. Oh, God.
Julius nods. Yeah, they were definitely banging. He shivers a bit.
She is the only woman who has ever groped one of my breasts. Ever.
What, Davy chuckles, goes to take a sip. What a prestigious title that is. And finishes the sip of the tea.
I thought I'd have a daughter, and then, she'd breastfeed, and so she'd be the... No. I had a son, and I'm very happy I did. So, unless I decide to have more children, Integra remains the one and only woman to ever grope. Suletta has spit take on to Towns' goggles he wears. Breasts!
Julius starts to laugh as he reaches behind him, gets some paper towels from off the desk and hands them to Towns.
Towns will take them. Thank you.
I mean, good for Integra, I guess.
She slept with me every night. until me and Towns started to go to his place. Have you ever wondered why we started going to Towns' place?
Davine, I always thought it was just because you two wanted to be more private in your relationship than others.
Sasha shakes her head. No, I mean, no, think about it. Think about it. I have no problem bossing him around, making him do everything for me. People, generally speaking, know how we function. Towns nods his head. I just wanted to sleep somewhere with a man I love, but most of all, somewhere where a woman who, God rest her soul, I loved her to death for what little I knew of her, the little time I had with Integra, but a woman who somebody who didn't smell like absurd amounts of coffee, cigarettes, and that weird cinnamon smell she always used to have. I see she likes cinnamon candies, so yeah.
Yeah, it was always interesting walking past her. For me, it would always, like, first hit the cigarette smell, then, like, the, like, stale coffee, and then the cinnamon candy smell.
Uh, that's why you two bugged out of the apartment. Sasha, would you like to wake up to an old woman groping you? God.
Davine laughs. That definitely makes more sense now.
She would grope me every night in the same place. I think if her and Scar had stuck together, probably groping Scar's, hairy Leogan, man chest, but it was me.
I'm sure there were at least a couple of times where she did grope Scar's hairy Leogan man chest.
Suletta, I am sorry, Towns. Finally collecting herself. Well, at least she was comfortable. Sasha, yeah, at least she was. Grown.
It is very sweet of you to not have woken her up, though. Very sweet of you.
I didn't have the heart. She would mumble to herself in her sleep, so just let her sleep.
Truthfully, I probably would have been so scared that I might have woken her up just by jumping. But yeah, good on you for not waking her up when she was groping you.
I see, the armory ended up being the cool place to sleep. You got all the weird Zap, Tarak, Scar, Rolly, Swotor interactions. I am very glad what would she have groped on me? I didn't have breasts back then. Flat chested?
You would have just felt her hand, like, combing through your hair.
Oh, that's kind of creepy, Julius. I see shakes a little bit. I mean, I loved her, but yeah, that would be weird. Oh, God.
Yeah, it would be, as he starts to laugh.
Sasha, she's got Hale back now. What do you say it's Friday, but the day is young. Ash is busy. Like, he keeps forwarding reports of the sighting of this fucking ship on this satellite colony. He's too busy to chase down a lead like this, and honestly, this is below ranger duty. My rangers have important jobs to do, and when they're not doing their important jobs, they have training to do. And you know what? If they don't have training to do, they have leisure time to be partaking in, because they've earned it. Our kids have not earned it. They should go on a mission today. Should be, relatively speaking, safe.
He looks at the picture she pulled up. Yeah, I can send him on that mission.
Send out the hail to their wrist computers. They'll get all geared up, jump on the ship, and think they're going on some type of big excursion, and really they're just going to investigate a ghost sighting. I'll brief them. He puts the picture away.
Sounds good, yeah. He pulls up his wrist computer and starts typing on it to send out the alert.
Pequod, yeah, they should go on a mission, get their feet wet, have some fun, get out of the city, get their gear on. Soul will probably melt when she sees Colt in that marine sniper get up he's got.
I mean, Soul melt into Colt? Yes, very likely. Carter melting into Memory N? I'd say even more likely.
Looking at the picture of Integra. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Get them out, get their feet wet, put some miles on that bird with Oz and Laz. Oz is his name, right? We're meeting him today.
Yeah, we definitely should be if he comes along with Laz, which I 100% suspect he will.
Yeah, good. He's welcome. I hope she told him he's welcome, and didn't read a book instead of being social with him. Like we were trying to tell Sasha, before you guys came up here. We're real worried about that library thief, Sasha. Let me enjoy holding the baby. I'll take a look down in the warehouse later.
Julius starts to laugh. I mean, yeah, thank you, Ranger General. It means a lot that you would handle something like that for me.
No problem. She's stroking Hale's head, just mumbling about how cute she is. Pequod, so all the kids are gonna be home this weekend. Soul's coming home, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, she is.
Okay, good. That means Dad comes home too, Julie. If I have to get naked and show up at the base, I will.
You don't have to do that. I will be home. There is some paperwork that I have to finish, though. If I stop in the middle of it, I'll lose my place and it'll be absolute crap.
Yeah, and besides, with your luck, you'll get naked, walk through the teleporter, and the tortoise, Oak here, will be standing there just ultra confused. He likes ice cream, that guy.
Yes, he is a big fan of ice cream. And yeah, with our luck, I would probably be up on the surface getting a sandwich for Icy or something. And then you come in right at the perfect time where Bash and Okir are watching a movie together.
Pequod chuckling, okay, fine. But next week I'll start spending more time down there. It'll make both of us feel better. Biting Julius's bottom lip.
Julius looks down at her. Taking a page out of Memory Ann's book, are we?
I've learned a thing or two watching her.
I'm not complaining, as he gives her a kiss.
Sasha watching the kiss, smiling. So what were you chuckling about, really? Just cornstalk? Icy, nah. There's this girl that points and screams at Ricky like bloody murder. Hunk, huh?
Every single time she comes out of the medical bay, she points at Ricky and just screams. Like the movie that we remade, the Body Snatchers movie.
Icy here. I just took the footage off Julius's. You could see all the kids here. See, they're eating hamburgers. Davine has never seen a look like this on Hunk's face. Hunk can't... She could tell Hunk is perplexed. He can't tell whether to laugh or ask why. She's never seen a look like this, though. The combination, as Icy will play another scream as she just stands there and continues screaming.
Davine staring at the screen, looks over at Hunk. Why is she screaming exactly?
Julius will tell you.
That is Delilah Contry, daughter of Dr. Contry, the one from the Headhunters. Apparently, something happened at a ball that the Contry ladies were at, where Delilah learned about Ash and everything like that. And now she screams whenever she sees Ricky. He also walked past her in a prison jumpsuit, which probably did not help the situation.
Sasha, I thought I saw him. It was at the ball. She was there with her daughter last week at the civilian something or other shitty ball you made me go to. Pequod. Yeah. Well, that's not gonna fly if I'm gonna be around Woodbury. She's getting transferred. She can work up here at a hospital on Gateway. She'll think it's a promotion.
She will be transferred post-haste, darling.
Yeah, I'll put in the paperwork first thing Monday morning. Because if I am sunbathing on top of that bunker and hear that, I am not going to be happy.
Yes, ma'am. We will get it handled.
Hunk is staring at the footage, and so is Banksy. I just don't understand. She just points and just keeps screaming.
She doesn't even try and run away or defend herself at all. She just points and screams. That's all she does.
Sasha, kind of annoying if you ask, as Hale is pointing and laughing at it too. Sasha looks down at her and, oh god, I guess she thinks it's funny.
She definitely has the rainfall humor.
Doug, that is incredible. Not for nothing, not to make fun of Ash's kid or something, but can I have a copy of that? Because that is fucking hilarious. I see anything for Dad. Sending him a copy.
Julius laughs. Trust me, the first time I heard it, I was up in Woodbury getting myself a coffee, I should say. And I just hear it and I drop the coffee. I thought someone was getting murdered, so I flew over there as fast as I could, and now Ricky was just on his jog in the morning and she was screaming at him.
So that it did Dr. Contrary do things like this to Asherion back in the Headhunters?
No. All she ever did to him was inject him with a drug that made him fall asleep very quickly, and told him that she was dating Hamer. Never pointed and screamed at him.
She is red in the cheeks from laughing. Sounds, yeah. Can you just not post her by me? Because if Ricky shows up on Gateway and she starts screaming Pequod, we'll send her to one of the ICU units here on Gateway. Ring 7. We'll send her to Ring 7. That's where I'll send her.
Yep, makes sense. Most likely, she would never see Ricky if she's on Ring 7.
I mean, God, I hope. Otherwise, bloody murder. Sasha, yeah, she does sound very fearful of Ricky.
That's the kind of scream that you hear from across the ring of Gateway.
He's just like casually walking by and she's screaming at him.
Yeah, you should see him. He was just in his like sweatpants and workout clothes, jogging by. She purposely came out so he could hear her and started screaming at him.
Look, that is, give me a kiss, dear.
She gives him a very deep kiss.
That is rubbing Davine's cheek with his thumb. That is incredible. Ah, absolutely incredible.
It is quite funny, and a video that we shall pass on to the kids as they get older. She points to Hale and Integra.
They are never gonna forget it. Look, they're all sitting there eating their burgers, all having a good time, and then she just comes. Icy, look at this. Oz and Laz were on the other side of town, and he smacked his head off the canopy of the nose of that plane thing. When the scream started, oh, so that's Oz, huh?
Oh, poor Oz. He hit his head very hard from what it seems.
Banksy, she wasn't screaming like this when I was down there, thank God.
What would you have done, Banksy, if she did start screaming like that?
First, shock, run over, make sure she's okay, look around, come to the realization she's screaming at Ash's son, and just, well, this is par for the course, and go back to moving the power loader.
Dude, pretty good reaction, that.
Probably apologize to Ash's son, even though it's not my fault or problem, and then, yeah, I mean, Banksy shrugs. He did limit break and help me move it a little bit, but
Yeah, thank God. I could still hear it a little when I'm in the bunker, but thank God I don't hear it as much when I'm down there.
Sasha, everybody's chuckling, Sasha. Alright, those dorks are on the ship. I'm gonna go brief them. And then I will be down later today to... Have you seen him lately, Julius? Sasha, looking at Julius, and don't lie to me.
No, Tommy hasn't been around for like a week or so.
Smacks her lips, okay. And walks up. Disappearing to go brief the kids, Hunk. Oh, man. Oh god, she's gonna kill that poor guy.
She is going to kill poor Tommy.
Towns, I don't know why you would instigate it. I mean, it's kind of funny.
Please, Towns, just imagine the look of Tommy's face when Social comes busting through the door.
Oh my fucking god! He's imitating.
Oh god, he throws the coffee cup. My time has come, surely save me.
My time has come. Make it quick, she devil. Towns.
I truly hope there's some kind of recording from it.
She plans to shoot him in the head and make it quick. He calls her she-devil. She guts him with an RC knife. You know she carries one.
Yeah, she does. Basically everything she has is RC, just so she's capable of killing Tommy at any time.
Oh god. You guys enjoy your laugh about poor Tommy meeting Sasha in the warehouse as flashing to the ship. The ship has taken off, and the kids await their briefing from who they assume to be Bash, because the chain of command would be Bash. Occasionally Julius, for sure. But they all wait. Combat armor is on, ready to go. Tommy's sunglasses on. Oz piloting, Laz on the gun. Oz, well, we've got the coordinates for this colony. Normally Bash tells us what we're going to do, though, so this is strange.
Does it usually take this long for a transmission to come through?
No. He looks over his shoulder at Memrian, and Memrian, no. As he said, usually Bash will brief the squad, and then we go to the ship. Getting a remote signal on our wrist computers, that's strange. And oftentimes, your father just comes and tells the mission parameters, and we go, so... Maybe this is a last-minute thing. She shrugs, leans up against the wall, here, putting her arms out for Carter.
Carter walks up to her and leans into her.
I don't know, but I'm stoked for whatever it is. I mean, it's our first mission, right?
Colt nodding his head, doing the same thing, putting his arms out. Get over here.
She skips over and puts her arms around him.
Benny, yeah, it is our first mission, holding Elizabeth's hand. I finally got to put my armor on.
Yeah, man, it looks good on you, man. And
Thanks.
No, you're welcome. And I mean, at this point, anything's better than being in Woodbury.
Yeah, that screaming gets annoying.
Yeah. Probably should see if we have any, like, aspirin on the ship before we get into combat.
I got some right here. He's going through his medical pouch. Here you go.
Thank you. He's just gonna down him with no water or anything. Really gives you a headache pretty quick, doesn't it?
Colt, you could say that again. He's got his mask on, but he looks good in his combat armor. Visor glowing.
Sol is just looking him up and down. She has been for the entire trip, just licking her lips.
You like what you see?
I love it.
They wear, his armor is like a bodysuit under the armor itself, so you can see muscle definition and all that type of stuff. He'll tense his arm muscles for it.
She just lets out a squeak as she reaches out suddenly and grabs both of his biceps and starts squeezing them.
I feel a lot better now that, technically speaking, I did earn this armor.
Yeah, now that you've gone through the headhunters, like we said when you first came around, it was like a rite of passage, right?
I mean, this is the Marine Scouts. I mean, I thought I got demoted from Marine Scout snipers to go to the headhunters. Really, it was Mom. He looks around. She demoted me to be with Sol. Benny, see? She wasn't mad.
Nah, I mean, if anything, kinda sounds like a promotion, or at least a reward, eh?
Oh, the biggest promotion ever, trust me. Moving some of Sol's hair out of her face.
She smiles, and I'm very glad you got the promotion, dear. And she stands on her tippy toes and gives him a kiss on the jaw.
I bet you are. Grabbing her ass. You can wrap your legs around me.
She does.
Holding her up, there you go. Huh. She set you up with her, huh? Marianne hearing this.
Yeah, she demoted him. Well, not really demoted, but sent him back to the headhunters to hang out with me and try to get the two of us together because she always thought us two would be good together.
You know, I'm quite a big fan of the Rainfall nepotism. Looking at Carter, if it weren't for Rainfall nepotism, I wouldn't have got you.
Carter smirks at her. I am too, because if it wasn't for Rainfall nepotism, I wouldn't have been on your squad.
Oz shrugging. I can't say I'm complaining, I enjoy it. Imagine a little Rainfall nepotism got Laz here, so... Isn't that right, darling? He'll look over at her seductively.
She looks back at him and flutters her eyes in the most innocent-looking way. I don't know what you're talking about. All I did was ask the Ranger General, the Colonel, and the Magic General to put me down to the Headhunters because I just wanted to check it out.
Lucky me, he'll try to reach for her hand.
She reaches her hand out and holds it.
So the finger sucking, is that like a... That's a keeper? Marianne, yes. You can tell by how much they blush.
Carter nods and Laz nods too. Yeah, it is, it's very nice. She just awkwardly chuckles, and Sol is currently kissing Colt's mask.
Benny to Ricky, I sucked Elizabeth's finger down in the barracks. She was redder than Fire Truck.
Yeah, I mean, the blushing is secondary to the steam that comes out of their ears, so I think they like it.
She really liked it, didn't you? He pats her on the head.
She holds his hand and holds it tighter and tighter. Oh, I really did.
I mean,
Benny, maybe that's what you need to do, Ricky. Go up and suck Delilah's finger. Pull. Ah! No!
I'm not gonna have anything to do with Delilah. That's gone and sailed.
Okay. He shrugged.
You know, you guys had all been set up in one way or another, right? Tommy said he'd been keeping an eye on all of you for a long time and had worked to make sure you end up with it, at least for the most of you, who you ended up with.
Even me and her and Laz? I never met Tommy before in my life.
From a pretty early point, yeah, from before she joined, at least from what I'd gathered, yeah, he'd kind of eyed you out.
You know, Benny shrugs. I thought I saw him around a lot when I was young, always talking to General Lorelei. But it's like one of those things where, no, that's not the Tommy Wiseau. He's busy making like movies and stuff. Marianne, he did mention to me and Carter when my hair changed and my eyes that he had been planning this for a long time and promised our parents he would look out for us years and years ago on the set of The Room. Isn't that what he said, Carter?
Yeah, on the set of The Room, our parents asked him about it, and he said, yeah, he would look after all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Wiseau, squeezing her ass cheek.
She starts to furiously start to neck him. Thank you, Mr. Wiseau.
Yeah, I mean, he did something right if you're all this happy.
Makes sense. It probably was him. He's nodding his head.
Guess he'd picked you out from when you were a little kid.
Don't know what I did right. He just shrugs.
Obviously a hell of a lot.
Oz, not paperwork, that's for sure.
Yeah, I read some of that while you were doing it, bro. I'm surprised we didn't get in trouble.
Well, I just wanted to help.
No, not gonna say anything about that. It just, oh boy.
Besides, we didn't know you were gonna get bailed out at the time. Right, Elizabeth? Well, you were back home with your parents, but she would have done the same. Request the Ranger General bails you out of jail. Colt, nah, don't ever do that again.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the right thing to do, but maybe at the time I probably would have done the same, yeah.
The right thing to do is to call Dad. He nods his head at my dad, Colt. And don't, just hope Mom isn't around when you call him. Oh, hey, Ricky got arrested. Can you handle this for us? I'll give you his number, Benny. Nods. Benny, thanks.
Thanks for looking out for me, Benny. I do appreciate it.
Oh, Uncle Towns, it's me, Memory Ann, calling. She's squeezing Carter's hair, kissing his cheek. Quick, they're holding it there. Could you bail Ricardo out of jail for me again?
At that point, I think he would just be used to us calling him and just be like, "Hi, kid. Yeah, sure, I can bail him out," and just hang up on us.
Just another Monday.
The crazy part was he had to help bail Tommy out this time.
Well, at least Mr. Wiseau went down with you. Do you hear that, dear? He went down with the ship.
Laz starts to laugh and puts up a little salute. God bless Tommy Wiseau. He went down with the ship.
Ah! God bless who?
No one, ma'am.
You look more vibrant. She's smiling at Laz.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm feeling more vibrant.
God bless Mr. Wiseau, huh? He's smiling. It's clearly a fake smile.
Yes, ma'am, he's been very good to us.
Not God bless your favorite aunt, looking at Laz.
God bless my favorite aunt, too. I was just saying it as a joke, ma'am, of course.
She shakes her head. No worries. Anywho's I'm sure you're wondering why you're on a ship. Heading to a planet you don't know anything about. We're sending you on your first mission.
Yes, ma'am.
It should be a pretty quick and easy mission. This colony you're headed to was called R431. It's a satellite colony, so a remote colony. If you don't know anything about the frontier, there's lots of these places. They come onto a planet, mine up all the resources, usually sell them to us, and then go to another portion of the planet, or another planet entirely, and continue mining the resources thereafter to sell. This mining colony was inhabited by, she's reading off her wrist computer, 48 individuals, all of which saw and reported seeing a ship like this. Oh, it's a Halcyon class vessel. He's squinting at it. That's strange. Why is that strange? Sasha looks around.
Les tilts her head. That's a very outdated ship. It was decommissioned, what would you say, Oz? Like, I don't know, 50 to 100 years ago?
Oz, yeah, a little more, I think. Sasha's smirking, nodding her head. Very astute as always. So it's a ghost ship sighting mission, essentially. These have happened all throughout the history of EarthGov, and even before it, in the early days of spacefaring exploration. That being said, there is a structure. She pulls up on the hollow computer that's here. It's 3 satellite arrays. It's called the Revere Satellite Array. I had Towns dig up information on it for you guys. Apparently it was used about 200 years into EarthGov's existence. It's, as far as we know, deactivated and most likely in a dilapidated state. This, we'll just say ghost ship, was sighted around this satellite array. So, you're to go in and investigate the satellite array. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Go in. All these satellite array facilities have an interior built into the big satellite dish in the middle. Go in, investigate the array, come back home safe and sound, and then enjoy your weekend. Because odds are, there's no such thing as ghost ships, and I don't think anybody has access to the... Shrug. Towns checked into this ship. There's no ships active like this in EarthGov's fleet. A few exist in museums. So, I think it's just a fairy tale like Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster, something like that. Either way, be safe, have fun, get your feet wet, follow Memory Ann's orders, and enjoy the weekend. She'll nod and cut off the comm. Oz,
Huh. Maybe it's the ghost ship of the frontier.
well, sounds like a boring mission.
Laz biting her lip. It looks like she's thinking very hard. I couldn't think of any reason why a Halcyon would even be around there, or why it would be spotted. I don't think many people remember those.
Oz, exactly. Strikes me as strange. I mean, this is a stealth military vessel. It was. You know, people would think of the bigger ships, the ones that were more prominent in fleets, in parades. Not. This is very strange. I think, but.
And even if it was just a ghost sighting, someone making it up, it's been decommissioned for so long. Only people like me and you remember it.
Yeah. He's stroking his chin, looking out into space. Memory Ann will. Come on. Let's go check our weapons, make sure everything's ready to go. How long, Oswald? Oswald, it's Oz. 30 minutes, ma'am. Let's go.
As they're walking down, Laz looks at Oz. What if I started to call you Oswald?
Oh, you can. I've been waiting. He shrugs.
Oh? You have?
You can call me Oswald any day, darling.
Well, of course. She holds his hand, leans in close, and whispers in his ear. Oswald.
Oh, you say it so seductively, darling.
I'm pretty seductive when I want to be.
He chuckles as everybody else is making their way down here. Oswald, we don't have to worry about weapons.
Yeah, but I think I'll go meet him down there to give you some privacy, man.
Oh, yeah, that, and, you know, you're the ground team. You're with the lieutenant, so you gotta stay with them.
Yes, sir. You two, have fun and don't get caught doing anything too personal.
Oh, no problem at all. So she said favorite aunt.
Leslie nods. Yeah, she did.
Okay, so Benny's not the only one who has her favoritism.
Me and her have always gotten along. Apparently, when I was only about 2, she would take me and have little weekends with Towns, her, and me, like we were a family. It was practice for when she had Colt.
Okay. Good, makes her less intimidating.
She smiles at Oz. She can be very intimidating at times, but she can also be very nice. And sometimes, not always, mind you, she can be up for some shenanigans with the other 2.
Oh my. A Ranger General up for shenanigans, eh?
Oh yeah, don't... She puts a finger up to her mouth. Don't tell her I told you that, though. But sometimes she's up for him, yeah.
Okay, duly noted. He looks at the computer she came up on. I don't think she'll be calling back. I like to test things for the sake of science. You have to be sure about these things. Give me your finger.
She hands her finger to him.
He'll start what I'm calling the rainfall finger suck. As down here, Benny, this is my gun, Carter. See? P90 submachine gun. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, looks pretty cool. Not like most guns I've ever seen.
And you use those?
No, that's, points over at Soul. She pulls away from Colt. Yeah, I use them. They're, Centurion Defenders. I can maneuver the lasers how I want them to go.
That is awesome. Oh yeah, that's right. I've seen you kind of doing it in training when they let you shoot those. But I thought they were Carter's, so whose is this?
That's mine.
Colt, you need to pay attention in training, Benny. I do. He looks around. You know, Ricky's a Kai fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my weapons are me.
Benny will take his P90 off the wall and put it on his back. Yeah, see, I know things.
Carter chuckles. Yeah? I'm glad you do, Penny. He takes the sword and puts it into his sheath as Elizabeth points at her shotgun. And this one's mine. It connects directly to my cylinders that were made. She puts up her forearm, and little cylinders, much like Blaze's cylinders, are on her wrist. And I could do special things like fire a harpoon out of it, and so on and so forth.
Benny rubbing her shoulders, looking at the shotgun. Nice. And whose is this? Memory Ann, it's my submachine gun, but she gestures to the pistol she took off the wall. Normally I just carry this. Come here, Carter, you can play with your sword later. Going into it's the airlock, but she's not, she doesn't have it engaged. She just wants privacy.
He walks in with her.
Benny, how come Colt gets 2 guns? That's not fair. Colt, because a sniper rifle is a tool. And so is an assault rifle, the best tool for the job, Benny. You really need to pay attention during training, Benny. Like, I am actually concerned. He looks at me.
And think of it like swords and axes, Benny. A sword's really great against an unarmored opponent. It's bad against plates, so you use an axe instead.
Benny tilts his head, taking in the information, then nods it. Okay. That's Colt. Can you make sure he pays attention during training, since he seems to listen to you, honey? Down to Elizabeth.
Yeah, I could do my best. That's pretty worrying to me too.
Yeah, because this. Okay, my mom made this mission out to be nothing. But if something goes wrong, then you need to know your stuff, Benny. True. He's just looking at Ricky, because Ricky was the last one who was talking to him before Colt said that.
I mean, I don't use guns and stuff like that, but I know enough to know what they're for. So if I know that, then you gotta know some, right, Benny?
Yeah, I mean, I know how to shoot this thing, and I'm a pretty good shot, but I mean, Colt has some cool damn guns. Colt, I will gladly teach you to shoot my Car 15 and my sniper rifle. Just never do paperwork again. He'll take Soul's pistols off the wall for her and hand them to her.
She takes them, spins them around, holsters them, and they sort of just disappear into her holsters. And she looks up at him and smiles.
That's pretty hot.
Isn't it? She grabs where the gun would be, and it just appears into her hand as she pulls it out of the holster.
And where'd you get those, Benny, looking at them?
Oh, on Dicey. They were hers before, and now they're mine.
That is pretty cool. He's looking at the one she poofed back out.
Yeah, I would say so. They're apparently what she first started on. Dad always tells a story about the first time he ever saw her in action and how she just completely mowed down some, I think it was UIR? Or maybe MaxTech, I can't remember. But yeah, she used these when she was younger.
You gonna mow some people down?
Only if it calls for it.
Oh, yeah, you shouldn't be too eager to get into combat when you don't seem to grasp the severity, Benny.
Yeah. Especially, if those are anything like what Mom and Dad used to talk about. I think they said they saw, like, big rifles. Or artillery that hit softer than those things used to.
Just make sure you stay in the back, Benny. Back of the line and, oh my god. Colt shrugs.
Yeah, back of the line, and please, Scott, start paying attention more in training, please.
Okay. He looks at Colt and Soul. Normally I do when they're talking about stuff I should be doing. Should I be paying attention when they're talking about other things? He looks at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods. It's important to know how all the cogs in the machine work, even though I'm not a sniper, I try my best to learn at least some things about what Colt has to do on some missions, or what Cotter and Ricky have to do when they're frontline fighting. It's important to know that kind of thing.
Colt, that's the attitude to have. And honestly, I mean, I can't make you a sniper, but I can teach you basic marksmanship with a true rifle, which is my rifle. And if you want to learn, I will gladly teach you. You holding it would be pretty hot. He's holding Soul's shoulders.
Oh yeah? Me holding a rifle all pressed up against my chest. That would be pretty hot.
Bikini.
In a bikini with a little sunflower in my hair.
There you go. With your finger out ready to be sucked.
Oh honey, my finger is always open to be sucked by you.
He'll take his mask off and kiss her on the forehead as in here Memory Ann pushes Carter up against the wall with one hand.
He looks around. Alright, right here?
Listen here, Carter. She stares him right in the eye.
I'm listening.
Don't do anything stupid. Follow orders. She'll press right up against Carter. Follow orders. Do not do anything stupid or get hurt on my account. It's my job to protect you. You're mine to look after. Playing with Carter's chin. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you, Carter. Is that understood?
Looks at her. It's understood, but... He puts both of his hands on her cheeks. You must realize that if something happened to you, and I could have stopped it, I would never be able to live with myself.
Fair is fair. Follow orders. She'll kiss Carter on the chin. Don't do anything dumb. And your reward will be ample. Pressing up against Carter, you can do whatever you want to me tonight when we get back home. You can be in charge. Whatever, blinking seductively at Carter, you like.
He blinks a couple times, gives her a kiss on the nose. You can't make me like this. Right before a mission, Memory Ann.
Yes, I can.
Well, that isn't very fair now, is it?
Whatever you like. Last time we did it, I know I was sort of bossy and giving the orders, but I'm all yours. All you have to do is listen like a good boy.
He clears his throat. Yes, Mew Mew, I will listen to you.
Good. Good boy. She'll kiss him lightly on the lips.
He holds her there for a second and then pulls away from the kiss. I meant it, by the way. If I see something starting to happen to you, he shakes his head. I have to protect you.
Let's just hope that day never comes.
I definitely hope it doesn't.
If we're lucky, she'll lead Carter out this way. Maybe all of our missions will be like this, just boring happenstance, checking out on things that... Honestly, this sounds like a mission that... we've gotten missions... She clears her throat because she's blushing from Carter. We've gotten missions like this before, not looking at ghost ships, but this smells of below Ranger and Delta duty, so... Yes. Usually some headhunter missions are like this. Either way, it's experience on your record.
Yeah, true. From what little we know so far, do you think it's like UIR or some other terrorist sect?
I have no idea. Here, come on. Stop staring at your weapons and... What is he doing? I see. Colt has his mask lifted up enough to suck Soul's finger. You could do that in here. We can sit down and relax. We don't have to stand back here forever, you know. She'll take Carter in here.
Soul's just focusing on Colt. Huh? Yeah, okay, Memory Ann. You too.
Come on! Let's go, guys. Let's move out.
Yeah, let's go.
I still think he should suck Delilah's finger. Shut up, Benny. As Colt will Walk in here. Betty will sit down here, pat the chair for Elizabeth.
She sits down.
Colt will, sit down, pull Soul on it. Remember, and do I think it's UIR? As she sits here. Actually, sit down first, Carter.
Oh, okay. He sits down.
She'll sit on Carter's lap, start bobbing her leg up and down. Reposition herself. Honestly, it's like sitting on a pepperoni roll.
Carter starts to laugh. What do you expect? What do you expect when you push yourself up against me and then ask to sit on my lap like this? And he starts rubbing her thighs.
She rolls her eyes. Do I think it's UIR? No. It's a old EarthGov ship. They wouldn't have access to something like that the UIR had in their heyday when somebody named the Lightning Count or something like that. Somebody your father killed. She nods her head. Was in charge. They had their own ships. Nowadays, I fought UIR. They don't have their own ships. They steal ships. They're usually in civilian ships. So.
Yeah, I think I've heard Dad say that they're closer to Escalades with rifles taped to the top of them than they are military craft.
Marianne nods. I would say that's actually a very, very good way to put it. From the few I've seen, yes. They're thugs, mostly. Not to be underestimated, no enemy is. Colt, exactly.
Gun's a gun. Kills just the same no matter who's using it.
Marianne nods.
Yeah, fair enough. But at least we can somewhat surmise that this isn't UIR. It's probably just rumors among people and the Saturday just wigging out some electrical wiring.
Maybe it's, or if it is real, maybe it's just some ship that is going through and they keep misseeing what it looks like. I mean, you know, if it's dark or night or something, things kind of blur up, don't they? Maybe they're seeing something normal.
Benny, too much time in deep space actually can have an effect on you, whether you're planet side or in a spaceship. It's probably that. It's a psychosis thing. Colt. What? Looking at Benny. It's a psychosis thing. It involves psychology with your brain. Our brains aren't really attuned to, especially since she said they're satellite colonies or like miners that go from place to place. That means their bodies aren't having enough time, most likely, to adjust from going to one biome of a planet to another. Therefore, probably hallucination. Kind of like going stir crazy. Colt. He can't talk.
Elizabeth, with a huge surprised emoticon on her face, grabs onto Benny's hand. That was really cool.
Thanks. I paid attention during med training. Absolutely. General Lorelei was there. She helped me most steps of the way.
Carter's just blinking. I'm glad you paid attention during that. Yeah, very good.
She made this armor for me. He's looking down at it. Colt. Nice. Okay, my confidence level has been risen a little bit in Benny.
Yeah, I'm happy he's the one patching me up when I get messed up.
You definitely don't want it being the screaming lady.
No, I think she'd just stab me.
Is it getting bigger? She's moving her butt around. I thought it had a max size.
Well, yeah, it does, but I'm not at max size right now.
Oh my god, it's going to implode.
Carter just shakes his head and chuckles a bit. Are you upset by it?
No. It's just one has to get used to sitting on a television remote control. Colt, yeah, I've never seen you actually sit on him. What's the occasion? Mariano, it's to christen his first mission.
Soul chuckles a bit. Good reason? I mean, if you need a reason to sit on his lap, it's definitely a good one.
I prefer him on mine.
Nice way to celebrate a mission, although, didn't think I'd be hearing about Carter's television remote on my first mission.
Colt, neither did I, but sitting on his lap is kind of like when they break the bottle on a ship before it takes off or sets sail for the first time. And Brienne, yes.
Carter nods. I definitely thoroughly enjoy it, as he hugs around her waist and gives her a kiss on the back of the neck and then the back of the ear.
She'll lean back into Carter fully.
Yeah, I can get used to this. I like sitting on your lap too, but I also like this.
Stops bobbing her leg, finally relaxing. Oh, there you go.
Soul chuckles. It's like watching a little turtle trying to learn how to swim for the first time. It's struggling, and then boom. It's perfect.
That gets a good laugh out of Colt.
Elizabeth chuckles, looks at Benny, looks at his lap, and then looks up at the ceiling.
Benny, well, you want to sit on mine?
Sure, if you want me to sit on your lap.
Sure. Might as well join the club, because she's sitting in Colt.
I suppose we should. She stands up and then sits onto Benny's lap.
Colt, well, so what's the game plan here? For this satcom array or whatever? I don't even know what that is. Satellite dishes. People use these things for something in a long time ago? Many memory and to bounce signals through deep space. Before we had relay stations throughout deep space. These are from what Uncle Blaze has told me about old style communication systems, how they would bounce signals from planet to planet. Though it was much slower, took way longer. Honestly, Memory Ann nods her head. I bet you there's some vagrants living in this satcom array. You know, colonists, independent colonists living there. And we're gonna walk in, find them, and then leave. And that's going to be the end of it.
Sounds simple enough.
Yeah, for a mission, it definitely sounds on the easier side.
We'll play it like this. She'll type on her wrist computer, pull up the holo display, same one Sasha had of the 3 satcom arrays. We'll keep Colt and Carter outside. Our sniper and one of our close-range specialists outside watching our 6, watching the entrance, covering our escape if we paid attention in training. Benny, yeah. rubbing Elizabeth's masked head slowly. Ricardo, Sol, myself, Elizabeth, will go in.
Yes, ma'am.
You got it, ma'am.
Ricardo will be on point. I will be right behind you, Ricardo. Followed by Elizabeth, Sol, and then Benjamin in the back. Benny, got it.
I'm down for that, ma'am. That's where I should be at the front, eh?
Yes, just don't get too far ahead. You need to stay in line of sight. I know you pay attention during training, unlike some people. She looks at Benny.
Every time, ma'am. Every time.
Elizabeth pats Benny on the head too. Just stay by us, and I'm sure everything will be alright.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be fine. Like I said, probably hallucinations. I think they call it Pandorum.
Carter just nods. That is really impressive.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. You started sounding like you were like, I don't know. Oh, you are a doctor, but like a doctor you go to in a hospital. It was really cool.
Thanks. Oh, training was fun. I got to work on cadavers, cut open bodies. It was pretty cool. Like dissecting frogs, only people. Oh, man. From one spectrum of cool to all of a sudden cool, but at the same time, like, strange. Only Benny.
Soul nods. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty cool.
Actually, that's why I think, this Uncle Scar guy, you said he could punch through your wall. It probably is that you neglected your training. You're the wizard, not me. He shrugs at memory in, but you should see the adrenaline glands on Leogans. They are huge. They're huge. And see, what actually happens to them is they're actually smaller than human adrenaline glands. But when their adrenaline needs to kick in, they grow to 10 times the size of any other species' adrenaline glands, which is why they can perform absurd feats of strength, like pick up cars and throw them at godsons they hate. He's looking at cars.
Very good to know. Thank you, Benny.
I did not know that! He effortlessly punched through the ice wall, yes.
Maybe I should go ask your Uncle Scar to train me. Probably it'd help with my strength training.
He's a nice guy, though. He was nice to me. He's gonna teach me how to golf. Rainfall Lane is awesome.
Carter nods. That's good, Benny. As he holds Marianne a bit tighter. 10 times, huh?
It depends. The one I dissected we could simulate the growth of them, and it was up to 10 times. But given Uncle Scar's size and age, and since he's the only Leogan in the general vicinity of Rainfall Lane that I know of, his probably can grow up to 15 to 20 times. He's what you would say the head of the air quote pride. So he's the only one around. He'll be the strongest Leogan.
You're so fucked if you ever make him mad, Carter.
I don't think he needed the power loader, honestly, Colt. Rubbing Soul's thigh. I don't. Benny, nah. He's stronger without it, given he's angry enough at Carter.
This is some great information. Thank you, guys. And here I was scared of the power loader.
Man, that is utterly fucking horrifying. Their claws grow, too, when their adrenaline glands kick in.
That's... How big are the claws?
Oh, they can grow up to at least 12 inches.
Oh, foot-long claws. Very sharp.
Nods his head. Yep.
Oh god. He just rests his head on the Marianne's back, and Elizabeth pats Penny on the shoulder. I think got us a little scared of what you're saying, buddy.
I mean, Leogans nowadays are civilized, but when we were going over their anatomy, my biology teacher after basic was telling us, and he quoted the original Jurassic Park movie, not the one with the bearded guy, but he quoted I think it's some guy with the hat says something like, "They are alive. You are alive when they start to eat you." Primordial Leogans, you would be alive when they'd start to eat you. Thankfully, they don't eat people anymore. Remember, he had it. Oh, she's chuckling to herself.
I'm happy your uncle ain't on the squad, or I think you and I'd be out of a job, Carter.
Thank God they don't eat people. As he just starts shaking his head. Yeah, you're really scary, Carter. I don't know if you should continue on this train of thought, Benny.
Sorry. But anyway, he's gonna teach us how to play golf. You should join us, Carter.
Sure. If he wants me there. I don't know if he would.
He had a talk with you, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Then he wants you there, I'm sure, Carter. He didn't hurt Carter at all, actually. Right? She just threw you through a wall or two.
Yeah, just threw me through. Well, first it was down the hallway, then through a door, and then through a wall.
See? Memory Aunt's smiling, rubbing Carter's cheek.
Just through a wall. Nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't actually the craziest thing he's ever thrown me through. I'm honestly a little used to it at this point.
What is the craziest thing he's ever thrown you through? Memran looking at Carter.
A brick wall.
Oh my god.
What did you do to make him that mad?
It was after the whole situation with Laz. I was like walled up in my room. I came down. He said he needed help with, changing one of the wheels on the Escalade. So he asked me to come help him. All the wheels were fine on the Escalade. He just grabbed me and threw me through the wall.
Oh my. Memran looking at you, Carter.
Yeah, so honestly, I'm a little used to it at this point.
Well, make sure you tell him you've apologized to your sister. Oh, Carter!
I will, yeah. I will, definitely. I think that's where a lot of his ire towards me comes from, so if I tell him that I apologized and everything is okay between the two of us, everything might get better with the two of us.
Tonight, make sure you tell him.
Yeah. When I see him next, I'm gonna tell him as soon as possible.
Probably for the best. I don't think you want him to throw you through something bigger.
He was telling me I stayed all weekend at Rainfall Lane. It was really darn fun. But he was telling me something about, well, he's angry sometimes, but now he's feeling better. Benny nods his head.
That's good. That's really good, actually.
Just all that built-up rage about, that damn Carter. I can't do a Scar voice that well yet. I'll spend more time around him and then get my Scar impression up to Tommy. Cold nods. Benny, not really Carter. The death of some old lady. Something Integra, something.
Her name was Integra, huh?
Yeah, he showed me a picture. It was, he's tapping where his mouth would be on his mask. I've seen the pictures around somewhere before. I think it's her. I can't place it, but yeah.
Is it the picture the Colonel has in his office?
I think so, but I'm not sure, because this person was old. The picture he showed me. Gray hair, a lot of wrinkles, cool looking lady, but the person in the Colonel's office is younger. And this person in the picture he had wasn't smoking in a military uniform.
Huh. Alright. Maybe if I ever meet him, I can ask him, because Integra's my grandma's name, Benny.
Cool name.
Yeah, it is, but I ain't never heard of anyone with it other than her.
It's most likely the same individual, Benjamin.
Yeah, it probably is. Soul scratches her cheek.
My mother, on her desk at our house on Rainfall Lane, she has many pictures of Aunt Davine and her, and Grandpa Hunk, and all of us, and Istrom. Is that how she says her special nickname that she gets that we don't?
Elizabeth looks up. Istram.
That's a cool nickname.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Anyway, lots of pictures. One of those pictures is, I'm pretty sure, of, I guess, Integra, the leader of the headhunters, whatever her rank was, I do not know. But it's her, and she gestures around all of us, Rainfalls, at the time when we were very young. In a place I've never seen before. So, fancy looking home, apartment, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, then, we're probably talking about one and the same person then. Like, how many people have the name Integra? I can name 2 for sure. The Integra we've been talking about and my little sister.
Benny, yeah, that is your young. Oh. He looks tilting his head. Marianne, yes. And I inquired with my mother as to who that was, and she would never give me an answer. So.
It's my grandma. Pretty sure she had pictures of you guys as kids in her room.
That's sweet. Benny rubbing Elizabeth's head still.
Oh, well, I wish I could have met her.
You would have liked her. She was like the nicest lady you'll ever meet. She was always happy to see me, took me out on bike rides. You'd have liked her. She was cool.
Marianne, very comfortable in Carter's lap, now gesturing with her arms. I have vague memories of this woman. I do. I can remember she would, if it's her, she would tend to us, take care of us, look after us. I remember her standing over the balcony one day, clutching her chest, sneezing loudly, you know. I thought she was going to go over the balcony.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same one. She was the best grandma you could have asked for.
Colt was the best.
Yeah, she passed away a few years back.
Colt nods his head. Benny, how'd she die? Colt, and now we're back to normal, Benny.
She got hit. You can see him putting his hand on the back of his shoulders and just rubbing it. She got hit by a bus.
Oh. He shrugs. At least it was probably quick that way. If it was like cancer or something, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Carter rubs the back of his neck. I'm sorry for your loss, man.
Hit by a bus. That doesn't happen often.
No, it doesn't, and thank you, Carter. It sucked, and I was away training when it happened. It wasn't fun.
At least you got to spend time with her.
Yeah, at least I did. Some of my favorite times were ones with her.
Now, you guys are in deep conversation. Oz has been sucking Laz's finger for this whole time, so she's coming out ultra frazzled. Deep conversation didn't realize the ship has landed. Laz is coming to tell them it's time to disembark.
She has her hand in her hair, her skin still completely flushed. She just stumbles into the room. The ship has landed, kids. You are free to gear up and roll out.
Marianne will get up off Carter's lap. Let's move out, B-Squad.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And so they will. Move out. Oz has the ship landed. Oz definitely coming out of the boarding ramp with Laz as the children overlook the area. Marianne staring up at the satellite array. Pieces are missing. They look like they are going to fall apart and or implode, one or the other.
Yeah, I think they're abandoned, ma'am.
Yes. She points. You can see the entrance and the rock outcropping there. As I said, Colt, Carter, take up position around here. Cover our escape.
Yes, ma'am.
Move, and she'll slap Carter's ass.
He jumps a bit when she does it, and he starts running towards, around the place where she pointed out.
Colt will turn to Soul and shrug and gesture towards his ass.
She rears back and smacks his ass.
God damn! He starts running, he sprints up here. Ricardo on point.
Yes, ma'am. He'll move up in front of her.
Elizabeth behind. Soul behind her, and Benjamin in the back where it's safe. Let's move. As they will move in one by one, tactical column, single file line together. Oz is overwatching everything with binoculars.
He can see Laz. She's just looking around, and he can see her like biting her thumbnail like a lot nervously.
You all right?
You know, little siblings mission. It doesn't really. I'm nervous.
So am I. I have a bad feeling about this.
That kind of ship just doesn't appear, in rumors or not.
No. A dreadnought would. Yeah, a dreadnought, an Indianapolis class. Yeah. A Halcyon class. No. Just shaking his head.
Especially one as outdated as that, She shakes her head. Something's going on here, and even if those satellite arrays look like they cannot be used, I don't trust it.
I don't either. He's looking around through the binoculars. Can't say I've ever taken this much of a vested interest in any of the headhunter squads before. Where I'd be out surveying the area.
She chuckles. I thank you for doing this for me. Not just for me, but for my family, too. Because they are all my family.
He looks over his shoulder. They're good kids. All of them, even if they had that. Including Mimrian, even if she had a problem. Besides, you only get one set of them. Once they're gone, they are gone.
She looks at him, puts a gentle hand onto his arm and rubs it a bit. Yeah, they are.
All the hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. This is a creepy fucking place.
Yeah, honestly, she points at one of the satellite arrays. I sort of thought those like hooks hanging down from those were people hanging for a second.
Kind of does look like it from a distance. If anything happens, you get back on the ship.
I will. Don't worry, I will.
Good. He's just scanning the horizon over this direction. As Colt, rubbing his ass. God, that hurt.
She's stronger than she looks, isn't she?
Do you like all that dommy mommy stuff?
Oh, hell yeah, man.
You like it that much, huh?
I mean, honestly, when it comes to Memory Ann, I would like anything. If she was more submissive to me, I would like it. If she wants to be dominant to me, hell yeah, I'm up for it.
Colt nods his head. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I remember the way you used to, like... Do you remember that shitty fucking Krellin cartoon show? Or was it the tubby guy with the mask on and the foxtail? And
Oh, yeah.
you would watch that for hours, and you would not say a word to me, dude.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. He starts to laugh. Memory
What's it called?
Memory and the Explorer.
He's chuckling, looking off this direction, not really paying attention with his sniper rifle in his hand. Memory and the Explorer.
Carter has his hand on the hilt of his sword, and he's looking around in the general vicinity of them. Yeah, it was a good way to, just stare at her without being staring at her,
Yeah, and then I can remember your fucking uncle would be like, "Hey Carter, why don't you've been watching this for long enough, why don't you go do something, play some catch with Colt, Carter?" And he'd be like snapping his big paw fingers in front of your face. Little bitch.
Carter rubs his face and starts to laugh even harder. Yes. Yes, he would do that quite a bit. I That show put me in like a trance, man. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, it's about the same thing that happens nowadays. He's just looking around casually. You see Memory Ann, I saw you waiting outside the bathroom for her the other morning.
Yeah, I think it does have to do a bit with the whole spellcaster thing. Trust me, even if I didn't have it, I would want to be around her as much as possible. But just the fact that me and her seem to be so connected, it feels terrible not to have her near me.
I can sympathize, maybe not on the same level, because I am not a spellcaster, but yeah. You can tell Carter can tell he's squinting while he's looking out this direction. Yeah. Going through basic and then Scout Sniper school, wondering if your sister had like a boyfriend or something was like hell.
Carter chuckles. You could have just. I don't know if you had my number at that time, but you could have just called me. I would have
I,
loved to talk to you.
I called Dad, dude, and then he called your dad and was like, "Does Soul have a boyfriend?" No. Then he'd hang up on your dad probably. Yeah. I I I told Soul I did it once. I did it like way more than once. Let me tell you.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. I definitely understand that. A lot of the time, I would have my fears of Memory and finding someone.
Especially with how good looking those two are. I'm just glad everything worked out.
I am too. I am very thankful things worked out.
For everybody involved. I guess with the exception of he kicks a rock down this way. Fucking poor Ricky.
Oh my god, I don't even know how I would deal with it. Just not go near the med clinic?
Pretty sure she's at the point where she's just gonna follow him around and scream. I would love to know more about Ricky's father, because I know who Ricky's father is. He's my mother's best ranger captain. So either Ricky doesn't know all the details, or has had like a incorrect picture painted about his father, or he shrugs. Maybe his father really did have a pretty colorful past. Either way, he shrugs again. I mean, you don't get to that position where his dad is now and, be a complete fuck up. Which I don't think Ricky understands. But then again, this is Ricky, so.
Carter nods. I mean, top ranger squad. I would be lucky if I ever got near that level of prestige.
His father is in charge of a goddamn battalion. I don't get it.
He would have to be a captain then, right?
Yeah, I mean, I asked my mom about Ricky's dad when we first got, when we were first getting to know each other here, and Ricky would say things about his dad, and my mom was just like, the past is the past. Who cares? So, I'd like to know. Just curiosity's sake.
I mean, yeah, maybe my family, since I'm pretty sure the Valoriuses have a connection to the Rainfalls. I mean, at least through Integra, I think.
Whoever she was.
Yeah. But, anyways, maybe they know something about it. Maybe we can ask them.
Wouldn't mind. My first weekend at Rainfall Lane in a while. Is Grandpa Hunk gonna beat me up?
I mean, I thought he was gonna kick my ass when I got there, but no. All he wanted was a hug.
Just Uncle Scar, huh?
No, my mom kicked my ass.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, she stomped on my foot, kneed me in the gut, hit me really hard in the back of the head. That woman is strong, dude.
You better not upset her again, Carter.
Oh, trust me, I do not plan on it.
My mom used to give me beatings the same way. I can definitely sympathize. As the satellite array here makes a really, maybe it's the wind blowing, maybe it's the age, a really loud, disturbing creaking sound. Yeah? He jumps and looking up at it.
Carter turns to look at it, starts inspecting it really closely. Yeah, maybe the wind, maybe it was, I don't know, settling into the ground.
Probably just the wind. He's staring up at it as inside. So you had to go in and go down an elevator, and the elevator ride was long. This is definitely old. This facility. There's dust, some cobwebs, but no cobwebs in the way you're walking. And it's lit red lights, like dim red lights, so there's still some type of emergency power on here. And the elevator ride down was long. Sasha said most likely this is built into the facility. This one's built underground.
Smells like a garage in here.
Memory hand squinting around looking. She'll snap her fingers and produce some light. Yeah. I wouldn't say a garage. Just smells dank, wet.
Dusty.
She's looking around, wipes her fingers on the wall. Dusty, yes. No dust on the floor, though. Lift your boot, Elizabeth.
She lifts her boot.
No dust on the floor. Interesting.
Elizabeth looks around. These are supposed to be really old, right? Like before relay stations were a thing.
At this point, bare minimum 400 plus.
I don't think generators are supposed to last that long. She points to the red lights.
Memory Ann, no, they're not.
Could nuclear last that long?
Nuclear could, but it would need maintenance, attending to. Otherwise, 400, 500 years, it would erupt. From what little I know about very antiquated tech. I could be wrong, though. My uncle would read these things to me when I was young, so...
So, we're either not alone, or maybe some squatters been living here.
That's my guess. Squatters, independent colonists, a place to hide from the elements, and if we run into them, we offer them assistance, our MREs. We get to be heroes, and then we tell them they can stay here, because there's no reason to make them leave.
Sounds good to me, ma'am.
Move forward, Ricardo. She's typing on her wrist computer. It looks like there's a control station or some type of security station. Here, move forward.
Yes.
Here.
Yes, ma'am. He's gonna start moving forward.
She's following. Benny won't move until the others move, though. This place is creepy.
So nuts. Very creepy. And very old. She's just looking around, looking at some of the, like, antiquated panels on the walls and stuff.
Memory Ann, go down the hallway a little more. Ricardo, our goal, turn and look at my wrist computer.
He'll turn and look.
Our goal is to get to the main control room. At the very least, we'll bring the Ranger General back answers as to how this place is still powered.
Yes, ma'am. Door on the left, so I'm gonna take it slow.
Copy.
He'll move up and peek around the corner slightly.
Don't see anything.
He'll motion for them to come up and move on in.
Control station.
Hope one of you is better at that, because computers aren't my strong suit, ma'am.
I've got it. She comes over here and starts typing. Elizabeth, assume my position.
Elizabeth steps up, has her shotgun out ready to act if need be.
The computer is still powered. Move into the room completely. Get out of the choke point of the hallway. Benjamin. Yes, ma'am. terminal is still powered. That is strange.
Does it say if it's emergency power or not, ma'am?
Her head recoils. No. It's fully powered. The whole station is powered. Somebody had just turned the... She flicks the switch. Lights off. And the whole facility lights up. Old fluorescent lights making the buzzing sound.
Would, you think squatters would be able to keep that up and running, ma'am?
Oh.
Elizabeth looks around. Then something that isn't squatters has been keeping everything up to maintenance. Some kind of android or exoframe? Like a butler type deal?
As she says that, bullets, the sound of a gun being fired, go off wildly and start hitting this wall. Get down! Memory and duck!
Elizabeth ducks and so does Soul.
Ricky, she's looking around the corner, but Ricky definitely sees whatever this is sparking coming from its neck, and he's shooting wildly here at the wall.
Ma'am?
Go!
He's gonna bolt into it, bolt up towards it. So he'll run up towards it. And is it okay if I make an attack?
Yeah. He's shooting at the wall, sparking from his neck.
He's gonna bolt up, ignite a keyblade, and swing.
Flavor it.
He's gonna run right up and do a slash right across the chest and cut it in half.
Falls into two pieces. Memory Ann, watching the attack being made, move up. Moves this way. Nice shot, Ricardo. Make sure you, show Okir that one as she's kneeling down when we get back home.
Thank you, ma'am. You know what it is?
White blood. It has white blood, just like androids from the Alien universe. And it's spilled out all over the ground. It is as Benny, may I come up from the back of the line? Memory Ann, of course. Memory Ann's already cleared the hallways. Looking around, anyway. She hasn't gone down them. Benny's kneeling down looking. Memory Ann, it's a automaton. She's snapping her fingers. So, Uncle Blaze would read about these things to you when you were a child too, yes? They're combat synthetics. That's, I think, what they're called.
Synthetics, yeah. Human-like individuals who were more programmed than an exoframe who has like a soul stone.
They should use your Kai blade. Cut open this one's cloth on his shoulder.
Yes, ma'am. He'll cut it off.
They have, see, imprinted into its synthetic skin the words Max Tech. They were made by a company called Max Tech, which is defunct nowadays.
Yeah, that name's familiar.
Even the rifle, it's not phased. She'll hand the rifle to Elizabeth. Elizabeth being taught by Tal and Uncle Banksy. It's not it's a SCAR. L stands for light. It's not phased, it's super rudimentary, basic ballistic firearm. More of an antique nowadays than a combat weapon.
Is there any marking of who made it?
Max Tech.
Max Tech made this too, but it might be like as old as this relay station. No one uses this kind of thing anymore, Scarels.
Huh.
That thing looks like the kind of antiques my dad had in his gun collection.
It's definitely old. Benjamin, may we strap him to your back? Benny nods. Strap both of his pieces to Benjamin's back, Ricardo. We'll take him back to the Ranger General.
Yes, ma'am. He's gonna start strapping him on. Careful, man. This guy's heavy.
No problem. Oh god, I'm gonna be covered in white poop.
It's your first mission, Benny. You had to get covered in something, huh?
Marianne, it's more like milk, but yes. Control room. She gestures to her with her head up this direction.
Yes, ma'am. He'll take his place back up in the front, and... Is this open?
Yeah, everything's open.
He'll motion. This way, okay, ma'am?
Yes.
He will start moving forward. Take a peek both ways to see if it's clear.
Clear.
Motion for them to catch up.
You can make your way just to the control room.
Okay. He'll make his way in.
No resistance. And I will move everybody else. Marianne is immediately drawn to these three. They're in stasis, basically, deactivated. Not in a stasis tank, just frozen in place almost. Slumped over. Huh.
Elizabeth looks at them. You want me to take pictures of the surrounding area, ma'am?
Yes. Benny, what's this thing? Marianne looks over her shoulder. It's a printer. A printer? Marianne, a printer, yes. It would print out paper documents. They still use them today, just they don't look like that. That is an old one. A very old one.
Soul walks up to it. Very antiquated tech. As Elizabeth starts walking around the room taking pictures.
If it's so antiquated, how come it still works? Because the lights are on the front of the printer. Soul notices that when he says that.
She squints. I don't know. Ma'am, permission to just run a piece of paper through it?
Whatever you see fit.
She just presses copy and sees if anything happens with it.
It shoots out the last... not shoots out, but prints out the last piece of paper, which is a bunch of ones and zeros.
She looks at it, walks over to Marianne. Binary code?
That is creepy. Benny looking at it.
Any of you guys speak robot?
No. She starts chuckling up. Not I, coming over here.
Can our wrist computers analyze or translate it?
You could give it a try, as she's hitting the keys to see if any of the computers respawn.
I guess. He'll try.
Doesn't come back with anything.
Nothing.
Gibberish, like letters, and some symbols, like asterisks and stuff like that.
Looks like somebody smashed their face on the keyboard, ma'am.
I find it strange that these machines still work, but they're all password protected. You need a password.
Someone doesn't want to say what they got to offer.
Maybe you're correct.
Do you think Benny's piggyback buddy was the one keeping everything working?
Could be. Marianne shrugs. Could be. That looks like the master terminal. Here in the middle. Excuse me, honey. She'll move in front of Elizabeth. Squinting at the screen. This one needs a password too. I'll see if I can hack it. It's old. Just give me a moment.
Okay. Do you want me to take those three out while they're still in the tanks?
No. Just let them be. Very creepy. Looking at them.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Soul's just looking at them. She can't, sense any, soul energy from them, can she?
Nah, they're just combat synthetics. They're no soul, nothing.
Yeah. It does really feel creepy to see something that looks so human, but not human at all. She just puts a hand to her chest and rubs it a bit.
What's really creepy is this keyboard.
What is it?
Look! She hasn't touched the keyboard, she plugged her wrist computer in. Some of the keys are covered in dust, and others are not.
Huh.
I mean, maybe our friend on Benjamin's back was combat synthetics know how to shoot and take orders. They, from what Uncle Blaze would tell, they were designed to replace troops, not work on computers, not perform maintenance. They are designed to shoot and die in place of us, living people.
So, somebody else was probably in here recently then.
That would be my guess. I just can't figure out where to plug in my wrist computer on such an old piece of junk. She plugs it in and, oh, it actually went in. And then the whole station starts to shake. Oh god. What did I touch?
I don't know.
Is it a trap?
The lights go from the fluorescent light to the red light again. We should leave.
Yeah, I agree, ma'am.
Take point, get us out of here, make sure that thing stays on your back. Yes, ma'am. He's looking around really scared.
Yeah, ma'am. Keep close, guys. And he's gonna start making his way out.
They make their way out. As out here, Oz is still just scanning the area.
Laz is keeping an eye on everything, sort of hugging herself as she does. Just keeping an eye out in her general vicinity where her eyesight can see.
They're fine. You can check their life signature from your computers. From your wrist computer, they're fine.
She stares at her wrist computer. Yeah, I know they're fine, just... I'm worried about them, you know that.
I am too. As these two are just having casual small talk, and the satellite arrays start to move and aim this direction here. Slowly, creaking loudly, Oz...
Laz looks up at the satellite array starting to turn. She pulls up her wrist computer and uses her camera's magnify option to look in the direction where it's starting to point.
Hit record.
She hits it.
All the lights start... They have one big light in the middle at the tip of the arrays. They start flashing red. Colt... I assume that's just memory and returning power to the system.
Carter stares at the lights coming on. I'm sure it is. As he, too, starts to stare off in the general direction where it's pointing.
Coming through low cloud coverage, breaking out of the cloud coverage is this ship with the lights on the tip of the ship all flashing the same color. Colt. Oh!
Or maybe it isn't.
Get back on the ship.
Laz nods. Alright, and she runs off into the ship.
She sees him pulling out his pistol from his holster as she runs. As this ship casually starts to glide over. It's only about 600 feet above ground level. Colt, look, we'll get some answers to this question now. He has like a radio built into the chest piece of his armor. B Squadron headhunters hailing unidentified EarthGov class vessel, please respond. As it just keeps... Please, his head's going with it. Respond.
Carter keeps his eye on it. What if it needs something older to connect to it than our radios?
I could hail over open comms, so he fucks around with his radio. Headhunters Unit B Squadron, please respond. Hailing EarthGov, unidentified class vessel. Why is it going straight up in the air now? And that's what it's actually doing. It hovers back through, in place, thrusters on the bottom of it, hovers straight up. He's just watching it.
Carter watches it. Either they're running, or they're preparing something.
Preparing as... Oz knows what this sound is. Colt and Carter wouldn't. But it's the sound of very archaic drop pods being deployed. Not like the ones that the Rangers use nowadays. They're super loud. It just sounds like... Because there's lots of them coming, it sounds like a rocket. Like a gigantic rocket coming down at you guys. And landing all over the hillside here are pods, and coming out of the pods are... don't think Colt would know what a combat synthetic this old is. I don't know if Carter would.
Don't think he would, no.
And they start kicking, some pods open, some of them they have to pry their way out of, kick it open with their foot. As the rest of the squad comes out, Ricky is in front. So Ricky is the first one out the door and sees all these... He would probably be able to tell they're about the same looking combat synthetic.
Ma'am, I don't think I can take out that many.
She looks shocked as they start to raise their guns at you guys. And you two over here. The visors of their masks glowing.
Carter looks at Colt. I think we just surrender here, right?
Yeah. We're putting down our weapons. He's gonna come over here. Come on, Carter. He makes sure to stand right in front of Soul. And he has his sniper rifle in one hand, Car 15 in the other, and he places it on the ground in front of him. Now, they make noises when they speak, but it's gurgled. They sound kind of like Death Troopers from the Star Wars lore.
Okay.
And this one here is making them. The rest are dead silent, rifles aimed at you guys.
I think we should follow Colt's lead, ma'am.
Oz has surrendered, and they have pushed him up this direction as well. I don't think there's any leaving until they say we can leave.
Yeah.
She's unholstering her pistol and setting it down.
Soul does the same with her holsters. Elizabeth the same, and Carter unbuckles his sword and sets it on the ground.
One final drop pod hits here, and coming out is somebody that does not look anything like... Definitely a human. Memory Ann doesn't say anything, just watches him very closely.
Soul looks at him. Maybe a negotiator?
He walks unlike any soldier you've ever seen before. Rifle slung very casually. He doesn't have soldier vibe or anything to him. Rifle slung casually. Magazines that are adorned on his ammo pouches are sloppily put in to his armor, his ammo pouches. And he has Cole would definitely know the rifle, but I won't go into description on it just yet. And he walks up here. It looks like he has 0 muzzle and trigger discipline. You should all know what that is. He's not aiming the muzzle of the weapon at you guys, but he's waving the rifle around casual, like he's a merc. You can tell he's a merc, if anybody but Benny, because he didn't pay attention in training for the most part. He comes up here, clears his throat.
Carter raises his hand. Hi, we are with the headhunters. We were on a mission to investigate this relay station. We didn't realize it was occupied, sir.
Wears a ski mask, goggles. He's rubbing his chin with his free hand, walking up with the headhunters. All right, I'm Ripa. What's your name, kid?
Me?
Anybody.
Ricardo Valorius, sir.
Okay. You Blondie?
Carter Rainfall, sir.
Oh. Head recoils just slightly. Stand down. They put their weapons down in unison. Rainfall. And you? Memory End refuses to speak to him. Cat got her tongue or something?
I think the 200 Guys with guns might have her tongue, sir.
What's her name?
Carter looks at Memory Ann. Memory Ann Rainfall.
Rainfall. Okay. Are there any other rainfalls here?
Elizabeth raises her hand, and Soul looks like she does not want to, but she raises her hand as well.
Right. Um, he's hastily reaching around he has arm pockets on his jacket he wears. Pulls out a badge. This facility's under, here, Blondie. This facility's under the command of Strat. That's SIS.
Carter looks at the badge, given his knowledge of the military and everything. Does it look up to code and everything?
It looks up to code, but I mean, if you base him off Uncle Towns, because he's Carter's base of knowledge about how SIS agents and/or operatives act, he's nothing like Towns. SIS agents like to work alone. Even if they like to work alone, and they're usually pretty meticulous and precise. An SIS agent definitely wouldn't struggle to find his identification. I'll leave it at that.
Carter looks at the identification, looks up at him, hands it back to the man. Okay. SIS. You, if you don't mind my asking, what is Strat exactly?
Strategic Response Organization. Paramilitary unit of SIS.
Uh-huh.
Do you work directly with the operatives of SIS?
Yeah. Same with the ship. It's the Pinta. It's under SIS jurisdiction. We're tracking UI. The UIR likes to bounce some of their signals using these old arrays, because their technological level of advancement's well below ours. So, tracking some leads on UIR. Return to the ship. As these guys, the androids, will start getting back in their pods, and loud thrusters igniting, returning up to the ship.
Carter stares at him. Forgive all the questions, I was never familiar with Strat, never briefed on them, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's, no big deal. Sorry about the entrance, sorry if we rattled you. I never thought you said, who? Head who?
Hunters. Headhunters. Carter squints at him.
Okay, head hunter. Right. The Alaskan branch, or whatever you are.
He tilts his head. If you don't mind my asking, have you been on the frontier for long, sir?
Yeah, long time.
And I'm guessing whatever you're doing here is super top secret.
Yeah, it is if we want to defeat the UIR, kid. May I ask what a group of headhunters is doing out here? Exactly, and who gave you these orders? This badge means you have to answer me. Marianne's still refusing to talk.
We're under orders to check this place out. Spooky appearances of a ghost ship. And, we were given the orders by, what's it called? The Ranger General.
Commander Julius Rainfall is our direct commanding officer. The Ranger General and Julius Rainfall give you orders. Okay.
Yeah, they do.
That's some people that are pretty high up there, huh? Something like that?
Yes, sir. They are.
Okay, well, you tell them the situation here is under control. SIS has it all taken care of. Yeah, I'll inform my father. He's in charge. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll inform everyone that we have connections too. Do you know the Ranger General's name?
Lorelei. Something or other. Elf.
Carter smiles at him. He puts his hands up. All right, I just had to check. Sorry. You have to understand. I'm a little freaked out by the whole entrance, and this place is pretty creepy. The hooks look like people hanging and everything like that. It freaked me out a bit.
Don't worry, Blondie. Everything's under control. Benny, we had to kill one of your android guys inside. Yeah, you can leave him here. You don't have to take him with you. Benny, well, the lieutenant said you'll leave him here.
Carter nods.
You'll leave him here.
We'll leave him here, Benny.
Okay. He'll unstrap the android 2 pieces. We can have him fixed, repaired, and put him back in action against the UIR.
Old tech to be using against him.
Budget cuts. Nice glasses. Get back to your ship.
Understood, sir.
He comes here, rifle slung low near his hip. Go back to the ship. Let's go.
Carter will start to go back to the ship after everyone else has left, so he can keep an eye on the guy.
Well, these guys are gonna go for sure.
You good, Carter?
Go.
Alright, anything happens, say it through the mic.
I know. Just go.
He has his rifle pointed at Carter, down at his hip, gesturing towards the ship with it. 0 muzzle discipline!
Carter just keeps an eye on him as he goes back to the ship, standing in front of everyone as best he can.
Oz, looking back at this guy, everybody's retrieved their weapons. Memory and Oswald to Gateway. Oz, Gateway! Gateway. Yes, ma'am. As Oz will board the ship, and everybody else will go back to Gateway. Very quickly. Memory Ann didn't say too much on the ride back. She's had Oz dock at Gateway, using her clearance with the Rainfall last name to get into one of the many docks, and she's right outside of the office. Julius and Icy are here, doing work still for the day. Definitely Julius. Icy doing some work too. Memory Ann walks up here, and Sasha's guards are at the door. Memory Ann, I need to get in. I'm Memory Ann Rainfall, and they just hit the button and open the door. Soon as they hear the rain fall, they just open the door. Memory Ann, let's go. Together.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you will. Sasha looks really confused as to why the kids are here. I don't know Julius' reaction. Icy is, hi, just smiling at the kids. You look really handsome in your armor, Benny. And you too, Colt. As Memory Ann, excuse me, Auntie, Colonel, Ranger, General.
Good. You can call us Auntie and Uncle here. It's fine. Are you okay?
You can call me Sasha, whatever. How was the mission? What are you doing here exactly? Memory Ann, Uncle Julius, we went to this place, and the dishes, and they're looking for ships, and there was things that happened. Uncle, I'm scared. Okay? She stomps her foot on the ground and crosses her arms. Never seen a look on it. You haven't seen a look like that on her face since she was like a little kid. I see, huh?
Julius stands up, walks over to her, puts a gentle hand on her shoulder. Okay. I am not going to ask you to describe what happened to me. Actually, no. What happened? And Colt can feel Icy gripping onto his forearm, and her hand is shaking, and basically her entire body is shaking.
He'll put his arm around her and pull her in. Sasha, what happened? Everybody, would anybody like a soda to relax with? Information, please. I'll get sodas. She goes over here.
We got jumped, ma'am.
Jumped. She
Cr-
turns around over her shoulder looking at you guys.
Carter looks at Sasha. Does the name Strat, a military organization of a sect of SIS, or does that ring a bell? Strat.
I, she thinks for a second. I'll get an answer. I'll call Towns. 1 second.
Yes, ma'am. Because the guy who the ship was there, ma'am. It flew over. And,
Oh.
yeah. We got jumped by some old what you call it, a synthetic, something like that. We took it out, got to the control room, and then the whole thing turned on its own and started moving.
Ran, and there was one individual who was a human, not a combat synthetic, and he is evil. He has a dark soul.
The soul nods, grips onto Colt tighter. He had a very bad soul.
He's pulled her in, taken his helmet off, kissing her on the head. He was a merc, clearly. No trigger discipline, no muzzle discipline, and he was a joke, is what he was.
He struggled to find his SIS identification. He does quotation marks. He didn't know who the current Ranger General was, didn't seem to know what the headhunters were.
Didn't know who the current Ranger General was? It's not an insult to me, has he been living under a rock? He comes over handing out sodas.
From what I can tell, he's been, let's say, on the frontier for a long time, but all that he seemed to know was the rainfalls were important.
Yeah, he had like, what do you think, 80 to 100 of those synth things with guns on us, and had him put the guns up the moment he heard Carter's last name.
As soon as he heard rainfall, yeah. They all stood down like good little tin soldiers.
Elizabeth nods. I believe all the synths and the weapon, the Scar L that one of the synths was carrying, all of them were manufactured by Mextech, Mammon said.
Yeah, it had that on the shoulder after I cut it in half.
Handing Lass a soda. Here, drink. Where is that idiot? She looks to the door and Towns comes in. Hey, it's the resident jailbird. He sees Ricky.
Good to see you too, Mr. Towns. Thank you for your help.
What's going on, Sasha? Strat. Huh? He just looks confused.
Yeah. Scary guy, I think he called himself like Rip something. Said he worked for them, and that they, SIS, were in charge of that place.
Anybody... Did he present any identification?
Carter nods. He did. It looked completely legit.
Your wrist computer should have it.
He opens up his wrist computer. Does he have it?
No.
It's not there, sir.
Oh, it's there. There was footage there, it's just been... What the hell? Scrambled.
Is it unscrambleable?
Maybe. I'm not sure, Carter. He's rubbing the back of his neck. Laz got footage of the dishes and the ship coming into low orbit, and then I sent her back on the ship. See if you have it, honey.
She looks to see if she has it.
She does.
She sends it to all four of the higher rankers immediately.
Was she recording from the nose of the ship?
I would say yes.
Then she has it all. Towns is watching.
He called the big ship the Pinta, something like that. Ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm getting the wrong words.
I'll run a check on it. Hang on, we got computers that can run the names of all ships right here. Give me a second. Town's strat was disbanded 2 years after we fought this cult and stuff like that when you guys were all still kids or in some cases not born. I see. And coincidentally, the Pinta was destroyed in a freak navigational computer accident. Clearing your throat loudly that led it into a meteor swarm. Asteroid belt, excuse me.
Julius looks back, nodding at Icy. Do we have any records on a lot of Max Tech synthetics being stolen? A lot of old ones.
I will look into it. I'll look right away. She starts typing.
Julius nods, looks at Carter and Ricky and Colt. Did this Rippa guy, whatever his name was, he looks at Ricky. Did he say what they were fighting, what they were after, anything like that?
He chuckles before catching himself. DYR, sir. Said they used the radio dish, satellite towers, whatever, all the time, and they were fighting against them and trying to defeat them.
Towns. Well, Strat's not a thing. And he's no SIS agent. I can pull up a manifest of every, and I will. Here, look. He's showing everybody. He can enlarge his wrist computer and he types in R. And he starts going through a long list. You said Rippa?
Yeah, I think that was it, sir.
Rippa. Nothing comes up. Ripper. Nothing comes up.
I mean, I assumed he wasn't, sir. I mean, look at the video. The guy walks up swinging his gun like it's a cane. I'd say
He was a clown. Kissing Soul on the head.
Yeah, I'd say he lacked, like, any discipline even for a mercenary from what I've seen in school, sir.
A clown he may have been, but he was disturbing. And not through his actions, not through his gestures, his presence. I see, good girl.
Soul nods. His soul was pure black. Julius turns to look at Icy.
Icy, does the town Crease ring a bell? I think some guy named Ash and Julius took part in assassinating some Max Tech guys under the command of a Malcolm Chant.
Yeah, it does.
Oh. Well, over 4,000 combat synthetics were confiscated after the assassination by Rangers under the command of General Lorelei. And they vanished 18 years ago.
Right around the time Strat was disbanded.
6 months before the Pinta supposedly went into a asteroid belt? Which clearly it didn't, because it's flying on that footage over some weird satellite dishes.
Yeah. Also, the power for the base was all on. Like, completely working.
I thought it would be vagabonds or vagrants, Memorian, looking at Julius. It wasn't. It was clearly those individuals. And even, what was that thing? I can't even think. Printer! That's what it is. It printed out a paper in binary. Did you keep it?
Soul holds up the paper.
Towns, I'll take that.
She'll walk over, hand it to Sasha, and then walk right back to Colt.
I tried to get my wrist computer to translate it. It just came back looking like someone had smashed their face on the keyboard, sir.
That's not surprising. It's old. I'll run it through. I'll run it through some things that can maybe figure out what it said.
Okay.
Carter nods. He also seemed very against us bringing the synthetic that Benny had on his back to Gateway.
You killed one, and okay. Sasha's arms are crossed. looking over at Colt and Soul.
There was a couple more in pods inside the place, but we kind of didn't mess with them because, you know what I mean, ma'am.
Yeah.
Don't know where the rest of them came from. They were just there when we got out.
She puts her arms up. Well, you can see on the footage. Can you play it again, Laz, please?
She plays it.
They see the ship hovering over and then go straight up as Colt. It goes straight up and then you can even hear it from. She was in the cockpit of our ship. Those are like old drop pods, I guess, and they landed from the ship. Uh-huh. She's watching it.
Huh.
Carter just shakes his head. I don't know what exactly it all is. Could it be a new terrorist group reforming? This Max Tech thing company trying to reform itself.
Very, very astute. I say it smells like Max Tech, given what we have to go on. Sasha shrugs and looks at Julius.
Julius nods as he moves some hair out of Memory Ann's face, brings her and gives her a kiss on the head.
She'll lean back into Carter after Julius does that.
Carter hugs her very tightly, and Julius looks at Memory Ann. You did very good.
Thank you. She smiles at Julius. I was just horrified, honestly. I've never met somebody that rubbed me that way. I couldn't even talk.
Julius nods and rubs the top of her head. Yeah, very understandable. As he looks at Soul, walks over, does the same thing, gives her a kiss on the top of the head.
It's like I taught you. Both of you. Good job. Icy smiling at them. You follow your instincts.
Soul nods at Icy and gives her a smile. And Julius wipes a tear that was forming out of her eye. I'm also very proud of you, sweetie. Okay? And I'm glad all of you are back okay.
Yeah, that's what matters. Sasha's nodding her head. Classified information, what the fuck ever. I mean, keeping people in the dark doesn't work. That's what Lorelai always used to say. Ricky's father is currently following leads of a bounty hunter that trying to track this man down, and he reeks of Max Tech. So, yeah.
Okay. I think I need to apologize, ma'am. When he asked who sent us, I did reveal it was you. I just didn't think I had much other option.
Well, that isn't much of an issue. He still thinks the Ranger General is Lorelai.
Yeah, just,
Oh, it's better you revealed, because it probably saved your lives, at least the Rainfall last name. That's what it looks like to me. She's watching the footage that Laz got.
Julius nods. Probably knew who Rainfalls were, knew not to touch them. And he looks at all the kids, especially their kids, or else huge target on their back.
didn't that...
You don't drop 40 plus combat synthetics just to surrender them. She'll clear her throat, rubbing Laz's head.
No. But didn't that, pardon me, ma'am, I'm not completely positive. Didn't the previous general retire, like, a long time ago?
She retired 2 years roughly after Alpha 9 was disbanded. So whoever this was probably at least aware of EarthGov space and news around the time the Pinta somehow got destroyed, but didn't. I see shrugging again.
And
Clearly didn't.
And that strat was disbanded.
Oh.
Towns, he's a merc for sure. Like you said, son. SIS did hire mercs back then, not often, but we would. Information gathering mostly.
Would there be records of that on your computer, sir?
I'll start digging. The day is young.
Carter nods. Yeah. Just keeps thinking. The, he seemed not scared, but very apprehensive. But he still didn't know what the headhunters were. He said something along the lines of, maybe it's picked up in the video, but I said, we're with the headhunters. And then later on he asked, you're with the who, the head, what?
He said Alaskan branch or something like that.
Yeah.
Julius looks over. He might have meant the Antarctic branch. That's where it was based beforehand, but it hasn't been based there in 20 years.
Oh, he reeks of Max Tech. And we're gonna have so much fun turning him inside out. Sasha, oh, Snickers. Oh.
All I know is the guy walked up with no fear, and then he only got a little anxious when he heard their last name, but when he was barking orders, he sounded just as scary as you, Colonel Rainfall.
No fear, maybe. But, I mean, his body posture definitely changes when he hears the R in Rainfall. Towns, yeah. That's a I know a thing or two about body language. That's a very confident swagger walk of a merc. Up until, I mean, we can't hear the audio because she was on the ship, but up until I assume I'm pretty good at reading lips. He's trying to zoom in, say Rainfall. Shoulders sink, knees start to buckle. He's having to support all of his weight from his ankles. Icy scaredy cat.
Julius starts to laugh. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. We'll send someone to investigate a squadron of. Julius looks at Sasha. Rangers probably would be the safest bet.
Sasha, it's an Ash job. We'll catch Ash up to speed, and one bounty hunter, a ghost ship filled with a bunch of synthetics and probably mercs. It's an Ash job.
Julius nods. So we'll get Ash's squad on this, and we're gonna get everything figured out. He looks across the entire squad. Good work, all of you. I'm very proud of you all.
Thank you. A big smile on her face. Benny, thanks. It was really creepy, but we did it. Rubbing the back of Elizabeth's neck.
Thank you, sir.
Julius nods. It's not a problem. He pats Sol on the head, smiles at her, walks back over, gives Marianne another hug, and he looks at Oz.
I don't get a hug.
Julius chuckles, walks over.
Nice!
He gives him a hug. And then he walks up to Oz. And thank you for telling my daughter to get on the ship.
No problem, sir. Puts his hand out, does not salute.
He shakes Oz's hand, gives him a nice firm handshake. It's what I always have had to do with my wife.
Really? I'd like to hear about it sometime.
This weekend. I'll be there.
Oh my god, you should have seen the time she came out to fight the reborn lightning count. Basically got herself killed. Then Julius screamed at her when I healed her, and then they started grabbing each other's throat when they'd have sex. She's rubbing like Elizabeth's helmet.
Julius started to laugh. That's when I realized my wife liked a bit of a dominant touch.
Dominance in the bedroom can definitely be a plus with rainfalls. Apparently sucking on their fingers. I see what?
Julius starts to laugh. I I'll have to inform my dad about that, and we'll give it a shot.
I will have Banksy totally suck my finger when we get back home. I'll be down to pick you guys up later.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You suck that finger, Colt. Whether you like it or not. Colt, I like it, trust me. I was the first to do it. Good. Sasha just...
Soul smiles at Sasha. He very much enjoys it. He'll even take his mask off a bit while we're on the ship to suck my finger.
That's sweet. I can't believe, I don't know, nobody picked up on that all those years ago.
Yeah, I can't believe I never tried that with Quad.
I mean, the hand fetish thing and all that stuff. Sounds...
Yeah, you know what? That's basically what it is. It basically is a hand fetish.
I see rubbing Elizabeth's helmet. Alright, you guys should... There's like, what's the tradition for headhunters, Julius? Bash told me, I can't remember.
Yeah. Bash has a drink with all the headhunters, if I'm remembering correctly.
Go have your drink and try and relax, and with Ricky's dad on this, we'll have answers sooner rather than later. Sasha, guaranteed.
Understood, ma'am. Should we scrape some of the android juice off Benny before we get cleaned up?
Towns, I'll take care of that. He'll come over here. Turn around, Benjamin. He will. And Towns starts taking some of the... It's not wet anymore, but he's able to get some off.
Elizabeth looks at Benny, pats him on the chest. All right. Very good. You're more clean now.
I'll shower before we go to Rainfall Lane.
She smile emoticon. That's probably a good idea, yeah.
Beat your feet. Get out of here. Get back to the ship and try to calm down. She smiles at Memrian and Soul.
Well, try. Soul smiles at Icy, and Elizabeth hugs around her waist and hugs it very tightly.
We'll have fun this weekend, trust me. She'll hug. She has to get down to knee level to hug Elizabeth back.
I'm sure we will. I love you, sissy.
I love you too, sweetie.
The smile emoticon gets bigger, and she takes a step back and gives everyone else a salute.
Sasha just waves the salute away. You did good. I know it's weird, but congratulations on your first mission.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. It's, not how I imagined it.
No, but none of our first missions were how we imagined it, so... And we will keep you informed. We won't keep you in the dark on this. When we know something, you'll know something. But if you see these people again, don't engage them. If they've got you outnumbered like that. Get out.
Yes, ma'am. If we ever see an army like that again, or even just this Ripper fellow, we will exfil as soon as possible.
Good. Tasha smiles and dismissed. Go enjoy the weekend. As the squad will leave to go back to Woodbury. Icy, that's Max Tech. I mean, she shrugs if I had to guess.
I mean, what other organization, other than something that we might not know about, what can it be?
Sasha, how could you think about stuff like this at a time like that? I was fighting back laughter at Ricky the whole time because you guys are showing her the screaming girl videos. How am I supposed to be Ranger General like when this poor kid's standing in front of me and I just want to point at him and scream as a joke because he's a total dick to his father. Towns.
Julia starts to laugh. You have to strike a firm balance when it comes to this kind of thing. Sometimes you're...
I heard you snickering while you were getting soda.
He starts to laugh even harder. Oh man, I didn't even pick up on that.
No, I agree. Who else could it be? Given that Ash is, running with that Creepazoid bounty hunter. If it's Max Tech, we'll crush them again. She'll sit down.
I mean, yeah, we've done it before. Hell, on Crise, me, Mal, Squad Sigma did it before. We took out Max Tech's heads. We can do it again.
Towns sits down on Sasha's lap. Icy sitting down. Towns, the that live stream they put up all those years ago of the footage of Ash and Malcolm just sitting up on that tower. It's still running, and it still has concurrent viewers of like at least minimum 400 any given time.
Oh,
With
because
his lazy eye, the poor guy.
because of course it does. But I will be completely poor Ash, man. I would not want to have to sit up.
How
on that
could he
tower.
see through the sniper scope? Sasha, I don't think he could. I think he just took the shot blind, which is kind of impressive if you think about it. But yeah,
He just went off the feel of it.
they just sit all day sitting up on that tower.
Well, yeah. I. Oh, poor Ash. I would hate to have to sit up there with Malcolm for an entire day.
That's when Mom flashed a guard with Denaria. Some crazy shit happened.
It was probably simultaneously the best and worst day of that man's life because one, he got flashed by Mom, and two, he got flashed by Denaria, and that just is not good.
And Malcolm missed the flashing because he was too busy trying to muzzle Ash.
Oh, he was so angry when we told him about it.
Sasha, ugh.
Herbal imaging doesn't. It doesn't go through water, Nick. Or Ash.
Still one of my favorite sound bites of Malcolm. Not that I'm a fan of Malcolm.
You're not a fan of Malcolm, but you have that saved onto your wrist computer.
I have most of the conversations saved on my computer, thank you.
I don't know if fishermen are going to have the information you're looking for. Are you a slaver?
That is not from the same discussion. Sasha, no, but Malcolm had. I have that CD that Pequod made. The Malcolm greatest hits. His one-liners, most of them belittling Ash, but yeah.
Oh, that was a fun scene. It was a moment of respite on the Majestic whenever I would hear him creatively insult Ash.
Gurak?
Gundar. Talent, or you could call it dumb
Or
luck.
Gundar?
Gundor!
Did Lorelai ever hear that one?
Sasha, no. No, I think she would have probably resurrected Malcolm just to kill him. She always would say I wasn't allowed to do it.
Well, thank God she didn't hear it, because 1 second with Malcolm on this mortal plane would be absolute torture.
Sasha, oh, this one's the best. Ash is like in some type of. I think he got beat up. I can't remember the particulars. But...
Everyone else okay?
Yeah, we're good. We won our fight.
Towns, the drum at the end is a really nice touch. Sasha, Pequod knows how to make money.
Yes, she does. He wipes a tear away. Oh God, I love that woman.
Is everyone else okay? Yeah, we won our fight, Ash.
Ah, man. And poor Ash just sitting suspended in that tank. Couldn't even do anything about it.
I don't know. I think when he was trying to stop Nick and Carter from going up and retrieving the injured Ash, and he started sobbing when they refused to listen to him about Ash being dead, was probably funnier. Sasha, yeah, that's a good one. He called Julius a bitch.
Which was actually sort of better than the usual weasel he would call me.
Sasha shakes her head. Alright, Towns, get off my lap. I have to go prepare for something. She'll leave.
Julius just watches her leave. He looks at his computer. I should probably head back down to base. Stands up.
Yeah, don't let her kill Tommy. That's what she's going to prepare to do.
Oh, God. Well, okay, yeah, if I can manage to convince her to not kill Tommy, which I don't think I'm capable of, but I'll try, I will do so. Which means I have to get down there now, just in case.
Yeah, you gotta get down there now. And finish up your work and make sure you drag your ass home.
I will, and I won't be home by 11, or however late I've been coming home.
Good. She goes back to working on it, whatever she's working on.
He pats her on the head and then rushes towards the teleporter.
Shifting down to Julius Berry, the kids up on the roof. Bash has passed them all out of beer. Oz has got Laz a drink to go, a chaser for the beer to wash it down. And Bash, they've told Bash about the mission. Bash, oh, look, guys. At least you got your first mission, as strange as it is, strange as it was, but you got something under your belt, and that is how you build, okay? And everybody came back alright, that's all that matters. Nice shot on that damn android there, Ricky.
Thank you, sir. Putting some of your teaching to work, sir.
So this footage survived from inside the bunker, and Laz, your footage survived from the ship. So, the way they scrambled or whatever you said it is, your wrist computer is some type of proximity thing? Bash, maybe, yeah. That's one of the smartest deductions I've ever heard you make, Okir, as he opens a beer and hands it to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth looks at it. And just looks around. Fine. And she
No, just you don't have to take it off. Just you're slitting your mask, and I have a straw for you. Or if you want to take it off, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'll just. She opens the little slit, puts the straw in, and starts drinking.
I'm always thinking about you, honey. He's rubbing her head.
Thank you a lot. She pats his hand that's rubbing her head.
He'll let go. Good work, Laz, keeping the recording going. Very good work.
She smiles at Okir and nods. It felt like the logical thing to do. Multiple perspectives is always good.
Yeah. He pats his lap.
Laz sits in his lap.
Yeah, it was smart. And it probably is some type of proximity-based scrambling, jamming thing. But... yeah.
I don't know, the whole thing just makes my head hurt. It's... The dude looks and walks like an amateur, but has an army of robots. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, would you fuck off, woman? She goes back in and shuts the door, still pointing and screaming at Ricky. Oz, I'm sorry, darling. Rubbing Laz's thigh.
Laz is just straight up laughing.
Christ! Should have landed the fucking ship on her. She was at the on the damn landing pad, pointing up at the ship, screaming. I didn't want to say anything to anybody. Laz saw it, but yeah. God, oh my god!
She was screaming so much, I'm pretty sure I heard her when we were 100 feet up.
Memrian is sitting on Carter's lap, pressed right up against him, head on his shoulder. Colt's got Soul on his lap.
You did hear her on the ship. Faintly, but you heard her.
Colt kissing Soul's ear, moving her hair away. Maybe we send Delilah Country after that guy if we ever run into him again.
Maybe she'll scare him so much with her screaming that he'll run away for good.
Might cause the robots to explode.
That is weird. What type of gun is that guy carrying exactly? It's hard to see. How do you zoom these things in? So he doesn't know how to work wrist computers ultra efficiently.
Soul reaches over. You take your 2 fingers and then you push them outward like that.
Thank you. What type of gun is that? He holds it up, Cole, it caught my attention too. It's a G3 assault rifle, but it's so those androids had like basic ballistic weapons. That thing is like a top of the line aftermarket modded weapon. You could just tell by its looks. It's got an overclock computer built into the magazine well. The whole barrel is phased, and definitely overcharged. The sights are completely modern. Those are like aim points from this year. So the man out of space and time who doesn't even know who the Ranger General is has a better assault rifle than I do. Is why it caught my attention. Oz nodding. Yeah, mine too.
It might even be better than my dad's. He calls it Shatter, but it might even be better than my dad's.
I mean, at this point, wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, when I was in SEAL training, they trained us on those. Not something that modded, but yeah.
Laz looks at Oz. I did not know you were in SEAL training.
I was. Yep. I was. It's what I wanted to do. And good drill instructors care about the military, and they care about you. And they told me, to be honest, that it makes me sound egotistical, because I don't think I'm smart. But they told me I was too smart to be an operator. I should be a pilot. I should be, an engineer who comes up with ships, not a trigger puller. There's nothing against... I wanted to be one, so I'm not diminishing it. Please. Colt, I don't take any offense. Benny, me neither.
I mean, not technically a trigger puller, but on the front lines, I don't take any offense to it.
I wanted to be one. It was my, dream. And, they didn't necessarily give me a choice. Let's just put it like that. Me and my little brother, we wanted to be SEALs, so...
Amen. I just swing my fists and my feet really hard. I ain't getting to anywhere important without someone like you.
Oz nods. I enjoy flying, but that was my original goal, darling. Rubbing her thigh.
Laz looks at him, starts to comb her fingers through his hair, and just gives him a kiss on the forehead. That seems like a good goal to have at first.
It was, for sure. My brother made it, but yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah. She lays her head on his chest. Maybe you can give me some pointers on how to shoot sometime. I would like to get those scores up.
Gladly. We can have some fun with it. These two have fun with it. He points over to Colt and Soul.
Soul nods. Yeah, we do. Even though I'm already a pretty good shot, I can always learn a bit more.
Even if you can't learn a bit more, it's sexy to see her with a rifle, and the positions you can get into are just... yeah.
I do call it a gift, my flexibility. She starts to chuckle.
God.
Bash, turning around, will pull his sidearm out and fire it into the air. Walking back into the building. Oh my god. As all these guys' attention has been drawn, some of the Delta guys have come to see what the shooting is about.
I really wish I could just turn myself invisible, sir.
What's going on up here? Nothing, Sergeant Satterley. Don't worry about it. Just, preteen drama screaming girl Ricky. Ricky? He's looking around.
Ricky Valorius, sir.
Huh, he'll bob his head up at you. Alright, carry on. He walks. They walk away to disappear after waving to Soul and Colt. God.
You guys are lucky that you get to go off base.
Soul twists around, puts her face into Colt's chest, and he feels her start to chuckle as Carter does the same, but puts his face into Marianne's back.
It's better out than in. Just laugh, it's all we can do at this point. Short of one of us shooting her, which I think is just gonna make her scream more, so.
Please laugh. Somebody needs to have a good time with it.
Carter just starts to let out his laugh. And so does Soul, yeah.
Marianne, she was laughing, but I'm not so much laughing at you. Or the screams, I'm laughing at the fact, and I was watching. She taps her eye, the corner of her eye. I had frozen over the door after the first scream. Did anybody notice the blowtorch in her hand when she came out for the second? Bash, oh my fucking god.
Oh my god, I had thought you had just lost concentration on the spell.
No, she really wants to get out and scream at Ricardo.
But what is the purpose of it? I mean, at least request a transfer or something like that.
That is a very smart thing to say, Elizabeth, and I will have you know, the paperwork has been put in. She's going to be transferred to Gateway by Monday morning. So, there's that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't thank me, it's, I guess the Colonel, or I don't know exactly who did it, but it's either the Colonel or someone above the Colonel, so there's that. He just slumps his head as she points and screams at Ricky.
Just leave me the fuck alone.
She walks back in, still pointing and screaming. Oh my fucking god. Maybe we just pick the Harley up and throw it at her. No, and no. She'll be gone in 2 days.
Now, let's hear him out. It's not the worst idea, sir.
Just smash this beer can over her head. He's just looking for random objects to hit her with.
Carter starts to laugh. Well, okay, Ricky, all you have to do is stay down in the bunker for 2 days. That isn't much time. Just gotta get the stuff that you need up here now.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna be hunkered down with you the whole time, Okier.
I think we'll just... God willing, the Colonel will go fucking home this weekend, so he's not around to bother us and kick us out of his office, and we'll make a good time of it. What the fuck is all the screaming about? Tommy appears on the roof. All fucking day do I hear the screaming. Who the fuck is responsible for this? Is it you? He points at Carter.
No, it's Delilah Contry, the med student.
Oh, I thought you were having sex with Marianne in the car again. Screams of ecstasy. Marianne, yes, screams of ecstasy. Those are screams of horror, Mr. Wiseau. Oh.
She keeps pointing at me and screaming, Tommy.
Huh. Show her to me. I'll handle this.
Her?
Who is that? He's lifting his glasses. Who is that again?
It's Delilah, the girl who I asked out at the ball.
Oh, I see. Well, she's in there now, being good, not causing problems. She scream at you because you're ugly? Is that why? What's the reason?
I don't know. Give it about 5 minutes.
She comes out, raises her hand to Ricky, goes to scream, and Tommy snaps his fingers and nothing comes out. Problem solved. Get your skank ass back in the building, whore. She goes back in.
Tommy, you're a hero.
Tommy takes care of things for Ricky.
Thank you, Tommy.
Takes care of many things for everybody he's looking out for. How was your day?
It's been good, Tommy. We just went on our first mission. It was a weird one, to be sure. A lot of questions were raised during it, but yeah, it's been good. Our mission was successful, at least.
Good. Glad to hear it. Going to have fun weekend?
Soul nods. Yeah, we're pretty much all going back to Rainfall Lane this weekend.
Very good. Ricky, need to see you in a little while. We have some things we need to take care of this weekend.
Yeah, I'm glad for that, Tommy. I didn't have anything planned. I'm still gonna be hanging out with Oak here, but I can help you out with anything, man.
No problem, you earn some money and we do some things. Sorry Tommy hasn't been around, but to be frank, you don't really need me looking over you all the time. You all are happy, doing good with your lives. And don't worry about Jet Tommy tried to steal, was doing it for Laz.
You didn't have to do that, Tommy.
I promised your parents a long time ago, always look after you. And look at you, no book in your hand, or your man's lap. You are fine. If you need me, you know how to reach me. As she comes back out of the building again, only somehow... What the fuck? Maybe I'll need to go back to reading spell books. I'll talk to Nicole about this, as she's still pointing and screaming at Ricky. I can't deal with screaming women, it bothers me. Ricky, come to warehouse later. Not right now, I'm leaving.
Yeah, I'll be there soon.
Do not let that girl follow you to warehouse, motherfucker! As he disappears.
I'll try.
Go back inside, wretch! She goes back.
Carter's wiping tears away from laughing. Oh my god, I'm sorry I'm laughing so much, Ricky, but
Tom the Taikaro things for Ricky. 5 seconds later, she comes out screaming again.
She managed to break a spell from Tommy Wiseau to just scream at Ricky.
Memriad, I doubt Mr. Wiseau is... It takes a spellcaster who hasn't been practicing to know one. Mr. Wiseau probably doesn't really study often, I'd imagine. But he best brush up on it if he wants to... How do you say it, Colt? Taikaro things for Ricky!
Yeah, I think he needs to study. Can you just put an ice wall in front of the doors or something?
I mean, she's got the blowtorch. She'll be able to... If you wish, she'll snap her fingers and put the ice wall up.
It'll slow her down.
I hope. Looking at the ice wall.
Elizabeth looking in through the window of the med clinic. And there's blowtorch.
She's starting to blowtorch through it. Look, Carter.
Carter looks at her. How did she get it so fat? And why is she wearing a welding mask?
Little bitch took that from our fucking garage. He points down to the Harley. Wait. Oh, that's where it went. Well, to be a med student, you gotta be pretty smart. He's nodding his head, watching.
Yeah, pretty smart and pretty fucking insane.
One of these days, he's stroking his beard. He's definitely sauced up today. It's Friday. Julius, is lax on everybody on Fridays. One of these days, I really gotta fucking figure out what that, Ash really did to this countrywoman. Holy shit.
Yeah, all I know is that he flirted with her to the point that she put in a bunch of complaints with the headhunters and probably would have gotten him fired if Grandma didn't protect him.
Okay, I guess we're probably gonna get complaints about Ricky that we have to make disappear.
I would hope not. I'm not doing anything.
I know, but she's still screaming.
Yeah.
Look, now she's getting that other lady to help her with another blowtorch.
Or they must be in cahoots or something, because why else would she help her?
Is that her mom? He's squinting in.
No, that's just some other lady who works there.
Oz, is Laz fighting back laughing?
No, she's just letting it out at this point.
Oz is letting the laughing out too. Vein popping in my fucking forehead when I hear that woman screaming. Normally screaming women or children or men don't bother me, but there's something about that one.
Well, it's probably because it's so high pitch and consistent. It sounds almost the same every time.
Why the fuck did you want to be with her in the first place, Ricky? Jesus Christ, she's got white woman problems written all over her.
He's gonna down the rest of his beer, look to Bash. Can I have another one?
You can have the tradition is you can have as many as you want. Here you go.
He'll take it. open it down like half of it. I didn't know she was insane. Ozzy or I probably wouldn't have wanted to be with her.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing you didn't end up with her, because that's what you would have woke up to every fucking morning.
Yeah. Blessing in disguise, I guess.
Being a seal's cool. Yeah, I mean, they're cool. You gotta like the water. And your brother wanted to be one? Yes, and he was. He graduated, they, took him in. He was applying for, greater training and all this type of stuff. I don't really feel like talking about it. How'd he die? Oh. God damn it, Benny! He looks over at Benny!
Laz looks at Benny. Benny, that is not something we talk about with Oz, okay?
You, she points right at Elizabeth, either muzzle your dog or teach him social skills. Pointing right at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth turns around, or just looks at Benny. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. When we go down to Rainfall Lane this week, me and you, we're gonna have some classes together, and we're gonna learn what to say and not to say about certain subjects, okay?
Idiot. Just glaring at Benny. She should be screaming at you. Benny, sorry.
Laz hugs onto Oz tighter, and Elizabeth nods. It's okay, but Oz's brother is a sole subject for him, understandably. We don't talk about it that openly unless he decides to talk about it with us first, okay?
Even though Bash has a beer in his hand, he takes the one Ricky drank half of and drinks it. Oh, here. Just hands him an unopened one.
He's gonna open it and drink a huge chunk out of that, too.
Oh, God. Benny, well, we heard he got shot in a certain area of his body, but, I mean, you don't have to beat him up that badly. He was on a mission. He was a SEAL. He had the trident and everything. I think, I don't remember exactly what team he was in charge of, but I think it was Team 4. Pretty young, too, but yeah, he got shot in the head on a hostage rescue mission. UIR. Took some scientist hostage. He'll drink his beer. And he was the first through the door, and he got it right through his Protec helmet. So, there you go, Benny. Just want to know so we can help you, or... Well, now you know. But you can't help somebody who's dead. So, there's that. You can help the living, though, by making sure everybody gets back alive every time. Noted.
Yeah, I mean, with how we work, I'm gonna be the first one through the door, Benny, so I hope you can keep me alive.
I won't let it happen to any of us, I promise. Good! That's what you should focus on. And learning social skills, because, if I didn't like you this much, I would have beat the shit out of you. Benny, sorry. And she can't stop me, trust me.
Elizabeth shakes her head. I probably can't stop you SEAL training and all. Me and Benny. She looks right at him.
I wouldn't let you stop him. You need to teach him.
I will. And I'm going to teach him starting this weekend when we're on Rainfall Lane, okay?
Yeah, everybody relax. Yeah, that's a good idea. And, Sasha's actually enrolled Benny, Elizabeth, in Gen Ed courses. That you two will go home on some weeknights, three of the weeknights a week after you're dismissed here. And you guys can take some classes together. Awesome! I'm sorry again. Oz, don't worry about it.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, and during those weeknights, we can practice social skills too. My family is very understanding, and they'll be good to practice on. They're all very nice.
Yeah. Make sure you pay attention. Benny, I will.
It's like you two are getting sent to summer school.
Well, they kinda are. It's just not every day the black budget gets opened up to send people to school. Benny, I am appreciative of it. And if you ever need to talk, Oz, I'm all ears. Oz, I appreciate it.
Carter smiles and nods. leans towards Marianne. Please, God, let her teach him well.
She will. Nodding her head. I have faith.
As do I. But one can still pray. Laz looks at Oz and gives him a kiss on the cheek and hugs him tighter.
He'll kiss her on the head, don't worry about it. Had to come out in the open sometime.
I know. Just, I'm here for you too. If you ever want to talk or just be comforted, I'm right here.
I will definitely take advantage of that.
She smiles at him, blows him a kiss, and then lays her head back onto his chest.
He takes her hand and starts sucking on her index finger. Eh? What the fuck is wrong with you people? He's looking.
They both see Bash and Okir. They both see Laz go just completely red.
I mean, really, that is like. Eh? He'll lift his mask. Looks like a turtle, just big, bulky, muscular. Starts sucking on his own finger. Marianne, that is not how it works. Laughing at it.
I guess hands are magic for rainfalls, sir.
Yeah, I mean, but, people in general, it's a sensual part of the body. Cracking open another beer.
Yeah, it is, but, I don't know, it's always been a big thing with the rainfalls. At least with my parents and, me, I guess.
Coming up, they hear the elevator coming up. Oz, I wonder who that could be. Maybe it's the Colonel, or I guess it's, Aunt Icy said she was going to come. May I call her that?
Of course. She's your auntie too now.
No. Gladly. She said she was coming to pick us up, right? Maybe it's her. He's looking down at the elevator.
She leans over the edge to look with him.
I'm gonna scare her when she comes up and jump at her. Sure. Normally she just kind of teleports here.
Carter looks back at Bash. That does sound like her.
It's probably that pipsqueak the Colonel.
Carter chuckles. Yeah. I mean, more power to you if you're able to scare him too.
Thinks he's all big and bad, kicking me out of his office. With a huge strap of plastic explosives on her back. The packs read, danger, high yield plastic explosive. Oh my god! He backs.
Carter spits the drink that he was taking off the side of the building and just stares at Sasha in her combat armor.
Oz's glasses fall onto Laz's head, then onto her lap. Benny, he knows who it is because he has her playing cards. Colt is shocked, Marianne. We're in trouble, I think.
What did we do to require explosives?
Get out of my way, Tortle, or I'll turn you into sushi. If you're protecting Mr. Wiseau... No, he went to the warehouse over here. Mom? Sasha's head goes up, sees... How does Soul look right now?
Soul is waving at Sasha. Hi, Sasha!
Mom? Oh. She groans. Hi, sweetheart. She waves up at Soul. Her head lowers and she just goes back down the elevator after dejectedly hitting the control panel on the elevator. He's hyperventilating.
Bro, that was enough explosives to level half the town.
That was death for Mr. Wiseau incarnate. Death incarnate, the Grim Reaper.
But instead of a scythe, they used plastic explosives.
And a gigantic sniper rifle. He comes back.
Your mom was coming for him, dude.
Elizabeth just starts to laugh as she leans onto Benny's chest, laughing into it.
Benny is laughing to turn you into sushi. Oh my god! He's looking walking down the elevator. That's a sight you don't see every day here. I would never see his glasses are lifted. Never seen anything quite like that.
Well, Soul looks around. Well, I guess Mr. Wiseau just finally made the straw go onto the camel's back and broke the camel's back, I guess.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
gonna warn him.
Go. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna warn him the next time I see him, because I think we all prefer she didn't blow him up.
How much plastic explosives was that? I was, Benny, give or take, maybe like 50 to 60 pounds, which is more than enough if that's the type I'm thinking that Rangers typically use to blow up, the whole side of the town.
Oh my god. She was definitely coming for Mr. Wiseau then.
Do we even,
Get out of my way, turtle! She's imitating her!
do we even carry that much on the ship?
No! No, not usually, unless we know we're going to be... No, Ricky, we don't.
In fact, it's unless we have a specific mission for it. She starts to stutter, seeing Sasha like that. Unless we have a certain mission for it, it's a little dangerous to carry that much explosive material on the ship with us at all times.
Well, he does have like 16 military-grade mag locks on the door, which, that amount of explosives is not... That door is not going to stop that amount of explosives.
No, it's not. And, knowing what's in the warehouse, I think the sniper rifle would come into play after.
I love her flare. I love the gold trim, the gold outline. I love that look to the Ranger armor myself. She's got a flare to her. Well, yeah, she does. Ugh.
Yeah, I would certainly say that the Ranger General has a flare to her, and most of that time that flare is intimidating.
Penny, watching the elevator she went down. Well, she's always nice to me. Plus, yeah, well, it's hard to be mad at you, Benjamin.
Elizabeth smiles up at Benny. It really is hard to be mad at you. But she really does like you too.
Rubbing his shoulder. Yep, and she'll like you even more when you develop some better social skill. Yeah, he's like...
Yeah.
Soul starts to laugh and looks at Colt. Do you think I just saved Mr. Wiseau's life?
I think you did. I think she saw you relaxing on me, having a wonderful time, and did not want to ruin our wonderful time.
You know, I said it was really scary getting held up by that Ripper dude. Your mom's way scarier than that army of androids, dude.
Yeah, Mom has a mean streak sometimes. We just, I don't want to see anything bad happen to Mr. Wiseau, so we just gotta make sure we're always around when she launches her, incursions?
The incursions is a good word for it. We'll just always have to be up here, me sitting on your lap, just in case.
The Colonel's got a decent sense of humor to him. I was gonna try to scare... I saw her, I saw my life flash before my eyes.
I bet it did. The Ranger General can be very scary when she wants to.
Benny, yeah, really cool looking. I got miniatures of her, Oz. Oz, yeah, they give you them at Rainfall Lane. Yeah, they did. You want to paint one with me? Of course, we could. You want to paint one with him, love?
I would love to paint one of the miniatures with him.
Okay. Then we'll paint one this weekend at Rainfall Lane. I won't lie, I'm nervous about going. Benny, I was too.
Laz smiles at Oz. You don't need to be nervous. They're all gonna love you, I'm sure of it.
Maybe Uncle Scar will even do the thing he was doing to me where he's squinting, like weirdly tilting his head. Oh, is this like some type of greeting from Uncle Scar? I don't know.
Carter covers his mouth, rubs it for a second. Intimidation. He's trying to intimidate you.
And if he does this to me, I should, what, like play dead, put up a strong front? What should I do?
Just either don't pay attention to it or put up a strong front.
She's kissing Carter's neck. She's begun biting it slowly. Uncle Scar is, let's just be frank, maybe it's politically incorrect, but, you know, I kind of like it. He's a man's man. Okay. He just wants to make sure you're man enough to protect, in this case, Laz. Well, then I will put up a strong front.
Carter smiles and nods. Good choice. Very good choice.
Makes you wonder how I passed. I don't really think I really did anything to show how strong I was. Marianne, you probably won him over with kindness from what my mother and Aunt Davine were telling me. Me and Carter were with Uncle Blaze at the time.
Elizabeth nods. You won him over with your big heart.
Plus, he likes it when you talk about movies he was in and he won Oscars for. He likes directing movies. Cinematographer, whatever.
So you buttered him up and then won him over with puppy dog eyes?
I guess, he shrugged. I just liked the Terminator he played. He's gonna teach us how to golf. You should come, Oz. I know how to golf. So, maybe I could beat Uncle Scar on some hole.
Laz starts to laugh. Oh my god, it's finally a rainfall that actually knows how to golf.
You guys have a golf course but don't know how to golf?
No. Everyone just sort of straddles their significant other. You know, the whole female golf outfits, short skirts, tight shirts, you know.
Kissing the tip of Carter's chin. After having a drink or two and something delicious to eat, then we rainfall golf, yes. We did it last weekend, didn't we, Carter?
Yes, we did. And it was quite possibly the most enjoyable thing in many years.
You will have the most enjoyable thing tonight. You were a good boy.
Carter smiles. I'm very glad I was a good boy.
Oh my god, she's almost gotten through the wall. Gesture!
Alright, I'll get ready for, the shock.
She sticks her head out of the hole. Tracks her head and puts her finger out, pointing in an awkward direction, but in Ricky's general vicinity. As here, a ranger dropship has landed. What are we doing here, sir? She puts her hand up. Her other arm is crossed.
I'm sorry, Samantha. I'm just coming through for a moment to, check on Ricky. It'll be fast. I'm sorry it's cutting into our, training time.
I don't mind. I enjoy it here. She's squinting around, wondered why we were coming.
No, it's just checking in on him. It's, something happened. I need to, talk to him.
Wouldn't have anything to do with the screaming woman, would it?
I hope not, but chances are, yeah, it might.
They can hear the scream pretty clearly, and then they hear, like, a muffled, like British accent screaming something, and the screaming subsides.
Well, let's go face the music and see if it is in fact Ricky who that's about.
After you, sir. She'll put her hand up.
Thank you. He'll make his way up this way, looking around for Ricky.
Main Street.
Main Street, sorry.
She follows with her arms crossed closely behind. Huh? This guy notices you? Oh god, another ranger sent here to kill Tommy. Mr. Wiseau, he comes down, is in this warehouse back here. These kids have nothing to do with Mr. Wiseau. If you've come to kill him, just get it over with minimal collateral damage.
I'm Okia, was it?
He bobs his head up. Yeah.
I'm not here to killed Tommy Wiseau. The name's Asharion Valorius. I'm here to talk to Ricky.
He has not taken his eyes off her. Nice to meet you. He's putting his hand out this direction because he's looking at her.
He'll, kind of lean over slightly to shake his hand.
Thank you. It's always good to see you, Samantha. I'll get Ricky for you. He's making good strides. He chugs this way. She just chuckles as he walks away.
Well, seems Okia is quite smitten with you.
I smashed an ice cream bowl over his head.
You're going to have to tell me the story of that once we get done here.
She chuckles. He trained me in hand-to-hand. I wanted to train with Julius, the Colonel. But you have to get through him. So I got through him with an ice cream bowl to the head that knocked him unconscious for 5 hours.
You see, that's why I picked you. You're just that damn good.
He smiles as Ricky... Look, Ricky, there's some other ranger here that's here to kill you. Goodbye, and he chucks Ricky out here.
The fuck? He's gonna thud against the wall, slide down, slowly get up, and then look over. No, he's not here to kill me, although I really wish he was.
He's watching as Ricky's here, and Oz squinting, picking his glasses off Laz's lap. That's Samantha. Marianne, perks up.
Samantha?
Oh, that is. They're like more like here, far away. Ricky's here, getting up. Marianne, that's Colt, that's my cousin. My mom is like, it's my cousin. But she calls my mom aunt. It's weird, but yeah.
Soul lights up. Oh, really?
Colt nods. Yep! She actually came through the as Marianne cuts him off. She came through the headhunters, yes. She was here with me and Oz.
Oh, interesting. So that's how you two know her. Got it.
Bitch smashed an ice cream bowl over my head. 6-degree concussion.
Carter starts to let out gaspy laughs in disbelief as Elizabeth looks over. A 6-degree concussion from an ice cream bowl.
You know how if you want to train with your dad, you have to get through me? She's the only person to ever get through me.
And she did it by smashing an ice cream bowl over your head.
We got into it. We were fighting. She knocked me down for the 3rd time. Told me to stay down. Accept defeat. I stood up and she knocked his fucking head off, dude. Bash drinking a beer. It was great. I was proud of her. Yeah, it's a serendipitous seeing her here. I wish she was still here after today's events. I'd feel a lot more comfortable about everybody coming home safely. Not that I don't have confidence in us. It's just she's a soldier through and through. Colt, yeah.
Laz looks over at Sam and then at Okir. Well, if she got through Okir, and we all know how capable Okir is, she must be a very capable person.
Yeah, she looks scary from this distance. Maybe she'll kill Ricky. I hope not. As Ricky is, getting closer to his father. Go ahead, Ricky.
Why are you here, Dad? What? You didn't mess things up enough. I'm just here to talk, Ricky. Yeah, you're here to talk. Just like last time, where you lied to me about what was going on. Ricky, I didn't lie to you about anything. I told you... No, Dad. Let me talk. You did lie to me. You left out important stuff that made you look bad. When I was a kid, you told me that was lying. So you lied to me. You left out that you'd harassed her mom to the point that she tried to get you kicked out of the headhunters, didn't you? You left that important bit out, huh, Dad? I did. I'm not happy about it. I'm not proud of it, but I did, alright? I'm sorry. I didn't think it would matter. Yeah, you didn't think it would matter. You know, I talked to Tommy. I know all about what you did with their parents and their grandma and every one of them. I know what you've done, Dad. Ricky, that was a long time ago. I was an idiot, and I'm not the same person that I was. No. Yeah, you want me to believe that, but everyone says it. But every time I hear about you, you've fucked up something with someone. You know, you fucked up my life before I was born, Dad. You know, Tommy talked about it. He said, no matter what I do, I'll never be as close with my friends, my squad, as I want to be. I'll never be allowed to go to their house. I'll be tolerated by their family. You ruined my life before I was born, and you keep fucking doing it. Ricky, I'm sorry. I can't fix it. I've tried. We're cordial. They're not gonna treat you badly. Yeah, except I'm only in the military because their mom took pity on me. No, she gave you a fair shot. She took pity on me for my last name. And, you know, Dad, you've ruined a lot of lives. You ruined moms, and you ruined grandmas. I did. For a long time, I think I did. But things are better now. Yeah, they're better because they didn't have a choice. Face it, Dad. The only reason Mom is still with you is because I was born, and she got locked into staying with you. That's it. You can see him just stand there for a sec before... Ricky, I just want to help you. I'm sorry, son. What do you want me to do? I want you to stay away from me. Leave me and my friends alone. You want to know what I think? I hate you. Just stay away. And he's going to try and take a shot at Ash.
He does. What type of shot?
He's going to just try and punch Ash in the face.
Ricky lifts his hand and he's met with a swift chop right to the neck.
He's going to drop to his knees and look up at looking for who hit him.
Oh, it was her. He's just staring at you with a slight smirk.
What the fuck was that?
Another chop right to the neck that drops Ricky in a hunched over position.
Jesus fuck, lady.
Why did we come here again? She turns around and looks at Ash.
I'm just trying to talk to him, Samantha. Don't hurt him. He's right to be angry. Yeah, I am. And he's gonna limit break and try for another punch at Ash.
She'll grab his wrist.
What the fuck?
You're slow.
I'm not that slow.
She presses on his wrist and Ricky feels all the energy leave his body.
What the hell did you just do to me?
She looks back at Ash. I wasn't aware you were raised such a whiny bitch. She smirks at Ricky and will chop him in the neck again.
He's gonna drop to a knee.
She ignites her thrusters in her boots and knees Ricky in the stomach, sending Ricky flying in the air. Oz seeing this. Memrian's already gotten up. Stay. She puts her finger up at everybody here except Cole.
Carter puts his hands up. Stay.
Memrian and Oz. I'll be right back, love. Have to save Ricky's life. Running down this way.
He's gonna try to get up. Take a cheap shot. Fine. And he'll drop into a fighting stance and get ready to try and swing at her.
Go ahead. Make my day.
I guess I will. And he's gonna try for a roundhouse kick to her head.
She blocks it. Just holding the block there, looking at Ricky. Blinking, annoyed.
Alright, so you're good. What's with the attacking me?
It's always the biggest mouths that usually are the underperformers. She starts bending Ricky's knee. It's pretty easy to break.
He's gonna try and pull his leg away.
She'll kick him right in the groin. Thrusters ignited. Not like you'll be using those anytime soon with that attitude.
He's on his knees, unable to talk.
She'll put her boot on the back of his neck and press his head down into the ground. She has quite a smirk. Oz coming up! Samantha! Marianne, Samantha! Sir! He notices the gold inlay in Ash's armor. Oh my fucking god. Starts saluting Marianne. Please, sir! Saluting her!
No need to salute. Is that you, Memrian?
Yes, sir. I'm Marianne Rainfall. Could you... She looks at Ash, then... Please, Samantha. She lets her boot off the back of Ricky's head. He is our friend, and we realize he has some issues. Trust us, we do. But if you... Please, Marianne, he's our friend and part of our squad.
And
Don't kill him.
my son, I agree with them, Samantha.
Pleasure to meet you, sir. She goes back to saluting and Oz. Pleasure. Yes, we just saw the Ranger General down here, sir. And then it's been a strange day.
No need. And please, don't salute me. There's no need. And pleasure to meet you. What was your name, young man?
Oz. I'm Oz, and Memrian, of course. May I pick him up? Samantha steps back, and Oz will pick Ricky up, and Memrian has to help. God, you weigh so much.
Yeah. Fuck that.
She will kill you. Do not fuck with her. As he drags Ricky away.
Thank you, Memrian.
No problem. It's good to. She comes up here and puts her arms out awkwardly, and Samantha hugs her. Your son is our friend, and actually killed an android today, and we heard you were gonna be in... Some strange things happened that the Ranger General is gonna brief you on, but I don't care about the particulars between you and your son, and none of us really do. Which is why, as soon as I saw you and Samantha smirks, I figured you were going to kill him.
Yes, well, I'm thankful that you didn't, Samantha. But I'm happy to hear that it went well, and I'll be debriefed soon, and it is wonderful to see you again, Memrian.
She nods. She points at Ash. Alpha 9, all that stuff when I was a baby.
Yes, Alpha 9. You look great. You're all grown up. You look wonderful.
Thank you very much. She nods her head. I do think, she nods. Ricky needed something like that, but, just when it comes to you, I didn't know if you'd stop. Samantha shrugs. He just, loudmouth on that one.
He's got his reasons, and I won't say they're not justified, but I think he did need a kick in the ass. I just don't think I don't think I could ever bring myself to raise my fist to him.
And that, she tilts her head, smirking, watching Ricky get dragged away, is why I did so.
Yes, I just hope you didn't do any permanent damage to him.
Like I said, it's not like he'll be using those with that attitude. Remember, you should come back more. The Colonel would like to see you, and honestly, after the mission today, it would be nice to have you around. Maybe you could help Colt teach. She gestures down for Colt. Teach some of the others how to shoot. Samantha nods. Sure, but it would have to get cleared with the Colonel.
I'll put in a good word for it if you think it would be a good time for you.
I have enough downtime.
Got no issues as long as it doesn't, creep into your studying time. I've got no issues with it.
What are you doing? Are you part? Is she part of your squad, sir? She points at Ash.
Not quite yet. I've taken...
I'm benched until somebody retires. Everyone starts laughing.
Yes, I'm training her in administrative duties while we wait, but, I I can't. As much as I would love to have Samantha on my squad right now, I can't just kick one of my boys off, you know?
Marianne nods, completely understandable. She looks back this way. I'm going to go have our medic check on Ricardo's balls. It was a pleasure to see you, sir. She'll salute, even though he said not to. It's just ingrained in her because the gold trim. And come back sometime, please. She'll hug Samantha and she'll nod and we'll go this way. As Samantha watches her leave, I think it's best you return to the ship, sir.
I'd agree. I'll type up an incident report and send it to the colonel.
I'll take care of it.
Thank you, Samantha. And next time, just don't try to kill him, please.
She nods her head.
He'll walk back to the ship.
Colt, now Marianne gestured for Colt to come down, and Colt comes down. Ash is on his way back to the ship. Colt rubbing the back of his neck. Did you have to do that? Samantha starts laughing.
Soul looking at Samantha. That was really cool. You have thrusters that aid you in speed, right?
She nods her head, lifting her boot. It was I assume your soul rainfall.
I am, yeah.
She nods her head. The only reason I know is because this one never stopped talking about you, when we were younger. I'm only 4 years older than him.
Soul looks over at Colt and smiles. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool, actually.
I don't know if I don't live to embarrass my baby cousin, but have you told her about the tea set and the Raggedy Ann? Oh God, Mom did. It was my Raggedy Ann doll and tea set.
Well, Samantha, all I have to do, I must thank you for all the practice that you gave my dear Colt. With the aid of the Raggedy Ann doll.
I was always rooting for him. She smiles, rubbing Colt's head. Look at this. We used to make these braided bracelets, and he'd always make yellow ones. She's holding it out, almost like I knew where I was coming.
She, gently takes it from her palm, looks at it, and looks at Colt and smiles. Always yellow, huh?
Yep, I think that one he made for Soul when he had his lisp when he was 10. Colt, yeah, you kept it, wow.
Oh, I remember the lisp. It was really cute.
Kind of sounded like that Fudwick guy, but yeah, I made that one. Here, she'll gesture for her to take.
She takes it and puts it on, looks at it, and presents it to Colt.
Well, it's a dream come true seeing you actually wear it. I didn't know you kept it. Samantha shakes her head and smiles.
Well, she's a good cousin. She wanted to help you out no matter what, and I have to say, right now, she's being a pretty damn good wing woman.
How did you know we got together? I came in to give your mother a briefing, and she was cheering, saying, "Finally, finally!" And General Rainfall was sitting there just laughing at her and pointing. It was a while ago. 2 weeks ago, something like that.
Soul starts to laugh. That sounds like Auntie Icy, yeah. Sounds like something she would laugh at.
Colt looks back at Ricky, who's slumped in the chair. Yeah, you don't have to go that hard on him. She just shrugs. No, I think I do. Maybe not me, but somebody had to.
Soul turns around, looks at Ricky, and then turns back to Sam. You, did something with his wrist. And she sort of impersonates what she did. And it sort of looked like it shut him off almost.
Pressure points, but don't tell him. If I ever need to protect the captain again, I will. It's that, or I'll have to shoot him dead.
Well, of course, my mouth sealed. That's something my father taught you, right?
She nods. Yes. Maybe I could be a Kai fighter, but the colonel said, given the trajectory of my career, there wasn't enough time, so he taught me how to counter them. I've never really had to use it until a disgruntled crying brat yelled at his father today. She scoffs and Colt, yeah, it sure did kind of sound like that to me. But holy shit, you emasculated him. Samantha,
Soul covers her mouth and starts to laugh. That was really cool. I gotta be honest, it was really cool.
did you have to ignite the thrusters and the boots on the ball kick? I've said it, 3 times now? He won't be using them acting this way. Colt, I don't disagree.
Soul starts laughing and she impersonates the kick that Sam did just a bit. That kick's gonna be ingrained in my mind for a very long time.
Your dad taught me. He was the one who taught me the kick, and he was the one who even said, just if you really want to put a guy down, ignite the thrusters at the heel of your boots. And trust me, it'll work, Samantha. She starts laughing.
I mean, yeah, that Dad taught all of his kids a little bit. That's one of the first things he ever taught me and Laz. If you ever want to put a guy down, just aim for the nuts.
Colt, yeah. You probably ruptured one of Rick's. Oh well. She smirked, looking up in the general direction as Ricky's lying on the rooftop. I need to return to the captain.
Of course, it was so nice to meet you.
She will put her arm across her stomach and bow to salute.
She smiles. Oh man, I feel so fancy when you do that. And she gives her a little curtsy.
Like I said, she'll wink. I was always rooting for you two. At least him, because I didn't know you. If my cousin picked you, then he picked well.
She smiles. Thank you, that means a lot.
She'll wink and walk off to the ship to leave with Ash and Colt imitating the kid.
Soul starts to laugh. She it looked really cool, okay?
No, she did. She is cool. She's the youngest ranger, youngest person to graduate ranger training ever. So yeah.
She certainly seems very capable of doing just that. Yeah.
Misty, step us back up there, and if I start laughing at Ricky's pain, please fucking mute me or something, because I will feel terrible.
I will. Don't worry. As she holds his hand, Misty steps them back up there.
They get back up there. What's Ricky doing? He's sprawled out on. You get hit in the balls. Nobody's tough enough, and she thrustered it. Ricky is in an immense amount of pain.
No, he's trying his best to stay out of it, but he's leaning into almost the fetal position, trying not to puke.
Benny, I wish there was something I could do, but he shakes his head. When these kind of things happen, you just gotta let time.
Fucking dirty.
Don't fuck with her. She will kill you. Marianne, sitting back down on Carter's lap. I second that.
He's trying to sit up and just kind of slumps back. Who was that?
That is the only person to ever beat me in hand-to-hand combat. And learned firsthand from the Colonel. She knocked me out for 5 hours. I'd say you got off easy.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's my cousin, Ricky.
Ah, alright. So that's why she kind of reminds me of your mom.
Yeah! Yep. Yeah. Her mom wasn't around when she was young, so my mom, we're close, and my mom was kind of like the only female adult figure. Yeah, so just don't. Maybe try to have a more cordial discussion next time with your father.
What did she jump me for?
Jump you? You struck first, moron!
Yeah, but she wasn't part of it.
She's attached to the Ranger General's top captain. It's her duties to protect him.
You think it'd be the other way around, huh? The kid being protected?
Laz
So, go ahead, go.
Laz tilts her head. The Ranger General has guards, but she's perfectly capable and perhaps more capable than those guards. Shouldn't it be the other way around, Ricky?
It's ceremonial. You're being who your father is, you figured you would know this.
Yeah, guess you're right. He's kind of trying. At this point, he's starting to be able to sit up.
She will fuck you up. He's watching the ship take off. Do not ever. I don't care what problems you have with your dad. That's between you two. If you want to tell everybody, go ahead, fine. You know, I don't care. But do not ever fucking try to strike him again in her presence.
Yeah.
She did say she would just have to resort to shooting you dead, Rick. And actually, jurisdictionally speaking, she would get away with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she'll fucking kill me next time. I think I get that.
Damn. Benny's just holding his crotch area, looking at Ricky.
Just hope he got the message and just stays away so I don't have to deal with her again.
Yes.
Carter just shakes his head. It's not my place to say, but he was trying to better his relationship with you. Yes, he kept something from what limited amount I heard. Yes, he kept something from you. But he apologized and he wanted to make it better. He wants to have a relationship with you. So maybe try having a fucking relationship with him instead of hitting him or attempting to. Again, not my place to say. Don't really know everything going on with you two. But that is my 2 cents, Ricky.
For the sake of your balls, and your general speaking health, if she's going to be around him, she's what did she say? She's waiting to take a spot on your father's squad, so she's always going to be around him, and I am quite fond of her. Marianne puts her finger up in the air, as is Oz. Oz nodding. I've always wished she'd come spend more time down here, and she did with some other squads in the past. But if she wants to be around more, I'm not going to stop her. She's looking right at Ricky. So play nice.
Yeah, I won't provoke the lady who can rip me in half.
Basically what happened was, we fought, she knocked me down a couple times, told me to stay down, I got up, smashed an ice cream bowl over my head, and I was out for hours. You don't believe me? Fine. You don't believe Bash? Fine. Ask the Colonel. He had to lift me up and carry me up here to the Screaming Woman, because I was out cold for 2 hours and he was starting to get worried.
No, trust me. He's gonna point to his groin and his chest, where she kicked him the first time. I believe ya.
Oh my fucking god. Oh no, another ship's coming! Another person to kill us! The Nova lands, and Icy comes out waving, all aboard the Rainfall Express!
Critter smiles looking at Icy, and he gives her a thumbs up, and as he's sitting down, he puts his arms around Marianne and picks her up.
He lets him as he's picking her up. Ricky, pick yourself up and go to Tommy's fucking warehouse. He said he wanted to talk to you. Get back in there! He's pointing down at her.
He's gonna stand up, look at them. You guys have fun. Look towards her. Fuck off! And start making his way into the warehouse.
Oh my god, I need hard liquor. The Colonel has some hidden in his office, I know. I can find it for us. As Ricky will run off to Tommy.
As he's running away, he'll look back. Save me some for when I get back.
Noted! As she's done pointing and screaming and retracted into the building, Icy is howling from up on top of this building.
Well, before the crazy lady comes out and screams again, Soul, do you mind just misty stepping us onto the ship? And Soul shrugs. Yeah, sure, if everyone's ready.
Ready to go, dear?
All right. She claps her hands together and she'll teleport them all onto the ship with Icy.
Fancy! She's still laughing because of the screaming. Oh, God. And the kids will make their way to Rainfall Lane. As flashing to Tommy's warehouse, Ricky has now been given access to the warehouse, so Ricky has a key card that can get him in. So he can freely get in without having to fucking knock and go through the song and dance.
He's gonna come in and look around. What does he see when he's looking around?
Well, he sees tons of barrels of, he knows what it is. It says napalm on it. Yuri and Tommy are looking on, like ladders looking out the window. Well, steps, mobile staircases like you see in warehouses, looking out the window. I saw such out there. It was a while ago, but I swear to God I saw the fur thing on the neck. I know, she's finally come to kill you.
Yes, she did.
I know it! Ricky! He comes down.
Hey, Tommy. He's gonna
What's
start-
going on? We were having some lunch, then we see Sasha, and then we go back to hiding over there, and now we come back to look. You look like shit, motherfucker.
Feel like it. The Ranger General's gone. She left after she saw Soul having a good time.
Oh, really? You don't say. He looks back at Yuri. Yuri's smiling.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we just make sure Soul always around then. Very happy.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Mind if I sit down with you guys?
Ah, come sit here, motherfucker. He points to the master control seat.
He'll come and flop down.
This is where you'll need to be practicing here. We're going to use it very soon. I want you fuck up with the jet. You should have learned. You don't want to fuck this up. I need you to know how to run these machines. I gave you manual.
Yeah, Tommy, this one I get. I've been reading it. I understand this.
Good, Rick. That is why you clutch your balls, Ricky. Ricky, what the fuck? You have some type of hard on or something?
Some girl kicked the shit out of me because I was gonna hit my dad.
Some girl. Is Delilah country? I will take care of this. Get my handgun.
No,
Get the Thompson submachine gun. I'll go get it right now.
No, I think her name was Samantha or something.
You see he stops, looks over his shoulder. Oh, I see. What? Tell me what this girl look like.
She looked... You see him kind of blush for a sec. She was hot, first off, but she looked a little bit like the Ranger General.
Oh. He fixes his hair nervously. Yuri, tell me something, Ricky. This news article, EarthGov ENet, youngest Ranger graduate. Was it this woman?
Yeah, that's her.
Oh my fucking god. He's just staring at the picture.
Yeah, she's some chick who's supposed to be waiting in line for a spot on my dad's squad. That's all I know.
Yes, that is Ranger General Nace. Very scary, very much like her aunt.
Yeah, I can tell that after feeling it.
Very attractive, though. Yes, I do not disagree with this. But like Death Blossom attractive, will fucking kill you.
Yeah, she
Watch
went-
she beat you up. What you do, motherfucker?
Dad came to talk to me. I started talking to him. And then I got a little angry. Told him that I knew about everything. And that he'd really fucked me over. Told him to leave me alone. And then I tried to hit him.
Oh, this is Tommy's fucking fault. He sits down. She'll never fucking say anything to you.
Why not? I deserve to know the truth.
Not if you act like this. I told you be civil with him. You have to try.
I really did try, Tommy. But I dealt with, You can see at this point he's almost starting to get, overwhelmed. I had to deal with, Delilah screaming at me all day. Then the mission went bonkers. And then I had to see his face.
No, I mean, I don't know exactly about Mission, but, her screaming all day, very annoying. It's just, you can't get overwhelmed with things like this. You have to, I tell you, you have to try with your father. Resorting to physical violence is not trying.
I,
I know it is hard, I understand. But listen to me. What reason to strike him?
he knew about what was going on with country, and he pushed me into it on purpose. He lied about it.
I don't think he lied. I have a discussion with your father up on Gateway. I tell him about who this woman's daughter, the country thing, after Tommy check up on exactly who she related to. He was genuine. He wanted to see you succeed. That's why he come down here.
Yeah, but he didn't tell me the whole truth.
What would that have helped? It would scar you from trying. You would not have learned. Nobody could tell how it was going to go. What if she say yes? Then you'd be thanking him.
Yeah, I guess. It's like everything he does fucks up my life more and more, Tommy.
You are in charge of your own life. You have been in charge of your own life for a long time. You make your own decisions. He somewhat enabled those decisions, sending you to train in bunker, but that was you who wanted this.
It got me into the headhunters.
Yes, it did.
Let me meet some really cool people that I, really want to be good friends with, but I guess I don't think I'll ever really be able to be.
You are friends with them. What more do you want? You want to go home with them on the weekend? Why can't you have your own life?
Nah, not that.
They don't treat you any different, from my understanding.
They don't.
You are afraid of them finding out about what your father did and then them not being nice to you?
Yeah.
That is understandable. Just say it then. Don't dance around subject. You have no social skills. And that's because you sit in bunker, like loser, with loser. And don't say she's not loser, because if she actually trained you, maybe you could have actually did something. Instead, you second rate to Okir, and you 20th rate to that woman. I have access to cameras in this town, motherfucker. Julius and me, very good friend. He's been watching her beat you up.
So if you knew what was going on, why'd you ask?
Don't you sound stupid having to say it?
I don't know, Tommy.
Sometimes you have to hear how stupid you are to realize.
I just don't want anything to do with him, alright? You heard what I told him, and I didn't tell him anything but the truth.
Tommy shrugs. I see Marianne and him having cordial discussion right here.
It's because he outranks her.
He is saying, do not salute me. I think. Hard to hear. Turn up volume! Not going up loud enough. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. But the way you're going right now, you're not going to get anywhere in life. You can't blame him for everything. And someday, he points at Ricky, you will have to take responsibility for your part to play in things. And you know what I'm talking about. You know.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Tommy.
Your grandmother was a good woman. Do you think the Colonel has a picture of her? Ricky remembers back to being up in the office and there's a picture of Integra. Do you think the Colonel has multiple pictures of this woman around for funsies?
No, I think he really cared about her.
This picture, taken at an apartment. He takes a picture. It was a picture everybody took at the apartment years ago with Tommy. Tommy, much younger back then, Ricky. Don't make fun of me. You see all those kids happy, surrounded by who is that woman?
That looks like Grandma.
Yeah. He'll close the picture. When you go to bed at night, you think about that motherfucker.
Think about her every night, Tommy.
Doesn't matter after they're gone, Ricky. What does that do for them now?
do anything.
Do you think she'd want you acting like this? Blaming your father? Or do you think she'd want to see you both succeed? That is what you need to find the answer to. It's not easy to find now. Someday, hopefully you grow the left side of your fucking brain. Because right now, your ball's fucked up. Look at the way she kicked you.
Please don't show me that. That's... Oh.
Oh, thrust her backs in the boot. She does not fuck around, this woman.
No, she doesn't.
Good legs, just like her aunt.
She's gonna have to triple down on training.
Who? What?
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep training.
Yeah, that is good. You go on combat missions, you need to be ready to go.
Yeah, and maybe if I get into another fight with her, I can at least hold my own next time.
Were you born mentally retarded?
No,
Why fight her? Why not just want to talk to her?
I'm not gonna lie, Tommy. When I find someone who's that much stronger, I get the urge to actually spar with them. Learn from them. I can obviously learn quite a bit from her. Huh?
Is your whole life just about fighting?
A lot of it, yeah. That's kind of all I did for the last, 8 years, Tommy.
And don't you think that's kind of your problem? She's never going to spar with you acting this way. Develop relationship with her. Try talk to her. Be nice. And then teach me a thing or two. And she teach you. And then maybe some things happen. That is how these things work. It is not walk up to somebody at ball and just hope it works. Develop relationship. Develop rapport. Sure, this one not start great, but who cares? Doesn't matter how it starts, matter how it ends.
Yeah, I guess I could try to be friends with her.
Just be cordial. You make horrible impression.
I guess I did. Just... I don't know. When I see him, I just get so mad about everything, and I just... What do you do to not start sparking like that?
That is hard. I don't really know what to do. I would see things. I would see your father sometime when he was really fucking things up and creating all these problems, and Tommy would get angry. But Tommy would just distance himself from him. You will not have that luxury if you want to go home, be around your mother, do these things.
Yeah.
He shakes his head. So you have to learn to coexist.
I'll try. I'll actually try. I just...
Do you like that girl? I mean, like her. You think she cute, you think she attractive. Not just this pathetic, you find fighter and you want to be good with them. Are you a human being or are you bored who wants to fight? Answer, Uncle Yuri.
I mean, you can see he's blushing now. I said she was hot, right?
Well, and you will probably have to be friendly with your father if you like her. And because she, with your father, meaning she wants to be on father's squad, probably has lots of respect for your father.
Yeah.
You know how to pick them, Ricky. He starts laughing.
Yeah, I guess I do. And I mean, he's a piece of trash, but at least he's good now.
Tommy puts his hand up. I can only take so much of this daddy issue problem. This is a problem you have to come to fix yourself. Your dad did things, I explained them to you. They are what they are. If everybody else around you has cordial relationship when he do these stupid things, and he in an illustrious position now, and you're the only one that seems to... You are the problem, not everybody else.
You can see he wants to say something, but knows he doesn't have a response. You're right. Alright, I just don't know how to forgive something like that. Like what I've heard about him.
That is... Oh, no. He starts mumbling, crossing his arms, spinning in the chair slightly. I don't know. That was hard. Those are the awkward things, Ricky. Those are when you sit down and have the awkward heart-to-heart talks. It's always awkward, always rough, but that is what family is about. We have many! After he crashed many of my fucking businesses.
Yeah. I'll try to have a talk like that next time I see him.
Try to have talk with girl. Don't worry about fighting. If all you are is fighter, that's fine. You go out and you fight. You get shot, you're dead. Nobody cares. Go do it. Waste your life. He nods his head.
I'll try to talk to her, although I don't think she's gonna want anything to do with me.
Not after you act like this.
I'll...
Hot girl standing next to illustrious ranger captain. Dude, even if you didn't attack him and just acting the way you act, still terrible impression. You see hot girl, you go into Ricky mode. Fix the glasses. Do the hair thing like Tommy do. Ha ha ha, I'm Ricky Valorius. Nice to meet you. Do stuff like that. Don't be crazy.
Alright, I'll put on some of the Tommy charm next time I see her.
Exactly. At least try to be nice to her. Don't worry about fighting. Don't worry about being a better fighter. That comes in time. Worry about trying to get to know them. Like your friends, the squad. You try to get to know them. It's not all about fighting. You are friends with them. Looks like they come to your aid here. Look, Memorian trying to pick Ricky up. He starts laughing.
Yeah, I didn't get to see that because I kind of couldn't see. I was seeing lights after she hit me.
They save your life, I think. He's chuckling.
Looking at the footage they did, she was gonna kill me.
Yeah, so if you can develop a relationship with your friends, you can hopefully make Scary Lady at least talk to you.
Hopefully. I mean, if you believe in me, I can do it, Tommy.
I believe in you. He believes in you. Your squad believe in you. Who was on point today?
I was.
Your squad believe in you. And most importantly... Well, yeah, no, most importantly, Tommy believe in you. Because Tommy the best. But you do not believe in yourself. That is your problem. Maybe as a fighter, you do. But as a person, you don't. You can't tell me you do. You had zero confidence to talk to Delilah. Don't even try. He comes over here.
I don't. Alright, I just...
Sometimes wimpy men need good woman like her. He's moving this way. Strong woman to make them not such wimps. He starts moving a barrel of napalm.
He'll get up and walk up to them. I'm not a wimp.
If you're not a wimp, then Tommy... Good. Actually, yeah. That's good. He goes over here, moving the chairs out of the way, getting a cup of coffee. Because I don't have time for wimps, and I can't work with wimps. Today we have man's job to do.
What's the job?
The job is simple. I give you 50,000 credit shit. He flips it to you. You think of something with that. You don't have to spend it all. Buy something. Next time you see her. A token, not a gift. Don't be creepy. But buy something. Conversation starter. Conversation piece. Talk to her. With that money. That's 50,000. You should be able to find something with that. Chump change to me. Do that for Tommy, and if you wouldn't mind, help move some barrels, and we're going to take some books. You can drive the dump truck. We're going to burn these books today.
Ah, today's the day where the people burning the books are the good guys.
Today. The first day ever, where the good guys burn literature. We're doing God's work here, Ricky.
Alright, I think it's a bad idea because the Ranger General went down the elevator, but I don't know if she's off base, Tommy.
I think she would have come to kill us if she was still here. Because I see, you'll see out the window, the Rainfall children, they go somewhere else for that. Rainfall Lane, do some fun things. So, this is our opportunity. We burn these books quickly. All 2 million of them.
Alright, let's get it done.
Very good. And Julius should be home for the weekend.
Yeah, I think he probably will be heading home. He's been going home really late recently, though.
I will talk to him very soon. Busy, have to get rid of these books now before Ranger General blow up doors and come in here and see this stuff.
Yeah, you should also probably see about getting like some kind of bunker installed here, man, because she came in with like 60 pounds of plastic explosives, man.
Oh my god. He hand on his forehead. Yes, okay. So we start moving napalm, get the books, you will drive the dump truck out. Well, listen to me. You think of something to do with those credits. Talking piece, talk to girl, and nothing involving fighting!
Okay, that's fine.
Good. Can you drive that backhoe over there?
I don't have a license, but I think I can figure it out if you show me what to do.
We need to teach him how to drive if he wants to date that girl. Yes. We do some driving lessons this week on Ricky.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Have you applied for a permit like Tommy tell you? And Ricky, yeah.
Yes.
Alright, good. We do some driving lessons after we burn all these books. Laz will never read a book again. At least while she's her.
Alright, Tommy, let's get to work.
As they will begin getting to work. As the boom here at the academy, the goon patrol of Samuel, Fledwick, and Krellin are squaring off against a very sweaty, shirtless hunk in a 3v3 basketball shootout, we'll say. Hunk passes the ball to Jennifer, who easily outmaneuvers Samuel, shoots, scores, and the ball lands here next to Fledwick.
Fledwick picks the ball up, looks around. Oh no, throws it up into the air, kicks it as hard as he can to the other side of the court. Go! In your face, hunk!
Down touch! He raises his hands. Samuel beeping, doing the crotch chop sign. He's looking at the ball bouncing back.
I do believe that is a win.
Yep, as the ball rolls back, Hunk puts his foot on it to stop it. What do you say, dear? I think they won. The score is only 80-0.
Well, Mark, as Fledwick said, in your face.
In my face, yeah. In my damn face, indeed. Smirking at Dave.
In your damn face, as she gestures for him to come.
He'll kick the ball towards Blaze, who's chuckling, looking at Davine and Hunk. He comes over. What can I do for you, madam?
All I need you to do is... It's up to you, really. You can either sit down and rest your head on my thighs to give you a rest from this excruciating game that you're playing, or I can sit on your lap. It's up to you.
I think I'll sit on the thighs. I like a little thigh action. I can rub your legs for you. Just give me a kiss before I go down. They wore me out.
She pulls him in and gives him a kiss.
He kisses her, sits down between her thighs, Gilletta watching with a smile. Pequod holding Hale. Meow!
Fledwick looks over at Mr. Snuffles. See? He agrees. The Three Stooges, as we are called. He high-fives Krellin. We totally got it down.
Three Stooges. Name of honor. Samuel and him, they put their hands out for Frederick to put his hands on top of theirs.
He does it.
1, 2, 3. Stooges!
Stooges!
Oh, Christ.
Davine covers her mouth and starts to laugh as she just stares at the three of them, with Fledwick still having his hand raised up into the air.
Hunk pitching a squeeze water bottle to Jennifer, who starts squeezing it into her mouth and drinking it. The place would not be the same without you guys. I know. We the best. Squinting at Fledwick.
We are definitely the heart and soul of the Wayne Falls, we know.
They too hot to handle. 10 too cold to hold.
Davine, when she hears that, starts laughing loudly.
Davine's laughter is being heard by the kids, who are all coming home, with Icy leading them in. This way. Icy, sounds like we're having a fun time.
Oh, you should have seen it is from Frederick, Krellin, and Samuel. They absolutely demolished your dad, Blaze, and Jennifer in a game of shootout.
Did they now? She comes up to Banksy, giving him a kiss. He takes his helmet off. He has Integra. Pequod has Hail. Yeah, it was 80-0. Then Fudwick got the goal and somehow doubled the score or something like that. That right.
Go and down touch in the same flow means I get all the points possible in a game.
It's the secret play from their NFL playbook, honey. Looking over at Icy, who's laughing. Oz has jumped. Jesus Christ, it's a resident 9th level of hell demon.
Laz turns around and waves her hands in front of him. Oh, no. That's just a star child. That's what they look like.
They're real? Benny, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, they're very real. He's the last star child alive. That's Krellin, though. His name is Krellin.
He hears his name, looks. Laz comes over, hand on her head, rubbing it.
She gives him a hug. Krellin, I'd like you to meet my boyfriend, Oz.
He'll come next to Laz. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Me, Krellin, used to sit on baby.
He used to babysit us.
Oh, I see. When baby, pointing at all the Rainfall children. This Samuel, ancient robot, sniper rifle, protect Davine. Nods his head. Samuel puts his hand out. Oz shakes it, and Samuel gives him a very firm handshake. Oh!
Flitwick, with his hands behind his back, walks slowly over.
Oh my god, this clown is part of your family! I mean, not clown, it's just, I don't mean clown, sir. Forgive me. He'll take his head away from Samuel. I said clown because when I was a child, I'd watch you and then some type of clown show was on before you guys. The Clown Room or something like that.
Yes. That must have been my hit show, Fat Flitwick, that you saw me on.
Yes, sir! He was, my little brother was quite a fan.
Well, your little brother definitely has good taste. He puts his hand out for him. I am Flitwick.
My god. He leans in. I try not to get, too starstruck, but Jesus Christ. He leans in. Fat Frederick it still is one of my favorite movies.
It is one of my favorite movies too. I finally got to flex my acting chops, as it were. It is wonderful to meet you. Oz, was it?
Yeah, Oz is the name, pal. When we were young, my mother got us a DVD of Fat Frederick, and my brother wore that thing out. We would watch it so much together.
That sounds wonderful. If you still have it, I would definitely sign it for you.
Next time I go home, I'll get it. Definitely.
Then I will have a pen on me next time I see you, Mr. Oz.
Duly noted, as Pequod clears her throat loudly.
Flitwick looks over at Pequod. Oh no. As Soul looks at Pequod as well.
We in trouble. No, you're not in trouble. Somebody might be. She looks at Soul.
She clears her throat. Hi, Mom.
Banksy, he'll take Hale and he already has Integra. Take Hale. Where's your father?
He's still at the base, working on paperwork, I think he said.
Okay. She'll get up, walk down here, kick the ball very hard this direction. Bounces off the wall and partially deflates.
Carter stands in front of Memory Ann just a bit as Soul gulps heavily.
She'll stand right here, turn her head with a very dismissive look towards Soul. So, unfortunately, you are a lot like your father. When something's bothering you, you don't tell anybody. And honestly, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it from your fucking father. I'm sick of it because you were just like him, points to Colt, and I'm sick of it from you. People can say whatever they want about me. I speak my mind, I get my problems out, and I solve them. That's what successful people do. Unless anybody else here cares to object. No? I agree. Suletta, agree. Puts her hand up. Tal, agree.
Beautiful point, darling.
You don't hide like a fucking wimp or weasel. And Uncle Scar would tell you the same thing. You just get the problem solved. So, let's get right down to brass tacks. Let's talk turkey. Here's your birth certificate. You have a problem with your last name. I will fix it for you. She rips it right in front of Soul. Done! Door is that way. You can leave. This way, there's multiple exits.
As she tears it up, Soul puts a hand over her mouth and she can hear a squeak come out of her.
Go ahead.
She just shakes her head. No, Mom, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mom. She takes a step forward. I don't want to leave. I don't want to not be a rainfall, Mom.
Oh, it's already ripped up! Too late now. All the benefits that come along with it are gone too. You don't have to worry about that. And, you picked a great man. I'm happy for you. But if you think his mother's gonna support you, you're even stupider than I thought. 'Cause she's not.
She starts to tear up as she gets on her hands and knees and picks the birth certificate back up. We can fix it, though, Mom. We can.
Oh, no, it's okay. Don't worry. She'll take the 2 pieces and rip them up more.
No, Mom, please. She stands up. I want to fix it. Please let me fix it.
Listen to me, brat. You are my daughter. You should be more like me, not your father. I love your father to death, but I do not enjoy this, not talk. We had one fight, your father and I. One fight ever, and it was a catastrophe. I still blame myself for the majority of it, but if he had just spoken his mind at any point, it could have been avoided. So he's at least partially 10% to blame. I'm 90%. Don't be like him. Be like him in every other way, but not that way. Doesn't get you anywhere.
She nods.
If he were here, I would say this. I wish he was, because I wanted his sorry ass to hear it.
Okay.
Listen to me, you're my daughter. You're Soul Rainfall, okay? You should be proud of your last name. Colt's rubbing her shoulders, but he's definitely scared. You should be proud of it.
I will be.
Because one boy... if you don't think that I know what goes on here, I own this place. I know everything that goes on here. At all times. Maybe I don't know exactly when it happens, but I'll find out. And I have somebody that can read your mind at any time, no matter where you are in this universe, so you can't hide anything from me. Good try, though. Oz is watching, shocked. What's Fudwick doing?
Fudwick is cowering behind Samuel.
Krellin's cowering behind Laz. Because you had one issue with one boy who wasn't even good enough to be with you. You should know he wasn't good enough or cut out to be with you. Not because of the name, but because you were too good for a slob like that.
She nods.
And then, what, we have, she snaps her fingers, excuse me, I should remember these names off the top of my head. There are a lot of them. We have Delta operators that salute you, and you can't even return a salute to men that are willing to throw their life on the line for you and our citizens, and you can't even return the salute. Colt groans. You can't do that. If you can't do that, if you can't embrace your last name, if you can't own it and use it, then you don't deserve it.
She looks down at her feet and then looks Pequod in the eyes. I will embrace it.
Good. It's on you to embrace it. And honey, it can get you things. Trust me. And besides, it was a fake copy of your birth certificate.
Oh, thank God.
It can get you things. I mean, General Rico. I used my last name back then to get a lot of cool things for Dad and I, and get us into a lot of cool places, and she boops her on the nose, get us the hell out of trouble.
She smiles at her and nods. Yeah, I didn't want to use it because it sort of made me feel like other people would only see me as someone who uses my last name to get forward in life.
Then that means you just have to live up to the reputation of the name, and you should feel comfortable using it. So, when operators salute you out of respect, own it, salute them back, give them the best salute ever. Set the example. She smirks at Sol.
She smiles. I will, Mom, I will.
She puts her arms up.
She gives her a hug.
Oh, dork.
She giggles a bit and hugs her very tightly.
I'll have to beat the crap out of your dad when he comes home.
Don't go too hard on him, please.
Come here. She hugs Colt. About time you two finally got together. I know I sound like Sasha, but thank God!
Yeah, thank God, definitely. I'm very happy where me and him are together.
As am I. Yeah. That was scary. Yeah, I know. I've been practicing all day, so... She starts chuckling.
Sol smiles up at Pequod. It basically goes for every member of the Rainfalls, but when we want to be scary, we can be, and my mom is a prime example of it.
Pequod will... where is it? She's feeling around. Hunk, I got it. He pitches her over a scarf. Figure you want to put this on, Colt. Do not be like your mother and don't wear it. It upsets me to no end that your mother refuses to wear one, Colt. Colt, hand out.
Sol looks at Colt and puts it on him, wraps it around his neck.
Thank God. That one's enchanted. You can use the teleporters, get around as you see fit. She's still hugging both of them now.
She goes back to hugging Pequod. I love you a lot, Mom.
I love you too. And, I'm sorry I made you. And get over here, wimp.
Carter chuckles, walks up to her.
I'm sorry I made you guys. I know I made you feel like you had to. So, join the military. And honestly, one of the big motivators for me was, when it came to you two, specifically, was I made Laz do it. It is not fair if I don't make them do it. No, this one's not gonna have to do it.
Carter looks up at the ceiling. Thank God.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want her to join the military either. It's not fun at all.
It's not fun living with me? Being in a relationship with me, huh, Carter?
That is the best part of it. And
Got you there? She's got you there? Better think before you speak, idiot.
you know what? That is not technically being a part of the military. That is just me and her finally getting together, and that is the happiest part of my life.
To let us snicker. Memory Ann, well, Elizabeth and Benny have moved over here. Just wrap her arms behind Carter. If I had more arms, I could reach you, Memory Ann.
Carter chuckles. Do you want us to move around a bit, Mom?
Sure.
He'll scoot the two of them forward.
Now we can actually talk about it, though I didn't see it. They saw you two together a long time ago in the time tombs. Mom? Icy? Yeah. It was sweet. You hadn't been born yet, Colt, so we saw Marine Scout sniper emblems, and you had gear on that resembled, yeah, we figured. Then Sasha said, hey, here's my son. He's named Colt, or I'm pregnant, we're gonna name him Colt. And Suletta, and that's when we knew. Snickering.
Davy nods. And they act quite similar to your two's personality. Well, Soul, obviously, but Colt, the one that we saw in the vision, acted very similarly to how you always have.
Hunk will hit him with the Integra and Hale thing. Thinks he will hand Jennifer Hale, and Jennifer will hand Colt both the kids. Hunk, do you ever see me straddle him off the And he does it.
Soul looks at him doing it, grabs him by the collar and pulls him in close. You know, one of these days we should talk about having a kid or two together.
Wouldn't mind. Pequod, well, I know, as Memory Ann's reaching for Hale, almost ravenously. Settle down. Memory Ann, sorry. Carter, take Hale.
Yes, ma'am. He gently takes Hale.
Well, I know Memory Ann, as she comes up here, hand on Carter's chest, would like to play house with Hale. And Carter, maybe you two could play house with your sister, Integra.
Yeah, I would love to play house with Integra. That would be awesome.
Give
Okay.
Grandma and Grandpa a break, and then, I don't know, what about you two up there? Are you okay, Frederick?
Laz is just trying to comfort Krellin as best she can. It's okay. The yelling's over.
Scary woman. Mad Julius no come home.
I'm sure she is. Yeah.
All the time here while play soccer, screaming about better come home. All day, all time. Rah!
Laz just bites her bottom lip and looks at Oz. That's not good.
No, not good at all. He comes over here, rubbing Icy's head. You two would look good with a kid, don't you think?
Oh yeah, I would love a kid in the future. Once both me and him are ready for a child and we feel our relationship is deepened to that point, of course, I would love to have a kid with him.
Well, we only have two, infants right now. Maybe me and your father will have to step it into overdrive if he ever decides to actually come home at a reasonable hour and produce another one. Then you guys could play house with one.
That would sound amazing. She shrugs and looks at Oz. I have always sort of wanted a kid.
I would like to have one. I got a name. If it's a boy, as Hunk will. Alright, let's go meet this Oz fellow, because it looks like its beer o'clock is already here. The Scar is doing the squinty head tilty thing.
Davy nods. Lead the way, darling.
He'll stand up, take her hand.
She will just follow him along as he walks her towards him.
Pequod, I knew Colt would be, she has a scarf in her hand. Kind of, because he grew up around here. You didn't get that luxury, so you have to pass the grandma-grandpa test. But he passes in my book, with flying colors. Pretty handsome, too. Looking at us.
Laz smiles at her two grandparents, gives them a double thumbs up, and then takes a step back as Davine studies Oz up and down.
Uncle will put his hand out. Give me a handshake. But he's waiting for Davine to talk.
Davine nods. I am Davine. This is my husband. We all call him Hunk, or Dad, or Granddad. Only I'm allowed to call him Mark. She winks at Oz. It is nice to meet you. We know your name is Oz. That's what you enjoy being called.
Yep, full name Oswald, but Oz is fine. If you want to call me Oswald, that's fine too. Shaking Hunk's hand and Davine's. Hunk. So you're the guy that set my granddaughter up, how was it described? Pequod like a queen, the same way Julius sets me up. And then you take her to terrorize your psychotic brother. Us. Yeah. Hunk shrugs. I like it.
Davine purses her lips. I think he's perfect.
Did you have fun? Come here, get up here, give me a hug, Laz.
And Leslie skips up to Hunk, gives him a hug.
Did you have fun terrorizing his psychotic brother? Oz, it was very enjoyable, I thought. We even stole his bike. No shit!
Yeah, he just left his
Stole
bike.
his bike? Be quick.
Yeah, it's at the headhunter's base. We scared him, and then he left his bike and dove back into his house, and Oz got the bike for me.
Oh, good. Okay, so we have a surprise for you, but I want to wait till it was your father's idea, really. But I want to wait till your dad gets here. But I'm gonna come see that bike. I'm gonna be spending more time down at the base with your father. He's having a rough go at it. Clears his throat, fixing his belt, and and it's beer o'clock.
Laz turns around and clears her throat. That's Uncle Scar, honey.
He's just staring at the bleachers, fixing his belt. Just the belt buckle itself, moving it up and down. Hunk, yeah. Yeah, this is Uncle Scar. That's the famous Uncle Scar.
Yeah, just... you know. She walks over to Davy and gives her a hug. I'm sure everything's gonna be okay.
Just lets out another groan. He'll step on the ball, finishing the deflation. But it does let out a pop sound because there is still a lot of air in there.
Laz looks at Hunk. This seems new.
He's been different lately. Let's just see. As he gulps down a beer. He just opened it. Gulped it down. Walking this way. Alright, well, I approve, so here's the scarf, honey, if you want to put it on him. Hands it to Soul, and we are going to stand out of the way. As Uncle Scar and Pequod, or as Uncle Hunk, or Grandpa Hunk moves out of the way, and Pequod, as Scar is walking up.
Laz quickly walks over, puts the scarf on him as fast as she can, and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
He's standing right here doing the squinty head tilt thing to him. What is he doing? What is this again?
She squints at Scar. I think this is the intimidation tactic Carter described.
His head's moving quicker now as he's squinting in more. This. What the fuck? In Davian's ear. They're like right here.
Davian just shakes her head. This is the least intimidating thing ever.
I don't think he realizes that. Comes up here. Oz shrugs and puts his arms out to his side. Scar. Oz, pleasure, sir. Heard a lot about you. I like the power loader. Did you do the modifications yourself? Yeah, I did, actually. Electronics really aren't my thing, but Zap helped me out with them. I could help you with those. Avionics mechanic, too. Only 2 years of school, but I know a thing or two. You don't say, motherfucker. He's shaking his head. Yes, this motherfucker knows how to do some things. Alright!
Laz looks completely relieved as Davine puts her face into Hunk's arm and starts to laugh.
He's got the scarf on and everything. Okay.
Yeah. He just passed the grandpa and grandma test, so he got the scarf.
Okay. Alright, what else are you into there, Oz? Laz remembers he knows how to golf.
Oz really knows how to golf?
You know how to golf, huh? Yes, yeah, I do. Yeah. Yep. It was, in tennis, in high school I was on the tennis team, but in 8th grade I was on the golf team. Alright! Well, maybe we could go hit a few, play a few holes. There's nobody to play with here. Nobody knows how. And I've offered to teach. He just looks around the gym. And every time I try, it devolves into dry humping and breast groping.
Davine goes to say something, then stops. Yeah, no, that's completely true.
Well, then, well, Benny mentioned, he gestures back to Benny, who's, they've moved up here now. that you were going to teach him. Maybe we could teach him together and then play. Yeah, I'd like to start teaching him this weekend if he's got time. Benny, absolutely, Mr. Scar. Uncle Scar! Just call me Uncle Scar, Oz. Just treat her right. And this goes for you too, Benny. He's pointing at Benny. Just treat him right and you got no problems from Uncle Scar. Clear. 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 Nod. Alright. Carter. Comes over to Carter.
Carter looks him in the eye. Uncle Scar.
How's it going, motherfucker? Puts his hand out for a handshake.
Carter gives Scar the firmest handshake he can. Going pretty fucking well, sir.
Alright, you wanna help me? I need some help this weekend. We gotta rewire the fuse box in Suletta's home. She's your mother-in-law. You gonna help me out with that?
I'd do anything to help her out. Plus,
Alright.
pretty good with electronics.
Alright, good. Maybe Oz could help us out too. Absolutely. Good, okay. We just don't let Benny touch anything, because I think he'd electrocute himself. Benny hears it. Oh,
You can help us, Benny. Just hold the tools, probably.
yeah, you gotta learn a thing or two before you fuck around with electronics. But you look good with that. You look good with the kid there. All right, my turn. Memory end. We're gonna have to move everybody. But Scar has come up to Soul. Soul,
Uncle Scar?
give me a hug.
She gives him a hug.
God, about damn time. You were turning into just as bad as fucking Carter, Colt. One step above a walking vagina. What finally made you tell her, Colt? Just didn't want to live with a secret and... Good, fine, about time. Just don't get her pregnant before you put a ring on her, okay? Colt, yes, sir? Smiling at Scar. You already got my approval.
Soul laughs. Tightens the hug as much as she can around... She can barely fit her arms around his waist, I like to imagine. She tries to tighten the hug as much as she can. That means a lot coming from you, Uncle.
Am I gonna see you two straddling each other out on the golf course? Colt, yeah, probably.
Most
All right.
likely.
That's fine, that's fine. No big deal. But if you want to actually play, you know, you can play with us this weekend. Colt, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would actually love to learn. Actually, learn how to play on the golf course that we have and never learned how to play on.
Yeah, our other squad mate, Ricky, was saying maybe he could learn from you if you want to come down. Ricky is, which one's Ricky again? He's looking around, is that, wait, it's nobody here, right? Which one's Ricky?
Carter looks at Scar. Ricky... Valorius? Ricky Valorius is his full name, maybe you know that.
His head shoots over looking at Carter. That's Ash's son.
Yeah, Ash is his son, or Ash is his dad, I should say.
Uh-huh.
Carter looks at Pequod. Did I do something wrong?
Hand on Pequod's neck. Hunk, yeah, look, let's not worry about... I got nothing against Ash anymore. He puts his hands up. I really don't. Integra... That kid's responsible. That's all I'm gonna say. That's enough, Scar. Please. No, I ain't. If I come down to that bunker, I'll rip that kid in half. And you can count on that, Colt. Okay, sorry. He sighed. Okay, I have to go. Fledwick, Krellin, Samuel, with me. We gotta talk about some things. Chirax, with me. Meet in the kitchen. Emergency stove problem. Look good with a kid, Cole. Walks this way.
Fledwick gives a salute to everyone in the gymnasium, locks arms with Samuel, and starts to skip along the way to the kitchen.
They do. The Chirax will... We're so glad to see you home. We gonna cook you good meals this weekend, but right now we got fairy tale 8 business.
Carter just shakes his head and looks at Banksy, then Pequod, and his grandparents. Was Fairy Tale 8?
Never heard that one before. He's looking as they walk off. I see Fairy Tale 8. As Krellin, driven by anger, death of Integra, walk in front of bus 'cause grandson. Walking this way, just mumbling to himself, shaking head. Have to meet this guy. Talk sense into Ricky.
Soul's eyes are wide at what she just heard. Looks at Colt. You heard that too, right?
He groans lightly. He's trying to subject change. I love holding babies, but I think we should share. Let's see if Laz blushes. As he hands Integra to Oz. I gladly take her. What's Laz do?
Les looks at him holding a baby, and smiles wide, and hugs onto his free arm.
We've seen some strange things today, haven't we? And I'm not talking about the mission we went on. Suletta clearing her throat, Icy groaning. Blaze under, well, sort of in a low tone, because he's a robot, so it can't really be under his breath, but Ash's hour come round at last. Suletta, oh. What have you seen? She looks at Carter, Pequod, smiling.
Ricky sort of punched his, or at least tried to punch his dad today, but Colt's cousin Samantha, she stopped him and kicked his ass.
As a lieutenant in Woodbury, I am responsible for many things, and I have access to the secure. She'll play it. Jesus Christ! Watching her kick Ricky in the ball. Who the fuck put him up to this? He's looking around. He's got arrested on multiple people's accounts here. I mean, I know you weren't telling him to do it, but so who put him up to this?
Elizabeth shakes her head. I think he just did it because he was having an argument with his dad.
I see none of them had anything to do with it. He's a punk. At times, she groaned. Thanks, he didn't seem like a punk to me.
Elizabeth shrugs. No, he normally isn't a punk, but when it comes to his dad, let's just say he has some daddy issues, yeah?
Okay, yeah. I've never had the pleasure of actually meeting Samantha, because she's just like your aunt, and, well, we've never... If she ever wants to come, she can, Colt nods, but, I mean, I'm sure she's just gonna be like your mother, and be a problem to even get down here, and hurt my feelings. Because speaks... yeah, but she's attached to Ash, and Ricky tried to, and he has some issues going on there, and she destroyed him. Hunk, play it again. Marianne will play the ball kick again. What did she say there? He won't be using them anytime soon? Jesus Christ.
Soul chuckles. Yeah, she said that like 3 times.
Marianne, I can finally, she's broken out into laughter, finally laugh about it now that it's processed out of my brain and I'm not worried she's about to kill him.
Carter just has his hand covering his pelvis area. Oh god, that just felt terrible even to me, and I didn't even get kicked.
Benny, I felt that one too. I almost buckled at the knees when we were running up. Anyway, yeah. He just groans. Oh boy. Someday. Right, Pequod, Patricia? Someday. A Krellin just walked by and said Ricky is responsible for his grandmother's death. I find that hard to believe. Pequod just doesn't know what to say.
Soul shakes her head. I don't know much about Ricky, but all I really know is he went off to train with someone and in a bunker and didn't really go back for a long time after that.
When you're older. Aren't we old enough? It used to work.
Carter tilts his head. We're all above 20. Honest, I'm honestly asking, is that not old enough for what you want to tell us?
Pequod, hands clasped over her mouth, not covering them, just like a fist, two fists over her mouth. Okay. You want answers? You'll get them soon. You'll go to the time tombs with your father. All of you here. Every member of the squad, with the exception of Ricky. And then you'll see. How about that? Then any questions you have afterwards, we will answer.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mom.
You will receive all the answers you wish, and besides, anyway, Memrian and Soul, you two have to go. You'll, what are they gonna do or something you were talking about earlier? I'll make the stone, teach you guys the spell, the incantation, and you carry it for Julius. Memrian, done? Smiling at Soul.
Sure, I could definitely do that.
Should be easy for you now that you've mastered Cornstalk. So, when your father has a very poor reaction to what he's going to see, because I think I know how bad it's going to go, you can reassuring hand on his... Actually, don't do that, the more I think about what he's gonna see.
Oh god. Even the reassuring hand wouldn't work.
No, this is, like, really, really bad. Trust me, she's shaking her head. I knew eventually he'd want to go to the time tombs. I just really hoped he didn't want to. Soletta groans. Yeah, his heart will be broken, for sure. Is my guess.
Carter looks at Suletta. Not bad, huh?
Yes. She purses her lips and looks at Carter. You'll see firsthand.
Yes, ma'am. He just nods. Sounds like it'll be informative.
Unfortunately. Soletta nods her head. Hunk will. Alright, look. Let's drop the topic, huh? Before I have to unleash the dad voice.
Last nods.
Yeah, let's change the topic.
Or if you really want it bad, we can unleash the mom and dad voice at the same time. We did it to Elizabeth. Casey, it was fucking horrifying. Pequod, she dove behind a bar. Literally jumped over the bar. Too scared to even think to teleport.
It was pretty terrifying. I would rather not hear that again, please.
Alright. So, look, let's go, well, I want to show you where we put Charles. He's been delivered here. See if you're okay with where we put him, Soul. And Colt, since, nice touch, by the way. Buying her a dolphin. Smart boy. He points at Colt. Colt smiling and nodding.
Soul smiles. Yeah, of course, I would love to see Charles.
And we'll figure out this fairy tale 8 thing later. Anyway, so Oz, the baby on the hip. Trust me, it'll give you the best result. See how Carter has hail. That's what you want to do. You want to shoot for. And let's move out. We gotta go see Charles.
Yes, sir.
Soul gives him like a little funny salute.
They will move out as here in the kitchen. Scar. Okay, I like that Oz guy. I think he's good to go.
I believe so. He was very respectful, and he brought up Fat Frederick.
Oh, Christ. I do love Fat Frederick. Yes. Who doesn't?
I don't think anyone hates Fat Frederick.
Oh, Davine is the biggest fan of him, let me tell you.
I knew it. He turns around. I told you, Samuel.
Samuel beeping in frustration, telling Frederick, no, she really hates Fat Frederick.
I don't believe you. You're just jealous.
Davine loved Fat Frederick. How dare you say that? It's a little Tommy there for a second. How dare you say that? Samuel just shaking his head, the light goes green. Okay, well, look, I think Pequod kind of... Well, you know, Laz, I think we're good for now.
I think so. I don't think we need to stick to wax on anyone. For now, at least.
there's always room to mess up in the future, so I think we're pretty okay.
Very good. Rubbing her belly as the fairy tale 8 will disperse into different directions. As here, Julius is still in the office down here, and Sasha is just slumped in the other chair, sighing.
You good?
She's been sitting here for like an hour. Julius just sitting here watching her. Anytime Julius has said anything to her, she doesn't respond. Puts her fingers up, making, small, like, I came this close to finally killing that motherfucker. Or at least seeing what's in that warehouse. And go up the elevator, and it's your daughter's fault. Your gorgeous daughter on my son's lap. They were smiling after the events that transpired today, which it goes to show you how happy they are together, and I lost my will to commit murder in front of them, which has never happened to me before, actually.
Julius is just staring at her. Well, that's good. You don't want to murder anyone in front of our children to make them less happy. That's good.
I guess. She still has her mask on. She's just staring at her hand. She put her hand up in front of her face.
He chuckles to himself. You can take the mask off if you want.
I look good in this.
The gold trim works. That's all I gotta say.
24 karat.
He chuckles to himself. I mean, only the best for Rangers, right?
Oh, exactly. You want to watch this footage of Ricky getting kicked in the balls again?
Oh, dude, I would love to. He hops over the desk, walks over.
You taught her well, Julius. Holy shit!
When I teach someone, when they're good enough to beat Okir, and I teach someone to the best of my capabilities.
Sasha chuckling, putting her hand up to the video display. That's not our place to get involved with Ricky. I feel like we should do something, but at the same time, I don't. Oh, be nicer to your dad, says the Ranger General. That's not gonna solve anything.
Julia shrugs. I've been thinking about it. Sits on it at the desk. I might have an impromptu sparring lesson with him, maybe.
She looks at Julius and then up here. She clears her throat. Nicole said she mostly walked out in front of that bus because she gave up. She gave up once, rebounded, and then she gave up again because Ricky. She had had enough. At least that's what Nicole said. It's her guess.
Julius grits his teeth, shakes his head. And I wholeheartedly believe in Nicole's guesses.
You're gonna find out for yourself when you go to the time tombs, probably.
Oh, yes, I am. I don't think I'm going to I don't think I'm gonna like what I see, but I am going to see it, and then I will react how I react.
Sure you want to go? She's still got the helmet on, but you can tell she's squinting.
I need answers on it. Even Towns couldn't get what she was saying. I need to... She said my name, Sasha. My name was the last thing that came out of her mouth, and I need to get answers about it.
She'll shrug, looking down at her lap. Can't argue with that.
He nods to himself. So, what do you have going on tonight? Do you want to come down to Rainfall Lane?
Oh, no. No, not tonight. At Colt and Solar there, they need alone time. All those kids need alone time. They're trapped here with Mr. Daddy issue.
He chuckles to himself. Yeah, true, but we would love to see you in Rainfall Lane. With a scarf on, no less.
I have the scarf here. She's holding it up. How do you think I got through the teleporter to come kill Tommy?
Well, true, but not like around your fist or in your pocket around your neck, Sasha.
She looks at Julius. Maybe.
Is it really just Tommy that you have a bigot? Is that why you won't wear the scarf?
She tilts her head. She's grown.
Julius leans back on the desk. No, go ahead. What? I would like to know.
You know, a long time ago, Lorelai sent me on a mission with you guys. That was my, made me a ranger mission back when we made people go on solo. I never agreed with that. But anyway, I did get results, I suppose. Anyway, the whole reason she sent me was to, make friends. That's what she told me before she retired. I thought it was to, learn to work with, lesser, don't take it the wrong way, lesser soldiers. Because a ranger is special and headhunters were developmental. I think I made friends, but then I think it just goes back to the same thing, Julius. I treated you guys like shit. I distanced myself from you, and I don't deserve to be a rainfall. But somehow this guy's a rainfall, though, which still brings up a lot of questions to me.
Julius starts to laugh. Please, God, do not show my mother that.
Do you remember when they made the movie? How much they fought on the set, you Pequod and your mom?
Oh my God, it was like every single second.
I came on set 2 days out of the 3 they filmed it, and both days it was like catfight mania running wild.
Yeah, 100%. I was 100% glad I was not in that movie, because I don't think I could have been.
That's why I demoted Colt down here. Yeah, to be with Soul, but so he didn't turn out like a prestigious snob like I did. Even if she wasn't here, he was getting demoted. 1, to discourage him from being in the military, and 2, if you really want to be in the military, you gotta learn that, sure, some people are a lot better at other things than you, but everybody's the same at the end of the day.
Julius sighs and nods. Sasha, it doesn't matter what we did in the past. That was literally 30 years ago.
My God, we're so fucking old.
Right? I was 19 when I was in the Headhunters. That's crazy to think about.
You were pretty hot back then, though. I mean, still are, but yeah.
Julius does a little bow to her. Thank you.
I got back from the mission, and Lorelai was like, "How did it go?" in her Lorelai way, and I was like, "Well, one of them's really good at shooting and talking, and the other one you kind of want to just take your shirt off and push your chest into him." Lorelai, I doubt that very much. Then turned out she just wanted to fuck you.
Julius laughs. That is very true. But my point is, that was 30 years ago. None of us hold it against you, Sasha. In fact, we want you to be a rainfall. We think you deserve it. The rainfalls do. My wife would like to see one of her best friends wear the scarf. And
does it really hurt her feelings? She's good at guilt tripping.
It 100% hurts her feelings.
I'll think about it.
Julius sighs heavily. Think about it hard, please, because I would also like to see one of my good friends wear the scarf.
I prefer being down at Rainfall Lane, actually. It's nice. Julius notices out of the corner of his eye a gigantic fire on every security camera in Woodbury, and he also can see Tommy out of the corners of one of the cameras pointing and directing. Somebody. I'll think about it. I prefer being down there. But right now, honestly, I don't want to go down there because I don't want... It's not just the rainfall thing. It's I don't want to be overbearing on my... I am happy for our children. I want them to be there without me being around. Not that I think I cause problems for them. Just let them have fun. We all had our fun.
I mean, yeah, no, that's completely fair. He looks at his wrist computer. Oh, shit! It is... Shit, it's late. And I promised Pequod I would be home earlier, and I still have to pick up a sandwich for Icy.
I'll go get it for you. She
No,
gets up. It's the least I can do.
No, she'll read my goddamn mind, and then she'll complain about how I'm lazy and I didn't do it for her. It's a special thing that me and her do for each other. One day some days I get her favorite meal, some days she gets me mine.
Brother and sister kind of thing.
Yeah, it's one of the many ways we further our brotherly sister relationship.
All right. He notices her head is going to look at the security camera. She's not. Her head's just going in that direction. She's not looking.
Julius looks down. She has the scarf in her hand, right?
Yeah, she's like holding it.
And he takes the scarf out of her hand, puts it right up to her face, and you will think about wearing this. And while he has it in front of her face, he's going to quickly turn the monitor off.
Fine. Her head recoils. I give it back so I can get through the damn teleporter. I have to go put the plastic explosives back.
Alright, fair enough. Be careful putting those back, please.
I will. Just get back to Pequod. She was bitching about you not expressing your problems earlier up in the office.
Oh, that's fair enough. It's something I've always had to work on, and I still do. Can always get better.
Okay. I'll see you Monday.
Yeah, see you Monday. Think about coming around to Rainfall Lane.
She puts her hand up just to wave goodbye over her shoulder, disappearing. What does Julius do?
Julius immediately hops over the desk, knocking over some of the monitors, and runs into the elevator at full sprint.
Alright, well, he will do that, and we will see what's going on, as here at Rainfall Lane, Charles has surfaced. Now, Memory Ann is on one of these, like, floaty things, blue bikini, all her nails, toes done blue, frost-tipped, and she is just clearly very happy to be home. As Hunk, what do you think, honey? Soul? Is this a good accommodation for Charles, or you want something different? We'll find it. This is just a small portion. He can go down the river here, and there's a larger deposit. Well, you know the place.
She, with her arms outstretched, just spins around. It's perfect for him!
The water is Hunk about to lean down, and Benny already taking the temperature. Perfect 60 degrees. How does it stay this way? Icy, waving at Benny. Benny, awesome.
Soul just smiling, looking at Charles and then at Hunk and Davine, and she gives them both a hug.
Hunk hugs her back. He's straddling Hale off his hip, though. See? Colt, watch. He's straddling Hale while he's hugging Soul.
Davine looks at Soul hugging Hunk and Hunk straddling Hale, and she just bites her lip and starts to do the finger man walk up his chest.
Noted, sir. And Icy, well, I mean, I know all your stuff's back at the academy, but she finger guns, and Soul is in a bathing suit. Pays to have the ultimate wizard as your aunt. And Colt is in a swim trunks.
Soul looks, checks out the bikini that she has on. Thank you, Auntie. As she gets down, puts her legs into the water, and jumps in.
Colt following. I think Charles will, watching the finger man up his chest, he'll pull Davine in. Like it here very much.
I think so too. She wraps one of her legs around his waist.
Oh my. Hunk kisses Davine on the lips. Benny, can we have bathing suits? Icy looks at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods.
What color, Elizabeth?
She looks down, looks at Benny. What's your favorite color?
Green.
I'll take a green bikini, please.
2 or 1 piece, sweetheart?
2.
Yeah, 2. Icy, oh wow, that got him to speak up, didn't it? Puts her in a bikini and him in swim trunks.
She holds Benny's hand as she hops into the water.
Oh, he hops in, petting the dolphin. This place is amazing, Oz, isn't it? You can say that again.
Laz is just staring at Oz, who has Integra with her chin resting in one of her palms, and she sighs wistfully at him.
Marianne, eyes closed, floating this direction.
Carter clears his throat. Hey, Auntie?
Yes, there's a lot of people. She's looking over and
He stands up so she can see him. Do you mind the swim trunks for me too?
uh-huh, snapping her fingers.
Thank you. As he hops in and swims up next to the raft that Marianne's on. You
She will form some ice under it to make it sturdy, crawl on. You were a good boy. You can do whatever you like. Just remember there's children here. And it's not nightfall quite yet.
Yes, Mew Mew. As he climbs onto the raft with her and just gives her a kiss while he holds her.
Actually, there's been a new development. I get the whole kid thing, and we've been taught how to rainfalls. Uh-huh. What's this new development? Well, Colt found out if you suck a finger. What? It's the truth, I swear. You want to get in the water, love?
Laz nods. Sure, I would love to get in the water.
Can we take her in with us? Equad, sure. I see. Well, boom, boom, and boom. He'll take her in the water. He's playing with her in the water. He's having a great time.
She hops in with him and hugs around his waist as he plays with her.
Sucking a finger, huh? Marianne, watch. She'll open her mouth, because Carter's on top of her. Put his index finger in her mouth and start sucking it.
They all see Carter start to glow yellow.
Give me that hand.
Davine puts one of her fingers up to him.
He starts
When he starts sucking Davine's finger, he hears her let out. It almost sounds like a whimper as she wraps her leg around him tighter and pushes her chest up against him.
Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?
I didn't even know.
Colt, she had powdered sugar on her finger, and I just wanted to get it off, and so I put it in my mouth because powdered sugar tastes good, and boom. Oh my, with the finger still in his mouth. Icy putting Banksy's got his mask off in Banksy's mouth, blushing. Hunk, it works. It works.
Yes. Hunk can feel Davine's heart rate quickening. Yeah, it really does work.
Duly noted. Another weapon in our repertoire.
An absolutely beautiful weapon. Wonderful discovery, kids. She looks down at Colt.
Now I can finally try since you're out of the armor and the mask. Sucks Elizabeth's finger.
He hears like the same whimper come out of Elizabeth as she almost melts right into him.
Marianne floating over this way, arms around Carter. Hunk. Oh! Something, I was supposed to say something, but, Patricia! Wish somebody was here to I could, suck his finger. She sucks. Benny, you're going to be enrolled, at classes here at Rainfall Lane. Couple nights a week. We'll figure out the nights. You're going to, come here, and spend the night. Not spend the night, you'll go back to base with Julius, but you're going to come here and take some classes. Okay. He takes Elizabeth's finger out of his mouth. You need to brush up on your general education, like spelling, math, And is there anything else you need help with? Oh, it's social skills. Oh, I love him to death. And I will not let anything happen to Benjamin. But please, social skills. She's looking down, confused at all.
Laz looks up at Pequod. He needs them desperately.
Pequod looks over at Davine, shrugging, and then over at Suletta. I think just more time around you guys and general education should. So we could. Do we have any like self-awareness courses? Suletta, no, but we'll make sure. You have to come early in the day. You'll have to leave the base early in the day, and we'll have you in class with other students. Did you try to socialize with the kids in your classes? Suletta looking confused. No, just my friends at the LAN cafe. Suletta, well, then you will socialize with the ODM students. Okay, he smiles.
And Elizabeth smiles. And I'm gonna be with him every step of the way, right? To keep him focused and all that.
Pequod, Sasha's gonna... Yeah. You both will. Sasha's gonna relieve you both. You're still technically on duty, but not really. Just, yeah. I'll let her know that you need to come during the day when there's students here.
Elizabeth looks over at Benny and smiles. See? We're gonna learn everything that we need to learn.
He'll wrap his arms around her and lift her up, eye level to her. And more time here. Where you're out of the mask and the armor. It's great. Memory and still seductively finger in and out of her mouth.
Carter growing even brighter yellow. Elizabeth, her mouth is moving, but no words or sounds are coming out. Yeah, that's good. I think that's a very good thing. As she just looks at him and then gives him a kiss on the cheek.
He blushes. Thank you. That's awesome.
I think it's awesome too.
What's the big standout on Pequod's looking over, smiling at them on social skills, asking about dead siblings and how they died, and just in general, he needs a little help. A shine job, I think, and he'll be okay. Especially if that keeps up.
Laz nods. Yeah, he has some difficulty reading social situations. And not knowing what topics are good to talk about, such as, dead siblings.
Suletta, we'll correct it. Don't worry.
Good, thank you, Mom and Auntie.
No problem. Pequod watching, smiling here, as Colt's taken her over closer to the dolphin. What if you touch the dolphin? Can I have Hale hung? Yeah, I need my other hand free. Colt will come over, get Hale. You touch the dolphin. I can't straddle her off my hip because I don't want to drown the little cutie. But you touch the dolphin. I'll straddle her off my chest area and suck the finger. Hunking. I like experimentation. It's good.
Soul blinks, puts her hand onto the dolphin, starts petting him, as she offers her other hand to Colt.
He'll suck the finger. Hale is laughing at all of this.
Laz looks at Hale and starts to chuckle. She certainly has a good sense of humor.
I see. Yeah, she does. Taking your finger out of Banksy's mouth.
Davine, at this point, as Hunk is sucking on her finger, has begun to grab at his crotch and is basically making out with his neck.
Oh my, here we go. Doesn't it suck to not have the hooligan here? Pequod, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. If he's not back by 8.
Laz just coughs a bit at hearing that. That's fair enough, Mom.
Yeah, Pequod crosses her arms, but at least breaks a smile, seeing everybody happy. As Julius, as made his way up. Now, Julius is coming up the elevator. He sees nothing but black as he's coming up the elevator. Smoke is in the air, and he just hears, "Come on, Ricky, put your back onto it. What are you doing? You have to work harder than this. You can carry more books than that. Here, shovel here, and make sure, pour some napalm over there. Yori, we need to get this fire bigger. I want it bigger.
I'm going as fast as I can, Tommy.
Here, let me help you." Julius finally comes up all the way, sees Tommy chuck a pile of books into the burning napalm fire pit that Tommy has created. "Come on, Ricky, here! And put those gloves on! Wear protection! At all time!"
Yes, sir, will do, sir.
"Maybe should have bought some respirators." He starts coughing.
Yeah, probably should have done that, Tommy.
"We'll be fine."
Julius at this point, as silently as he is capable of, and as sneakily as he is capable of, will go completely Mushin and start walking through the fire, not getting burnt pretty much at all, and appears right in front of Tommy, Yuri, and Ricky.
Tommy threw some books through the smoke and they bounced back. What the fuck? As Julius came through. "Oh my god. What the fuck are you doing here?"
I was finishing up some paperwork after talking to the Ranger General, who was still down there.
"What?
Yeah.
Ricky, how dare you do this? How dare you burn the... Who do you think you are, the Third Reich? I can't believe you would do this. Report him to Sasha, immediately." He nods his head.
Julius blinks at Tommy. I'm not gonna report anyone to Sasha.
"Oh, thank you."
He reaches down, picks up one of the books. This is a second grade grammar textbook. It describes what a comma is in it.
I can see that.
Why are you burning it, Tommy?
To stop your fucking daughter from being a loser.
Julius sets the book down, looks at Tommy. She only reads when the opportunity is good. When she's just sitting on his lap and they're spending time together, she'll read. She is not having her nose stuck in a book anymore, Tommy. You didn't need to burn all these books. And mind you, my daughter does not need to read, or does not want to read, a second grade grammar textbook.
I know, he puts his hand on Julius's shoulder. I tried to tell Ricky all this. He does not listen sometimes.
Tommy. He just balls both of his fists up. Just put the fire out.
Well, okay, don't worry, I have the chemicals that can put it out. Ricky is very good at this type of stuff.
Yeah, totally, Tommy.
Tell me something, is it true she has UAV drone that watches play?
Yes, Tommy, it is completely true, and you should probably watch your step.
He looks up in the sky. Is that it right there? There's just a dot high up in the sky through the clear sky. Oh my fucking god, that is it. Pull out the binoculars! Yuri pulls them out. EarthGov, UAV drone. We have to get out of here! Ricky! We'll see you later! You're on your own, motherfucker! As they start running away. Remember what Tommy said about money!
Yes, sir.
Julius just watches them run away, and then he turns to Ricky in his full Mushin form, just staring down at him.
Whatever you're gonna do, go ahead and do it, sir. I should have said no.
Yes, you should have. He moves the books, some of the books away from the fire. I will help you put the fire out, but it is your job, over the weekend, to clean the mess up and return the books that were stolen from all over Australia
to all the libraries and bookstores they were stolen from. Clear?
Yeah, that's fair, sir. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm only helping you put out the fire because I'm probably able to, get burnt more than you, for one. And two, napalm is very hard to put out.
Yeah, I wish Tommy hadn't used that. Probably should get to it soon, sir, 'cause I think it's starting to spread.
Well, get to it, Ricardo.
He's gonna take off to try and get the chemicals.
As Ricky's taking off, one final scream.
Julius points at her, and you need to shut the fuck up, Delilah!
As she's walking back into the building. And we will cut to the final. In here, tacos are being had after the rain falls. Memrian and Carter are still in the water. Only here that now they're in the pool. Colt, these are really good tacos. Banksy Julius's recipe.
Yeah, Julius is a real good cook. I mean, you already knew that, but his recipes are always the best.
I agree. Uncle Banksy's cooking. Julius cooked last weekend one of the days. But the Tarak's good cooks too. Hunk, yes, Mama Lan. We met Mama Lan. She had this place called Mama Lan's Crab. She does cook the best seafood, in my humble opinion.
Davy nods. Oh, it is so delicious, but, darling, she puts a hand onto Benny's shoulder. You are aware of what a Tarakin is, correct?
I've seen it.
Okay.
I hope it never happens to me.
I hope so too. But just so you know, if they suddenly, with no warning at all, and if the situation doesn't fit a snack, come up to you with the snack sweet or savory, just be prepared for a Tarakin, okay, darling?
He nods his head. Suletta, you really have to fuck up to get tracked. Just don't be stupid. Benny, duly noted.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, you have to be pretty stupid. She chuckles and takes a bite of her taco.
Colt squeezes some tequila on Soul's finger and we'll suck it. This is, whatever. If this is what does the job, I'm down.
She just opens her mouth. That was so hot.
He starts laughing as, actually, Hale is in here. They're in the pool together. Carter's got Hale. Marianne, can we, take Hale, like, next weekend, maybe, or something like that? And Icy and Banksy, like, at the same time. Whenever you want, almost in unison.
Carter leans back in surprise. Well then, next weekend, is it okay to use your guys' cabin?
Absolutely. Banksy, yeah, like I told you last weekend, though, like, you gotta stock it, you gotta do all these things, and, I don't really understand the particulars of this type of stuff, but Nicole sent me there, Tuesday to break the front set of stairs. Icy, just nodding.
Carter looks at Icy and nods. Thank you so much, Auntie.
He's gonna get his Uncle Scar on. I've already bought him tons of flannel shirts.
You know what? You know what? That man taught me many things, and I'm grateful for every single one of them, and I'm going to put them to use this next weekend.
I got it easy, I guess. He came up, you're already good in my book, Colt. If I'm around him more, I'll get his impression down. Hunk, good, yeah. He's a special case, that Scar, let me tell you.
Soul nods. He definitely is. And get the voice down. I've always found Uncle Scar's voice pretty funny.
Well, I have Thomas down pretty well. Hunk, holy shit!
Right? He doesn't even need to use the spell for it.
That is impressive. Dad's pretty good at impression. I see. Yeah, he is.
Elizabeth chuckles and looks over at Soul. Do you know the
Tommy voice spell? And Soul chuckles to herself. I don't know. Did you ever teach me that one, Auntie?
If you want to learn, I can teach you.
I mean, I would love to learn the Tommy voice spell.
Well, when we have time this weekend, you will learn, or I'll come down when you're at base and when Bash and Okir want to take you out training. The general trumps them. She gives her 2 thumbs up. Come on, it's time for PT. Nah, it's time to learn the Tommy voice spell.
That sounds like a wonderful idea. An easy way to get me and Memory Ann both out of PT. She starts to laugh to herself.
And if you're lucky, Colt, I'll get you out too. Colt, thank you.
Soul gives Colt a high five.
Benny, looking around. I actually enjoy being at base. It's nice, but being here is way better. Hunk, ain't that the damn truth?
Elizabeth nods. Here is a lot more calming. I suppose it's a sense of being at home and all, but
Comfortable enough to be out of the armor.
comfortable to do this. And she gives him another kiss on the cheek.
I like it. Can I kiss yours?
I would love it.
He'll kiss her cheek.
She smiles to herself, looks down at her plate, and puts one of her tacos up to his mouth.
He takes a bite. Suletta, didn't it feel wonderful, Carter, to have Uncle Scar just come up and embrace you as a man? Marianne, yes, it was quite attractive, actually.
It felt very good, and like I didn't need to fear for my life. Which, most of the time when I talked to him, I did have to fear for my life.
Hunk, well, not anymore. I think you won him over, finally. I don't know what you did, but, yeah.
Well, I can guess that I finally got with the girl I've been pining after for most of my life.
Yeah, that, yeah, manned up a little bit. Hunk, raising a fist.
That I did. As he puts his arm around her waist and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
Quite enjoyable. I told Carter let's get out of the water. If he was a good boy when we went on our first mission, his reward would be, great, sit down.
He sits.
Hand me Hale. She'll start drying Hale off as you hand her.
He smiles. And when I get an offer like that, trust me, I am a good boy.
Well, sit down on Carter's lap with Hale. And no kicking of the leg, just very comfortable. Oh boy!
Carter rubs her thighs and gives her a kiss on the back of one of her ears.
Not bobbing the leg anymore, darling? No, it's comfortable. You just have to get used to sitting on I acquainted to a pepperoni roll that inflates at a rapid pace. It's icy as... dropped her taco into the pool laughing.
Soul starts to laugh. Oh, gross, God.
Yeah, I mean, she never complained about it. Remember, and it was just an adjustment period.
Soul nods. Yeah, I always sort of like the feeling of his groin against, me.
That is the point, Memory Ann. I get it now. Jeez. That's why they like it. That's why he likes it. I understand.
Davine laughs, leans over into Hunk's ear. Oh, these kids have so much to learn.
They do, but they got a few tricks up their sleeve with that finger thing. We're employing that tonight.
Oh, you had better employ that tonight, my love.
One finger at a time. Holy shit. By finger number 4, we're gonna be... Whew, we'll need a cigarette after.
I think so, and neither of us even smoke.
No.
We'll just sneak some of Scar's Marlboro Reds.
Oh my god, have you guys... Scar's Marble Reds, have you seen the storeroom at the Academy? The one adjacent to Uncle Blaze's office, it's just filled with Folgers coffee jars and Marlboro Reds. Wasn't like that like 6 months ago. I just stumbled upon it today. I went in there to get something for Mama Lan, and it's just cigarettes and coffee.
Davian laughs. Scott sort of turned it into his own personal storage room. I'm completely fine with it. Just a bit of a warning would have been nice.
I'd be afraid to argue with him, too.
As would I, Benny. Very, very astute of you to not want to argue with that man.
Well, I mean, you should have seen the Ranger General showed up in town in her armor with her rifle and a bunch of plastic explosives. What the fuck? I apparently she came to kill Tommy. Uh-oh. I think our instigating might have uh-oh.
Davian covers her mouth.
You instigated it. What children? He's looking over at us.
Yes, we instigated it because it is honestly very funny to watch Sasha be that angry and vengeful against Tommy Wiseau.
And hell, seeing Tommy break into a full sprint. He was down here one day. This was years ago. Marianne, before you left for basic, I think you were at the academy helping out with something. But anyway, he came to here, Julius and Pequod's place. He came through the teleporter, Tommy stuff, and he was like meeting and greeting as Banksy and Julius prepared dinner that night. And I was like, "Hey Tom, what's up?" And he's, "Oh, it's me, Tommy," this kind of stuff. And I said, "Take a seat right there." And he sat down. I was like, actually, not there, because there was a plate there. I was like, "That's Sasha. She just went to the..." And then he just booked it and ran. Banksy, "Oh my fucking god! Why don't you tell me shit?" And he ran out of the teleporter.
All the kids start to laugh.
It was around that time where I came to realize, he actually truly feared her. Icy just nodding her head. She's made the taco in the pool disappear.
Sometimes I do feel bad for Mr. Wiseau having to be scared of the Ranger General like that all the time.
Colt, yeah, when we faced Mom at the ball and told her everything, and she was thrilled. I was stupid. But anyway, she was like, "Well, I guess I have to thank Mr. Wiseau." So hopefully someday they come to terms. I think Tommy's willing to come to terms. It's Mom, really, who she'll probably at least want to break one of his bones or something. I see. I think that's getting off easy, I think. So if it's a broken finger or something, then he should just be happy.
Yeah, maybe we can convince your mom to just do something like a pinky toe or something.
Very firm handshake, and he just maybe loses a couple knuckles cracked. How about that? That would be for the best.
Elizabeth nods. I think that's the best case scenario, but the least likely one.
But I mean, Tom's so magical, it's who knows, maybe it wouldn't even break. Colt, now she's got an RC gauntlet she can wear that, yeah, I made it for her. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Davian chuckles. Sasha has basically every ornament that you can think of as RC.
Just for Tom? Colt, he was not a beloved figure in our household. Dad and I used to yell things in our Tommy voice, and one day we did it for about an hour and a half, and then a gunshot went off in the house, and we stopped. It was the last day we ever did it. She just fired it into the ground.
A very smart choice to stop dialing.
Then she made us, fix the hole in the ground because it went through the kitchen floor into the basement. Long day.
Well, at least you learned never to do the Tommy voice in the house again.
Never again. I mean, when we were getting our briefing today, Laz was like, "Oh God bless Mr. Wiseau," and she just appeared on the monitor.
Yeah! Elizabeth looks completely, surprised when she remembers that. It's like she has
utter voice that says whenever Mr. Wiseau is mentioned, and then she appears at that exact moment.
You kids remember, that drone is always watching that town. She might not be at the machine that watches it, but it's always watching that town. That means she'll always see what's going on down there at some point or another. So, you do whatever Mr. Wiseau says. We told you that since you were kids. Except things that would piss her off and or get you arrested.
Soul chuckles. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of common sense. She shakes her head. I'm not going to stop a roller coaster. Not even for my brother.
Listen to me very carefully. Need you to help me do something that Sasha will want to kill me for.
Carter looks over at Colt. That would be terrifying to hear, especially if I were Ricky.
Well, given the fact he's been arrested twice, God, I hope he doesn't get arrested this weekend. Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I would have figured Ash would have been the one trying to beat his son up, because why are you getting arrested, motherfucker? Raised you better than this, but I guess he doesn't. Icy, he doesn't know, and don't tell him. I won't.
Carter nods. I mean, I don't know much about Ash, but just from the point of view of a parent and a son, that's just what makes more sense.
Hunk, rubbing both of his temples, takes Davine's hand back, kisses the knuckles. Look, I don't think anybody here hates Ash or anything like that, his father, and you'll get your answers. But stay out of any physical altercation or anything like that between the two of them in the future. What you did today was good, because she would have killed him, for sure. But I don't know. I never thought I'd be back on Ash's side of the fence in an argument, but in this one I am, because, we have our family, and this is our family, and that's it. And he has his, but he's paid his dues, and I want distance kept, of course, but overall, I mean, I won't speak for him, but I know for a fact Saris wouldn't support this behavior, so, yeah.
Devin shakes her head. I definitely don't think she would.
I mean, if I bumped into Ash on Gateway, we don't go there that much, but if I bumped into him, I would talk to him, at this point. Cordial, that's the point. You be cordial, casual, have a good discussion, make sure everything's okay, and then, you gotta let go of certain things, and most of us have. Scar will never. So let's not ask Uncle Scar to come down while Ricky's around, okay?
Yes, sir. And Devin, yeah, that's just... Scar is a man who sticks to his ideals. Very commendable in some cases. Some, such as letting things go, it is not very helpful.
Colt, that's kind of what my mom always kind of said. The little bit she talked about personal stuff and some certain disputes. It happened a long time ago. It's over. We have our distance and place to get away, and he has his. So, you always try to be cordial and respectful. So, I don't know. Ash has got his hands full with that fucking punk, that's for sure.
Oh, I would say so. As she gets a taco and puts it up to Hunk's mouth.
Hunk will take a bite as Colt tries to do. He's imitating Davine with Soul. Exact way she feeds Hunk.
Soul takes a bite. Thank you, darling.
You are very welcome. We'll employ finger sucking tonight, too. Hunk, that boy!
Soul just wraps her arms around him and pushes her chest against his.
Julius finally shows up. Pequod's arms are crossed, tapping her foot. She has a taco in one hand, and she hands it to Julius. About time. Why are you covered in shit?
I was putting out a fire.
Fire?
Yes, a fire.
I wasn't aware you were a firefighter. Eat the taco.
He takes a bite of the taco. It was a napalm fire, so it took longer than expected. I'm so sorry, honey.
Napalm fire? She comes up, starts cleaning your face off.
He just shakes his head. I had given Tommy napalm because I was convinced to do it. And as it turns out, he is in fact the library thief.
I knew it.
And I came up the elevator after seeing smoke and fire on my security cameras, and he was burning all the books that he had stolen.
She's guided Julius up this way. Is it because of he points at Laz, who's Oz is holding Integra with a confused look on his face.
Looks between the two of them. Julius looks at Laz. Yeah, it was because of her.
Pequod's still cleaning off the soot from Julius's face.
I'm sorry, I really am. He grabs one of her hands, kisses the palm of it.
That's fine. You need a shower. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. I would have been home a lot sooner.
Was Ricky helping him?
Yes, Ricky was helping him. God.
Did he get arrested again?
No, he didn't get arrested. I didn't report it to the cops. If I did, he would have been arrested, but I'm making him return all the intact books to all the libraries and bookstores that they were stolen from.
Oh my god! He's sorry. I'm sorry, Colonel Julius. Sorry.
No, that's fine. It's a pretty funny punishment. And Laz just is looking at her hands. I'm the reason why those books got burned.
He was probably doing it for his arm around her waist for your own good or something, and he just misunderstanding. And don't get upset about it. Look here, bouncing Integra off his hip.
She looks at Oz, Integra, and then back at Oz. You just know how to cheer me up, don't you?
Learning from the best rapidly.
Yes, you are. Julius looks at Pequod. I see that Mom and Dad approved of him.
Yes, they did. She takes Julius's hand and starts cleaning it off. So let's get this out of the way, because we've been waiting for you to come since it was a good idea. Look, we said you guys could borrow the lovebird, okay? It's too important around here for extracurricular reasons. We need it, right, Julius?
It is essential to our living here.
It's no problem. Don't worry about it. We can... Oh, I got you. An exact she'll type on her wrist computer. Goes back to cleaning Julius's hands off with a handkerchief she had. Replica. Aurelia class vertibird. So it's vintage, just like the lovebird. Deployed, I think, 40 years ago. They first came into service, but it's got guiding Julius over this way, because she's really got to clean him off. It's got all the bells and whistles ours had. So it's rated for 0G. It can get you anywhere you want to go in the Milky Way. It'll take time. It's slow, but that just means more time for fun.
Laz, staring at the vertibird, faints for just 1 second, falls...
Oh my god, he catches...
And she wakes up. That's ours, really?
It is yours. It was your father's idea when we didn't really want to give up the lovebird. It was mostly me. I'm pretty greedy sometimes, and that lovebird's important to me. So, and your father, but anyway, he was like, well, why don't we just try to find an exact replica? And yeah, same exact bird. It even still has, it's still armed, and I've had the IFF tagged rainfall vehicle, so it can get you a lot of places. So, while the rest of your squad has to drive on a road, or if Memory Ann's involved, can hover car you around, you two can go literally wherever you want. And I'll be at, let's be honest, nobody's going to find a pilot to come substitute on the weekend. And Sasha doesn't care. Especially if it involves you, Laz. So if there's no pilot there on the weekend, oh well. If Ricky really wants to get home, we'll get him home. We have other ways. We have Tommy, we have teleporters, we can send him to Gateway, and then from Gateway a dropship. Done.
Julius nods. So yeah, this vertibird is all yours. Now you can more easily go visit your family, or you know what, honestly, go pretty much anywhere you want to. Like she said, the rainfall tag, you can probably go to Hawaii or the Himalayas or anywhere that you two want to, and you'll get in there just fine.
And now you can aerially harass Steve. She smiled! And it has a speaker system built in, just like ours, so you can... There's a microphone in the cockpit, you can scream at Steve all you like. Oz, I've never been given... This must be what Benny feels like with the whole COD thing.
Laz nods. I think so. I've always wanted my own vertibird. She holds Oz's hand, walks up to it. Do you think we can also like put lights on it, like a sort of police lights?
Absolutely. Just whatever you need, just put in the requisition slips Monday and Sasha will have it sent down. The only requirement here is you guys got to fly it back to Woodbury Monday morning. All's done.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all. She shrugs. Plus, it gives us a little time for fun.
These old Verdi's sturdy but slow. A lot of time for fun. He's looking at...
Laz looks at Oz. As much time as we want for fun, in my opinion.
Pequod, trying to clean off Julius's hands, fingers, whatever. Still a dirty finger and puts it in her mouth. No development.
Julius. She can see through some of the soot and black smoke that's still on his face. He turns completely red.
She pulls the finger out, because his finger was covered in soot. Now that is love. I don't know, if that's not love, I don't know what is. Sucking napalm soot off your husband's finger.
That is 100% love. He picks her up. How can I prove my undying love for you, my love?
Well, first, since all the kids are home, first we're gonna go get naked and take a shower. Oh boy, under his breath. We have to clean you up, and then you're going to spend the weekend with the family, not worrying about the headhunters, and Monday morning we'll tackle Monday morning together when it comes. And I do want you to lay into Ricky at some point, because if I saw the footage, tried to attack his dad, yeah.
Yeah, of course, not a problem. He cups her cheek with his hand. It sounds like the best plan ever, and I'm sorry for not being open with you about the whole Integra thing. I didn't want to worry you about it, I guess.
Well, it made me worry more when you weren't coming home. We can face any problem together. We did all those years ago. Remember when that universe was ending? She's playing with Julius's chin.
Oh man, universe ending just does not ring a bell. He chuckles. Yeah. I'll tell you all about it in the shower, okay?
Let's go. I'm ready. She starts taking her coat off in Julius's arms. You too. Have fun.
We will, Mom.
We'll see you in about an hour. Maybe two. Hasn't been home all week.
Julius Nod shrugs. Them's the breaks. Them's the breaks as he starts to run off towards the shower.
They disappear as Oz... I think we need to inspect this thing. I'm going to drop Integra off with Colt and Soul, and then we should inspect it.
So, Laz grabs his collar, pulls him in close. I'm going to be completely nude when you come back. Please come back soon.
On my way, darling, at the speed of light as he's running in with Integra. And as she birds the vertibird, cut.